iQOO Neo 9 Pro with dual chip power.
कोई नहीं, आ जाओ।
प्यार से बुलाओ।
Let's go।
तुमको क्या लगता है इतना इजी मैं चालू कर दूंगा?
तुम बॉट हो। तुम्हारा मुंह ऐसे पकड़ के ऐसे स्लाइड करवा रहे हैं।
वेलकम बैक टू ब्रांड न्यू एपिसोड ऑफ डू यू इवन BGMI ब्रो।
अबे कौन नहीं है? नहीं है। भाई मैं तो खत्म हो गया।
जिसमें आप देखेंगे आपके फेवरेट ई-स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर्स को
ये मारेगा।
अब तो टीम को भी कैरी करता हूँ।
नहीं सुनेगा, हारोगे। इन लोगों को बाहर निकालूंगा गेम से अपने अंदाज में, अपने तरीके से। जबरदस्त गेम। ओ भाई से
भाई तोड़ना नहीं है।
लेट्स फाइंड आउट, डू दे इवन BGMI ब्रो।
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तो मेरी मान बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख में इस पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। हाँ, बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI।
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन।
हेलो डेंटिस्ट।
सोलना तो पड़ेगा।
वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स, और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI रॉयल पास।
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया। Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से।
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा। I moved on in life. कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड दबा पे ले लो।
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
Get free BGMI rewards with KFC Zinger Box. Winner chicken lunch.
क्या अब भी लैंड होते ही मर जाते हो?
तो भाइयों टेंशन मत लो, आ रहा हूँ मैं विक्टर टिप वाला इस सीरीज में जिसका नाम है चबाटे। अब ध्यान से सुनिए, इस सीरीज में होंगे 12 एपिसोड। हर एपिसोड में तुम्हारा भाई एक इम्पोर्टेंट टॉपिक पकड़ेगा और अपनी टिप्पणी तुम्हारे सामने रखेगा। दोस्तों भूलना नहीं, ये सब करने का एक ही मकसद है, winner chicken dinner।
नमस्कार दोस्तों, हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आपका चिट-चैट और चिकन डिनर में। पॉजिटिव वाइब्स आ रही है। पकड़ के मारूंगा।
क्या क्या करा दिया यार वैसे भाई,
कुछ ऑफेंसिव बोल देता हूँ।
स्टोरी लाइन कंटिन्यू हो रही है।
ऐसा है क्या भाई? अबे यार, शो ना पापा, माय गॉड, नंगा घूमूंगा। मेरा गेमिंग से हो गया। थोड़ा गेम सिखा रहा हूँ इनको। तो अच्छा प्लेयर नहीं है। जितना बार हो इतना बार मारूंगा। टीममेट्स को बेट करके। ये पर्सनल था। 7 आला मेरे आंखों में से आंसू आ गए आपकी कहानी सुने। ट्विटर हैक हो गया ट्विटर। कैसे फेक लोग होते हैं दुनिया में। एज अ मिडिल फिंगर फॉर यू। नेचुरल शो है ना। एक और जान गए भाई। रेडी हो?
हाय
हाय।
రికార్డ్స్ చూసుకో, ఇంతవరకు ఒక్క ఫైట్ కూడా ఓడిపోలేదు. ప్రపంచంలో ఒకటే ఒక సైడ్, నీ సైడ్.
Hyderabad! The party has started, Hyderabad! Yelani Pistundi! All right, then get ready to feel better. This is day 2 of BGIS 2024. यानी कि पूरी दुनिया इस समय देख रही है the top 16 teams of BGMI giving their best right here. मजा आ रहा है कि नहीं? All right, अभी तो मजा और आने वाला है क्योंकि पहले दिन के बाद हमने ऑलरेडी देख लिया है कि यहां पर कोई भी टीम किसी भी टीम से कम नहीं है. कुछ टीम्स के पास ऑलरेडी एक तगड़ी फैन फॉलोइंग है. इज दैट राइट? लेकिन कुछ टीम्स यहां पर हर मिनट अपनी फैंडम बना रही है और बढ़ा रही है. So ladies and gentlemen, this is day 2. My name is Rohit Varghese and एक अंदर की बात आपको बता देता हूं कि day 2 में आपको सरप्राइजेस मिलेंगे, day 2 में आपको कमबैक्स मिलेंगे, day 2 में आपको अपसेट्स मिलेंगे. लेकिन कुछ टीम्स से मैंने बात की बैक स्टेज एंड उनसे मैंने पूछा कि भूख लग रही होगी, खाना वाना खाया कि नहीं. तो उन्होंने पता है क्या बोला? भूख तो लग रही है लेकिन ये भूख सिर्फ चिकन डिनर्स मिटा सकती है. So ladies and gentlemen, in less than 24 hours एक टीम बनेगी दी अल्टीमेट चैंपियन और ले जाएगी ये ट्रॉफी. तो इस समय बैक स्टेज हमारे प्लेयर्स रेडी हैं, कास्टर्स रेडी हैं, लेकिन आई वांट टू चेक वेदर यू आर रेडी और नॉट. तो इस समय वो भी कर लेते हैं. एक बार चेक करना बनता है. सो व्हेन आई से विनर विनर, यू से चिकन डिनर. ऑलराइट, लेट्स डू दिस. विनर विनर, winner winner, winner winner. All right, Hyderabad, you are ready. So let's begin the day 2 of BGIS 2024, ladies and gentlemen. The official partner is iQOO, the most powerful smartphone in its price segment. And ये एक ऐसा फोन है जहां पर आप भी एक प्रो की तरह अपना गेमिंग स्किल्स दिखा सकते हैं with 144 FPS. So ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the proceedings. Let's head over to our amazing casters and let's begin day 2 of BGIS 2024.
And thank you so much for that, Rohit. And of course, it is time to begin the journey of day number 2 of the grand finals of BGIS 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are live to you from Hyderabad. This is Super Johnny, joined by Crores and Fixes. And of course, as this story unfolds in front of our eyes, we are expecting a lot of these titans fight back and prove that what happened in the rounds before was just a fluke, and they are here for the title. How are you guys feeling today, though?
I am feeling absolutely energetic right now because what we saw in the day number 1 was really, really great.
Yeah.
But right now, it's the day 2, and we know day 2 is the day of comebacks for a lot of teams, and it seems like even MOGO eSports seem very interested of getting a big comeback this time.
For sure. Day 2 has always been about the day of comebacks, but I feel like it's also the day of consolidation, especially for the teams on the top. This is where they need to create that lead. They need to have some sort of a gap, the vacuum, the enigma, whatever you may call it. Today is the day where teams have to do it, otherwise there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, you have 3 C's to choose from, a comeback, consolidate, or collapse. And your actions inside of the game are going to decide your fate at the end of the day, of course. But again, 6 more matches between all of these 16 teams. And as Necros has mentioned so nicely, MOGO eSports, the lineup built of the defending champions of BGIS, now not really looking that strong. They've been taken over by a lot of other teams. I want to know your thoughts. You said you expect a big comeback today, but after yesterday's performance, how is that possible?
I really believe if Destro is there, he can make it. He has done it many more times. It's like, if you kind of recollect the previous time he has lifted the trophy, he has that kind of mentality and he has the kind of strategies to make it happen. And I am never going to doubting that man.
at this point it's very difficult to say, to be honest, because if you look at MOGO Esports' performance, usually they like to stay around the 7 to 8 position.
Exactly.
But this time they're way down, 13 position. So the first 3 games, if MOGO Esports needs to stage a comeback, they need to get a chicken dinner in one of them.
Exactly. It has to happen within the first 3 matches. The comeback needs to be initiated. But look at this. What is happening right now? The crowd behind us going wild. And of course, only one name can be heard above everyone else's whenever we talk about the names being cheered for. And that is the team sitting above everyone else. It is iQOO Seoul. Now, their journey in this BGIS 2024, it was a little topsy-turvy.
Yeah.
We saw them fall down. Saw one of the worst performances during the previous rounds, but now the bounce back, it seems like, as we used to call them, one of the best lineups you could have in the country. They are living up to all that hype.
Yeah, I mean, even after that, we also get Global Esports stepping up this time. So they're actually putting up the heat. They're putting up the competition in such a level. They're testing all the players of iQOO Seoul and their aggression to their limits.
I think this is one of those teams that is getting tested right now. Carnival Gaming in front of us. They've got a similar storyline like MOGO Esports going along with them. Still sitting at around that 12th position. The same storyline. They need to get a chicken. They need to go big in the first 3 games. And the players, they've got it. Yesterday, Johnny, the circles we had were quite unusual. The way the teams were approaching, that was quite unpredictable. Today, I think a lot of these teams have went home, went back to the drawing board, knew what was going wrong, and I hope they have fixed it.
But Fixes, how clear can your thoughts be when you're facing thousands of people every single day and you have less than 24 hours to come up with a strategy that propels you from the second page of the leaderboard to the first? Because again, a lot of expectations were there from VASISTA Esports as well, a team that was quite tactical during the previous rounds, even during the semi-finals. We saw them maintain a good balance. They were quite aggressive during the early stages of the matches as well, but it seems like some new strategy they were trying yesterday and none of it was working out.
See, to be honest, this is why you're called a LAN team, right?
Yeah.
You need to get that hard reset. The biggest example has to be iQOO Seoul. Like you just said, iQOO Seoul did not start off well. The first 3 games did not go their way.
Yeah.
In the break, and they came back. They switched their style of play, and you could see the results quite visible. The Vikendi was phenomenal, and they went on. But when you talk about a team like VASISTA Esports, they have always been a mixed bag. We've had that call yesterday with the players, and they were looking quite demotivated. So today, I think they are going to be going all out, and let's hope, because it's still pretty much out in the open.
Yeah.
The first 3 games, like I said, are going to be quite important.
Of course, now Crores, let's talk about the top 3 with you, because we have Global Esports, iQOO Seoul, and of course, they are being chased quite closely by a lot of interesting names. One of those interesting names, sorry, not top 3, I want to talk about top 5, because I want to include Kemin x VENOM in this conversation. That team has been very impressive.
That team has to be there, right?
Yeah.
About the kind of performance they have put up, everybody is really, really happy. Like, when you talk about the audience, they were so, I would say, surprised by the performance that the boys of VENOM have put up, because they are testing all the players in the lobby and they are just letting everybody know that we might be the undergods here, but we know how to dominate these kind of lobby. They are among the best 16 teams in the entire Indian circuit.
To be honest, for Kemin x VENOM, I really feel like they can also lift the trophy.
Exactly.
And they have always been a stubborn bunch, right? Today, I'm going to tell you the weather report. There will be a lot of those fights happening, and that is going to be with Team X-Pac.
But ladies and gentlemen, here's an overview of our journey of the BGIS 2024 Grand Finals. Again, 6 matches every single day. Friday done and dusted. We are in Saturday right now, and of course, final 6 matches set to take place tomorrow. The maps that are being played, of course, the same 4 maps we've always had: Erangel, Miramar, Sanok, and Vikendi. And of course, the biggest topic of discussion since the start of the grind a few months ago, the new point structure that was put in place. Chicken dinner gets you only 10 placement points, finishing second, only 6 placement points, finishing third, you get 5, finishing fourth gets you fourth, and of course the points keep on dropping. But this time around, from 9th to 16th position, you get absolutely nothing for placement. And that is why it was an important discussion as to how much do you amp up the aggression inside of your matches.
Exactly, and that has actually affected a lot of gameplay. You see that first match we saw yesterday was going all in. Everybody wanted to try their aggression and get as many finishes as possible. But later down the line, they shifted their strategy and they went down to balance it out with the placement points.
Well, let's see though. We have the 16 names, the 16 grand finalists on our screens. Carnival Gaming, Kemin x VENOM Gaming, they are doing quite well for themselves. FS as well, they've had a decent run in their journey so far in day 1. Global Esports, of course, sitting right behind the table toppers, iQOO Seoul. Inferno squad now. Fixes, let's talk about Inferno squad, because this was an interesting name during the semi-finals.
Yeah.
And they've had a lot of amazing performances in the past in their journey in the BGIS, but the grand finals, not really what we were hoping for, right?
The hands were shaking. They were trembling, and that happens. It's their first LAN. I had a chat with the players. They were a little nervy, and it's all right. I mean, it's your first time coming out, and this is where they've also realized what do they have to lose. They've already achieved enough.
True.
So from here onwards, wherever they go, I think they are just looking at going on top.
It's all about the experience.
Yes.
Gain that experience. You're going to know how to maintain that composure in the heat of the moment. And of course, along with Inferno squad, we have to talk about Team LIMRA as well, because there were these moments when we saw some signs of life from Team LIMRA. But then again, as soon as they came to life, they would again go back down in their graves.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Team LIMRA, I'm a little disappointed by their performance, because the way they have almost kind of created an impression of themselves in our casters community and even on the Hindi desk, we were talking about in the backlines that, you know, this team might be one of those underdog teams that can actually impress us in the grand finals. But it seems like the kind of strategy that they're bringing up on the table is not working right for them.
I feel like there's no contingency plan for Team LIMRA so far.
Exactly.
Now that comes in relation with the circles that were being formed with the way the teams were fighting, right? The first 3 games were quite sketchy. All the teams, they had their notes prepared and nothing was really happening. Something else was happening, and that time, you know, Team LIMRA did not have a plan B.
Yeah.
But this time, they're prepared. They know what they have to do. And if anything and everything goes wrong, they just need to go all out.
So from all the things you have been saying, I understand you have done a lot of recon last night.
Of course. I mean, that's my job. That's what I get
Give us
paid
some
for.
sneak peeks then, Fixes.
For a few sneak peeks, few teams are completely going to lose their mind. They're going to go all out. I'm not going to reveal who.
Yeah.
And that really benefits us, because we're going to see a lot more action. Yes.
All right, do we make Fixes spill the beans?
No.
Can you spill some tea?
No. I mean, I would
Fixes.
say there would be some bad blood happening
let's do
around
this.
Yasnaya.
I'm going to have a conversation with Fixes. In the meanwhile, let's have a look at the recap of day 1. Alrighty. It was an exciting day yesterday, of course. A lot of big names entering the arena, and there you have it. Thug, Mortal, Scout, Kashmi, everyone there to enjoy the action. And of course, why not? All of their teams are doing quite well for themselves. I mean, Xbox is doing very well. Xbox, amazing run. iQOO Soul as well. A phenomenal performance that made sure that the fans that were there in the arena cheering their name, and of course, waving the flags of iQOO Soul, were going to be happy and proud to see their team perform, but hopefully they can keep the run going today as well. It is going to be quite exciting to see, though, how it all turns out, how the story unfolds. Of course, I am still seeing a few flags behind me. Okay, we have a few Xbox flags today.
Yo, Johnny, there's Sensei I can see in front of me.
Hey,
He's
wait,
finally
what?
joined the caster's desk.
Yeah.
I think we should have him over here.
Yeah, I mean, should we start a petition? Get Sensei on the
Yeah,
English desk?
we want him back, because we have already talked in the backstage. I mean, this man can just do some real business out there, right?
You know, it's better to have learned people over here, right?
I mean, who are you?
Why I feel targeted?
I mean, if players are firing shots, can't commentators do the same?
Yes, we can, but I think they are a little bit more accurate than us.
I mean, we've got away with words, and with so many pretty faces around here, I mean, I just can't control myself, so, you know.
You have to control yourself.
Yeah, it's the land, Johnny. Are you going to stop me for that as well?
I mean, not from screaming at the top of your lungs. That is what the audience wants. It's all about the energy of the land, ladies and gentlemen. And there it is, our lovely viewers who have joined us in this arena in High-Tech's Convention Center in the city of Hyderabad. And of course, they've shown us a lot of love over the last 2 days.
Oh, the people have been lovely. Absolutely electric. I was just going out, and there you have it. You know, the love for Jonathan still remains the same. Team hasn't qualified, but people love them.
I know these guys from yesterday.
Yeah.
There were a few of them. They only had enough to write Johnny on those placards and raise them above their heads. Look at that. Look at the love.
Was that for you, though?
No, not for me. It is for
You're
Jonathan.
Johnny.
It's I'm Super Johnny. That is Jonathan Johnny. Everyone knows him. And yes, yesterday they did not have a lot of friends together. It was just enough for a Johnny. Today they got more boys with them, and now it's the full Jonathan up there in the air.
Maybe they were just rooting for you.
No,
You
no
never
one
know,
roots for
Johnny.
me, man.
You never know. It
Yeah,
can be.
man.
I don't root
Just
for
taking too
myself.
much
What
of
are you
yourself.
talking about?
I mean, you've been garnering a lot of female attention lately, so
Oh. Where?
Oh, you never know.
Where? Where is that? Yeah, that's a wrong call. That is why this man never made it as a player. Bad communication. Yeah, you definitely need to have a conversation with Sensei. I'm pretty sure you guys will have a lot to talk about missing out on being on the stage. But anyways, let's bring it all back.
Yeah.
Matches are about to begin in a few short moments. We have game number 1. Map of Erangel, of course, will be there on our screens. And since you, my man, have done an amazing amount of recon yesterday, and I'm pretty sure you were there with him as well, which team do you expect to just drop a big nuke on this first game?
I think we've got to go with Necros first.
Yeah, Necros, you go first.
I'm gonna go with MOGO Esports. No cap about it. I
Alright.
really still feel like this team has that potential, though they are still lying behind in the 13th position. But I still feel like Destro and the boys, they have got it, they have done it, and they will do it once more.
I think I'll have to pick 2 teams, and it's first going to be AARU, and then it's going to be Carnival Gaming. AARU has been looking quite solid. They need a little bit of that position points, and for Carnival Gaming, they need to do what MOGO needs to do.
Exactly, but it is going to be about that first game for a team like MOGO Esports that, as we have discussed, are not doing as well as they would like to. Still on that second page of that leaderboard, but today they are quite hopeful to see themselves bounce back within the top 8 bracket. If they can pull it off, it's going to be an early journey ahead. But ladies and gentlemen, in the meanwhile, before the matches begin, let's have a look at the promo from our official partners.
I feel the vibe, life is a game. I got the power. Click, clap, bring it back. The power. Click, clap, bring it back. The power. I'm born to win. 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 Power in my veins. I feel the vibe, life is a game. I got the power. I'm born to win.
iQOO Neo 9 Pro with dual chip power.
That was our official partner, the iQOO Neo 9 Pro, ladies and gentlemen. The most powerful smartphone in its price segment. And of course, I'm going to grab one myself and enjoy the gaming experience on 144 Hz. But before that, we're going to have a look at the schedule for the day, ladies and gentlemen. And as I said, 6 matches, commentators, analysts, and all of us, in fact, put together. I assume the Hindi desk is on the same page as us. We want to see MOGO Esports take that leap within the first 3 matches, or in fact within the first 2 matches. Let's keep it a little bit tighter just because they are the defending champions. They can get it done, but of course the competition at the top is going to get tougher. Let's have a look at the schedule now, because it is going to be 6 matches throughout the day. Erangel is what we will kick things off on. Then we have the map of Miramar, followed by Sanok, Bekendi, Miramar, and then again Erangel towards the end. Now I know, guys, we have discussed performances for game 1, but apart from MOGO Esports bouncing back, who else do you think are going to be the teams to look out for?
I really believe even Carnival Gaming has a big chance to bounce back, and with the performance and the boys being confident, it seemed to me that the boys are confident today rather than what they were in the previous day. But if Carnival Gaming needs to make a comeback, they have to start again as the same page of MOGO Esports. They have to start from the very match 1 in order to grab a lot more points so they can find their comfort spot by the end of today.
What about you, Fixes?
You know, for a fact that I really feel like Reckoning Esports can also do that, because Reckoning Esports, they've been around that 7th position, and yesterday the final game, they ended on a good note. So I think finally the players are also pumped up. Who knows, they start off with a biggie.
And I think we had this discussion at the end of the day yesterday, closer to the end of the day yesterday, that Reckoning Esports is one of those teams who are actually playing according to their game plan. This is what we have seen them do in the past as well. Not in the sense that they would like to stay outside of the top 5 bracket, but they keep themselves in a close enough position where they're not too far away from the competition. They're still in the fight. And day number 2, when they have a better understanding of what is happening all around them, is when they choose to strike.
Again, you know, for Reckoning Esports, the biggest thing that went really wrong for them was Viper, his hands were shaking. He was feeling quite nervy yesterday. You could not see him really delivering. But in the final 3 games, that is where they kind of recovered. And for them to end that game on a good note, I think for Reckoning, they need to get back to their older ways. Yesterday, we saw them avoiding those early fights, which sort of has been always their plus point. That has been their USP. If they take more of that today, who knows? They might also stage a comeback.
But man, you can't really ignore their performance in the last game of Erangel yesterday. The fight against Global Esports towards the end, and Hunters, he was trying his level best. But then again, it was Global Esports, and we all know GE always fighting. That is what they do best. If it is a team fight, it's very difficult to beat Global Esports.
Well, the players seem to be going for hashtag GE winning right now, not just going with the GE fighting. And the way they've kind of showcased their performance, at first they were looking a little bit hesitant by taking those early fights. They were retreating. They were playing it a little bit safer game for themselves, which actually did not went well for the side of Global Esports. But later down the line, Global Esports decided that it's not working. Let's stick to our basic game and let's go all in. And they actually found a lot more value by the end of the day.
For Global Esports, I think the winning factors were quite obvious, right? We wanted them to have a good day, number one. They did not start off well, but this is where experience really comes to play. They had a beautiful reset. That final chicken dinner, that was a biggie, propelling them to the second spot. So from here onwards, I think things are set. I think Mavi and the boys are looking quite dandy. Today is one of those days where they really need to consolidate themselves, because a lot of the other teams that haven't performed so well will be going back to the drawing boards, and in fact did. And they will be making some change in their strategies. Whilst you're looking at the top three, I think a little bit of that complacency, if that sets in, that is where they might start to fall.
And it's quite common for that to happen. We have seen that in the past as well across multiple tournaments. The teams at the top usually tend to take things a little bit lighter on day number 2, and because of that, a few of them do end up dropping down the leaderboard quite a big drop as well. But since you were talking about the teams at the bottom or teams that have been underperforming, there's a band of misfits that you keep calling them, right? Team AARU.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on them? Because Team AARU, the performances we saw during the semi-finals were incredible. But now, this is not the same team we were looking at.
They were just unlucky, I must say. There were some issues, and eventually I hope they've been fixed for the team. And yesterday, if you could see, they have been going gun heavy, right?
Yeah.
They've been fragging on all fronts. So that shows that the synergy is there, the teamwork is there. Today, however, the idea for Team AARU has to be some consolidation. They need to get some position points. One top 3 finish for them, and this team, by the end of the evening, could be in top 3. Easy.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, same. I completely agree with Fixes, because the kind of potential that they have in terms of aggression, they've already showcased that in the map of Sanhok. We saw them going all out with those finishes. They were again unlucky by the play zone. It did not favor them, and they had to go all in by, they had to breach to a lot of teams. That's where they made the mistakes and they fell down. But in the other matches as well, the luck there was not quite there in their favor.
Okay, talk about being lucky and unlucky. I mean, I don't know what we can call it, but the love story that is there. 8-bit MOGO esports. We have Erangel coming up. Yesterday we saw this happen multiple times. No matter how hard MOGO tries to avoid 8-bit, they either run into them or it will be Reven esports.
I think like discussed, right? It was a very sketchy first game, and that had everything to do with the flight path trajectory. It was just not 8-bit, Raven, like you said. MOGO esports tend to rotate very late inside the game. So should not be an issue for them. And the idea behind that is they collect around 80 to 100 smokes inside, and they keep it in the trunks of their vehicles. Can you imagine that? They love to play with those utils. And this is why we love attending LANs, because we get those tidbits, we get those insights. So for MOGO esports, that is A-okay. But this is where for 8-bit, right, they really need to start hitting, because what they have been really relying on, even yesterday in that game of Miramar where they got the chicken dinner, the circle favored them. So they need to take those early fights. They need to have that synergy developed again between those players, try to get that average of around 8 to 9 points per game, and that is where I can say they're good to go.
I think I'm still hung up on 80 to 100 smokes right now.
I mean, how do you get that?
1,000 plus ammunition as well.
Sorry?
1,000 plus ammunition. So they drop down, they loot the entirety of the southern island. You would even see them going through the stretches, the southern coastline.
Yes,
also.
we have.
And that is exactly why they're doing that. So to collect as much util as possible.
The problem is, yesterday when we saw them get into fights on this very map, they weren't even allowed to use all of that utility or their ammunition. Game number 1, we saw them run into a trap that was laid out by Raven esports. And then the last Erangel, they just ran into 8-bit on the other side of the map, where you would never expect these two teams to collide. So quite unfortunate for both the sides, because both of them ended up taking heavy blows. And since we're talking about 8-bit so much, even they aren't doing that well, are they?
I think for 8-bit, to be honest, it was just that one game of Miramar. There were certain games where the zone really did not favor them. And even for yesterday, the first game was such a rough start. I think they were just caught with their pants down. But today, I think, having talked to the boys, they look quite pumped up. They've got that experience. Aditya is there. He needs to step up a little bit because yesterday, it was just that one game show. And a little bit of that circle helping them out. Or maybe, like I said, a couple of average points here and there, and they're good to go.
And Aditya has to be that key player, the pillar of the team that can bring them all back. Because we know the other players, they have a lot of experience and they are mechanically gifted as well. But this is that one man that if he pops off, he'll take the whole team with him and he'll keep everyone motivated as well. But again, it is going to be interesting to see how they perform today. In the meanwhile, let's have a look at the teams to watch out for throughout the matches. And of course, iQOO Seoul sitting at the top will definitely have a lot of eyes on them, followed by Global Esports, who had an amazing performance in the last game of the day. I believe 15 to 16 eliminations accumulated in just one match. And then there is Team X-Park. We haven't spoken about X-Park a lot, have we? Let's show them some love now.
Yeah, exactly. The way we saw X-Park popping off yesterday, they finished in the third spot with a total of 54 points on the board. And you can see the finishes. It's not that quite far. Top three teams have got almost close, 39, 35 and 38. Respectively, they have got the finishes for themselves, and in which X-Park is the only team not having a single chicken dinner.
Yeah, and if we go down all the way to the top 5, then FS Esports also make the list of a team that has done quite well for themselves without any chicken dinner. But FS, the reason this team is a big exception, and Fixes, I think you are one of those people who are going to love a position like this, a conversation like this, because within the top 8, this is the only team that has maintained a good balance between their placements and their finishes. They are not going frag heavy in the grand finals.
No, so for FS Esports, they've been kind of a little bit on a decline, Johnny, because this is one of those teams because they started off really well. They were quite consistent in the game of Miramar as well. But then, after that third game break, there was a little bit of a switch around, and that has so far been one of the cause of concern. But you know, I really wanted to touch upon X-Park a little bit more. Because yesterday, it was all about Shadow opening things up, beautiful clutch, and Shadow, it was his first official land. So the nerves were there, but he really rose above it. And let me remind the viewers once again, yesterday Team X-Park poked the bears and they were Kemin X Venom. So Kemin X Venom, they're definitely going to come back with a vengeance.
They didn't just poke the bears, they annihilated them. I mean, the last game of Wrangle, the fight in Yasna Apollyon was very impressive. But I think the stage is set, the players are getting set, and we are about to jump into the action in a few short minutes, ladies and gentlemen. But as you were talking about X-Park, I'm going to go back to that conversation, because yesterday, I think it was so lucky that that clutch, that amazing 1v4 happened in game number 1 itself. Doesn't matter if you win a game or not. If one of your players, especially the man calling the shots, performs like that in a team fight and makes sure that he showcases his boys, that he can annihilate an entire squad towards them, well, they are definitely going to fight for the win. But let's see, ladies and gentlemen, day number 2, here we go. We're about to jump into the action at any time, and it is going to be an exciting journey. There it is, I guess, the plane in front of our screens, and of course the flight path will be revealed. Fixes, my brother, are you ready for this match 1?
Oh, hell yes, of course. The flight path trajectory, the first game is all we're waiting for. And this is a beautiful one because this crosses right through Yasna Apollyon. This is the revenge storyline we want to see. Team X-Park and Kemin X Venom dropping down at the same spot. I'm pretty sure one other thing that could happen is maybe a third party. But for the teams dropping down towards Gatka, let's say you are Carnival Gaming, you need to go for that little bit of a longer stretch. So that is a little bit cause of concern.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be quite a big concern. But again, as we were talking about MOGO Esports, I think they would have been quite happy with this flight path.
Yeah, of course. I mean, for MOGO Esports, they've always been lucky with how Wrangle has been going, right? To be honest. See, for MOGO Esports, they've never had those issues trying to rotate around, trying to get everything done. But again, when you're looking at things, looking at the flight path trajectory, I feel like the voice in my head says that we might be off for a little bit of a rehost there because, hey, Johnny.
Why do you always have to say the worst things, Fixes?
You know, because I'll tell you, just before the rehost, Kevin X Venom went after Team X Park. So that was something, because there were quite some pistol knocks here and there.
Oh no.
And that's going to go for a reset. That's gone for a toss. So yeah, Johnny.
Why is it always when you are there at LANs that stuff like this happens, Fixes?
It's my first official LAN, Johnny. Don't do that.
It's happened in the past. I'm talking about the other ones as well.
I mean, let's not get there. Don't touch those nerves.
You are electric, man. You make sure all the
Yeah.
electrical equipment is malfunctioning always.
No, that's not on me. I mean, I am electric, but I have nothing to do with all the equipments there.
It's the electromagnetic field around you. EMF.
He's a charming boy.
I mean, if
He's
I
a
had
charming
lot of
boy.
science,
He's a charming boy.
I would be here.
You gotta watch out for Fixes, ladies and gentlemen. But Necros, you're also another person to watch out for. How are you doing? I mean, what were you expecting looking at that flight
actually,
path here?
I was thinking that you were talking about something different. But hey, let's go. Let's get inside the game. And yeah, I was also kind of anticipating the fight that was about to happen between Chemnix Venom and X-Park.
You know, he's in a different zone. He's been enjoying his puberty lately, right? Just going around here and there. He's got some mustache coming up. But yeah, I think we love that attention that he's getting.
Oh my god. This is gonna get worse, I think.
Worse? It's just getting better for you,
Yeah.
bro.
Okay, let's not go there.
It is. I mean, it's a big experience for you as well,
Yeah.
being here, right?
Exactly.
How's that been?
Yeah.
How
This is
was
my
your first
first-
day like?
First BGMI LAN that I'm attending as well as on the casting desk. So it still feels like a dream to me because I never wanted I would get a chance like, but I've got, thank you.
Well, humble guy, ladies and gentlemen, Necros. But now let's talk about the game again, because we have been going on about ourselves for a while now.
Yeah.
And looking at that flight path, we had it leaning from the northeastern edge all the way towards that military island. So quite a central flight path, but still leaning towards the eastern half of the map. And of course, as you mentioned, I mean, we saw that early fight.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that wasn't the only reason for the map being launched again.
I hope
but
so.
once you see that flight path, first instincts, who do you think is in trouble?
Of course, it was Team X Park. They had already lost a couple of their players.
Not
but
because of the players getting picked off, but drop locations being too far away, getting pushed into a early drop fight, because you know for a fact people heading towards the western half of the map are going to look for those vehicles.
I think VASISTA ESPORTS, Team TAMILAS, then CARNIVAL Gaming, you know, they would have to look for those vehicles, and we've seen yesterday also, it was a complete carnage, right?
What about you?
Yeah, exactly. I still feel like the very same that, again, the circle strips will play the major role, but we have seen a lot of circles happening around the Milta yesterday in the last map of Erangel, where we saw those kind of triple fights that you and I were casting, right? We saw the kind of boys of AARU coming in, but I really feel like AARU is also a team that we should anticipate more, because if they get the circle, if they get a proper holding spot for themselves, they can find so many finishes as what they did yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Team AARU, it's all about that firepower. They have players with a lot of experience, and again, not even when, I mean, still some of the best players you can come across the entire community, across the entire competitive circuit of BGMI, of course. Don't really have a banner to play under, so they just play under the banner of their IGL AARU Gaming. And that is, I think, the love, the brotherhood that is there, the camaraderie that's there between the team. But here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, our lovely viewers who have joined us. And of course, everyone is waiting for the action to begin. I mean, how weird are we that when we do not hear the sounds of BGMI, we just feel like we are a little empty?
Yeah, I mean, especially when you kind of feel like it's the first game, you're all riled up, and suddenly there's a rehost, your heart breaks a little bit. It's all right, you know, more screen time for us, we love that. But we just had Mighty in front of us, and we need to touch upon this young lad, because I really feel like he's been quite underrated, quite low-key, even during the league stages, during the online qualifiers. I think 8-Bit, he's been such a crucial piece for the puzzle, because we've always been glorifying Aditya, we've been talking about Mac. 7 finishes yesterday in Miramar, had a huge role in that chicken dinner.
Exactly. There's always going to be that one unsung hero in every lineup, right?
Yeah.
And Mighty will be that person for the side of 8-Bit. And of course, I think props to IGL Juicy as well. He's been there for a while, has gotten criticism over the years of his career. But one thing is for sure, they are always there. No matter how big of a tournament they're playing, he will make sure that the team at least has a decent performance to make sure that the fans aren't going home upset.
Yeah, exactly. Even previous day when 8-Bit didn't had a great start, they still made the bounce back possible. You have got great players like Mac, Aditya, Mighty stepping up has actually kind of fulfilled the role that 8-Bit needed yesterday to make that comeback possible, and finishing the top 8 spot. I still feel 8-Bit, they are in a position that today's, at least the first 3 games, if those games goes in their favor, they can actually make a huge impact in the overall standings.
So this is exactly what we're talking with the players as well, right? Everybody is eyeing out for that second day, because third day you have certain teams that have no chance in making a kind of making it inside the top 3 or maybe lifting the trophy.
One question, what is Shogun thinking right now, do you think?
I think Shogun's pretty much in his zone. He's always been an introvert, and yeah, he's had tough time opening up. But with the boys, I guess look at them, you know, they're still far behind, and for MOGO Esports, it has to be that pinpoint first 3 games. Like I've said, they have to go big, and yeah.
I mean, yes, they have to go big. And looking at the expressions, I mean, there are smiles on the faces of the players, at least 3 of them. Shogun was, as you said, he's in the zone. He's just focused
What
on the
happened
game
to this guy's gunpower?
Oh,
Are you talking about Austin?
Hey.
She was just happy to be here. He's like, hello.
guys.
He's lost his hairs. He's lost his gunpower. I think we need to, you know, have some prayer sort of thing for Austin. We need him back.
Yeah, we need the old Austin back, that is for sure.
Guys, have you noticed we have got a change in VASISTA's playing 4? We've got MJ back in place of K47.
Oh, yeah, that
this
is
is really
actually
interesting.
They're still running experiments on day 2.
Oh, now this is a bold move if you ask me, because yeah, the performance was not that great on day number 1 as what they anticipated, but we mentioned it in the previous day that yes, there has to be one change, but we did anticipate that MJ might be coming in place of Austin or something else.
I think, to be honest, this is something that I'm really not a huge fan of, because even before the yesterday's game started, and yeah, we're gonna talk about that. Everybody inside the zone, and suddenly Slog, he realizes he's on camera and he gets conscious. Now he's gonna fix his hairs. And Mavi, I mean, he's got a death stare there.
I mean, all of them do, man. This is a team that is waiting to be let loose inside of the game. And here comes another team that lives with the same mindset, iQOO Soul. These 2 squads are just built for fighting. Nothing else. Just built all around raw aggression, raw firepower. And again, I don't know, I remember a few weeks ago, you guys were having a conversation about Mavi. He's such a young lad, 22 years of age.
22 years of age, sure. I mean, does not still feel like I feel it feels like, you know, I have got to give him that you know, big bro kind of attack.
Yes.
But you know, we were on a conversation about VASISTA Esports. This is something that I really wanted to touch upon, Johnny, because you know, this is one of those teams that is looking quite uncertain. Yesterday, before the games was about to start, they were unsure of their top 4. They did not know who to get in, and that is the kind of a homework that you should have done even before coming to the LAN. So yeah, things are looking quite rough for them, but let's just hope they kind of let loose and gain a couple of points here and there, because they're languishing at the very bottom.
Alright, few teams that we are yet to speak about, and I want you to take one of them. I'm actually going to give you one team each. Pixis, you get Team Insane, and Necros, Team TAMILAS.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on the performance yesterday? Team TAMILAS not doing that well.
Yeah, I felt like, again, they have been a team to take those late fights and kind of play it later down in the zones and take the fights and take the finishes in the later part of the game. But they were not that successful to enter and find a comfortable spot for themselves inside the circle. But when they did, the fights that they collided against with the teams, it did not went in their favor.
That is true, but again, one game was quite decent for them, the game of Sanok. They did end up securing the chicken dinner, yes sir. But now Fix is coming to you, Team Insane. We always expect Team Insane to have good day 1, and they had a good start to the day as well. But then again, like always, it just all came tumbling down.
Yeah, there hasn't been much of a script change in them, right? They've got a change in their play styles. We've seen them engage in those early battles. I think today they might be doing more of that, and I think they just need to go a notch above.
Alrighty, but ladies and gentlemen, guess what? I hope you guys were ready for this, because we are about to jump into the action soon. Game number 1, match of Erangel is finally going to be live, and we are about to jump into the map of Erangel itself. Let's see who will rise above the challenges and secure the glory, the chicken dinner of this match number 1. A little bit of a different flight path this time around, though, Fixtures. It starts from the western edge of Hospital and sticks to the northern half of the map, going through Yasnaya towards the eastern edge between Kameshki and Lipovka.
Oh, Destro is going to be mad.
Yeah.
The previous flight path trajectory did favor him, and this one goes way far away. And they have been so adamant. They've been so stubborn. And, you know, they're going to drop down, and they're going to still go towards the southern island, still loot and rotate pretty late. For Carnival Gaming, it's going to be a good one. They're going to have no issues dropping down at their favorite drop locations. For 8-bit, Team Tamilas, they're going to have a little bit of that fight over there. But yes, Naya, Pollyanna, I think, Johnny, we need to brace ourselves for an impact.
Oh, of course, of course. I mean, it is going to be a big collision up in Yasnaya Polyana, as you mentioned. But along with that, I think I can see a few extra bodies dropping towards the city of Northern Georgia. Georgia Pool Containers, City and Hospital being occupied by the players of Team LIMRA. MOGO Esports, they've taken a drop north of Ruins. It can be a little bit risky for them, but there it is. Fixes, the parachutes are open. X-Pac heading towards Yasnaya Polyana. And of course, we all know the challenge that was laid out yesterday by the players of Kemenex Venom. It's round 2.
It's round 2, of course. No second thoughts. And even in the previous game, Kemenex Venom had a couple of those early openings. But this time, it's going to be interesting. For MOGO Esports, it's always that junction point that they like to drop down at. They get those vehicles and head directly towards that southern side. For Raven Esports, dropping down at Pachinki, of course, Team Entity is not there. We're missing them. But for now, a little bit of a peace treaty apparently being signed. Or is it just, you know, the calm before the storm?
It is the calm before the storm, I feel. Because I think at the top level, a lot of these teams have gotten used to these early fights. And again, like always, like we expect in a drop clash situation in Yasnaya Polyana, the city divided in two. We have the players of Kemenex Venom isolated towards the southwestern periphery of the city, while X-Pac have taken full control, but Team Insane not off to a good start. Viper now finding the first frag of the game, a run over in the buggy, and Team Insane, they've lost one man already.
Yeah, he just got away with murder with that one. Reckoning Esports, they were heading down to their drop location, and in the midst of it all, found one of the players of Team Insane just stranded, kind of lost, and in front of all of his players, he just decides to run over and get the finish on him. So Reckoning Esports, we need more of this, and this is going to be a huge morale booster. But you know what? You know, this is one of the circles, again, for Carnival Gaming. This should be their game. They should convert this one. Let's hope they do not bottle this opportunity.
I mean, of course, this is the perfect start they could ask for. And here it is. Viper spots one out, takes him down, finishes him off before he leaves, and then just runs away towards safety. Reckoning Esports, if this goes on, I think this is the man you were hoping to see pop off today, Fixes, right?
Certainly, especially when Reckoning Esports, they had been so aggressive in the previous online stages, and Viper had such a crucial role to play. I mean, he now holds a record of highest finishes in a single game, and that's around 18. So that Viper was kind of missing. Finally, he injects his fangs, and this is a good start for Reckoning Esports nonetheless. But when you're talking about the other team, now Insane Esports, not the best of starts, is it? Because now they're going to be on a little bit of that backseat, and they came up with certain preparations, and seems like everything has started falling out of place.
I mean, look at this, the journey of 1,000 miles, all the way from Georgia Pool, north of Ruins, to Military Island. MOGO Esports, they're back in their hometown, and of course, Pixis' recon, as it has told us, it is time to just loot up for the end of the world, basically.
For MOGO Esports, that has always been the case. And this is again one of the discussions we were also having with Sensei. Now, he was of the opinion you do not get a lot of first aids around the southern island, and it's very difficult to get a lot of those smoke grenades also inside of the military base. So one of which reason you will see them heading towards those you know, southern stretches also. But for this team, I think it's going to be a much easier rotation. But one of the other things that the viewers should know about is FS Esports have always been a thorn for Team iQOO, because in the past, even iQOO used to head out towards Rozok, and now they've been thwarted off from there. So the school and apartments left, but iQOO, let's see, what kind of an approach will they have? Are they going to go quite aggressive, play around the edges, or are they going to just respect the circle center and have that way of approach?
I think it's just a general rule that you do not get good neighbors in Rozok ever. And it's always going to be a rivalry. Anyone who drops to school will feel the pressure of anyone going towards that Rozok city, and which, in this case, is the lineup of FS Esports. But they will have their own troubles to deal with in a few short moments. In the meanwhile, Global Esports now on our screens, starting their journey all the way from Severny, still sticking to the northern edge of the map. And as they move down south, I think they will have a little bit of a safe haven to work with, since there is a decent chunk of the circle split on that northern island. 700 meters to go and no one to bother them. I think this is the easiest start Global Esports could ask for.
Now, what's even more baffling, Johnny, is the fact that Cheminix Venom, they've made quite an early rotation. This time they did not want to lock heads with Team X-Park. So that is a little alarming, to be honest, because I really felt like they should have gone there. But Cheminix Venom had a change in their ideas. They decided to play like yesterday, get that first chicken dinner, have that momentum again rolling. And let's see, because now I'm starting to get worried about Global Esports. Are they aware that Cheminix Venom are going to hold that junction spot to themselves?
That is going to be quite interesting. But it is a good strategy being employed by the players of Cheminix Venom. I mean, they were isolated towards just a one or two buildings when the drop clash happened. X-Park doing a phenomenal job of making sure that Cheminix Venom felt the pressure and were just pushed towards the corner of Yasnaya, giving them only one option: abandon the fight before it even begins, or just choose to get taken out early. And they did choose to abandon, did choose to move towards a different position on the map, go for that looting phase a little bit later.
I mean, there's been some developments, Johnny. If we could have the map feed somewhere soon. Mavi has been isolated.
Oh no.
He's been alienated, and now look at this. He's being hunted down. And this is where he needs some assistance. But look at his teammates. They are far away from home. And anything and everything that could go wrong for Global Esports has just started.
Yeah, Mavi, if he can buy his teammates enough time to actually come and take the fight against the players of Cheminix Venom, I don't think there's going to be a lot of trouble for them. But all of this commotion, it can be heard across the river as well. And there's another team, we see them on the radar. It's going to be the side of INFERNO squad, not choosing to head towards Nova Repnoy, too far away from the flight path, it seems. Someone tell that to MOGO Esports sometime.
Again, you know, Destro's never going to listen. He's just going to do what he wants to. And so far, I think it hasn't really been quite troubling for them. But this is where, even for Cheminix Venom, they need to be cautious. Because if they turn a blind eye on Inferno squad, they could be in for a beating. But look at this. The cavalry does arrive. And this is where even Venom himself realizes Slug from the backlines provides that cover fire. Mavi, so far, still alive. But he needs to also find himself in the midst of action. Cheminix Venom need to make a decision quick. Do they disengage or do they fight it out?
At this point, Global Esports, I think what the attempt is just to make enough noise to scare away the players of Cheminix Venom, allow Mavi to reach the shoreline, help him climb back up, and make sure that all the 4 players of GE survive altogether. And I think they have pretty much succeeded in their mission as well. The entirety of Cheminix Venom, they've backed off towards the northern Georgia Pool apartments. And now Global Esports can definitely try and recover Mavi from that river. But what is going on over here? FS, a mid-rotation clash against the players of Reven Esports.
FS have been really strong with the rotations. We've had a quick word with the analyst, and even if you see the first 3 games yesterday, they've been getting the zones quite well. However, the Achilles heels for them, the kryptonite has been their fights, right? And if they can work on that a little bit more, I think they should have a really good start today. But seems like gauging this situation, they've got a lot of teams around, and FS need to find some concrete cover, because if they kind of overextend in this fight, Johnny, look at Carnival Gaming. They're not far away.
Exactly, and it won't just be about overextending. It's just about staying out into the open too long. There will be a lot of pressure upon the players of FS. As you mentioned, I think this is the clearer picture where we wanted FS, Reven, Carnival Gaming in the back lines, and up towards the northern edge, close to the city of Georgiapol, we see that cluster form. VASISTA Esports still looking to avoid any confrontation early inside of the match, staying in the back lines of that northern Georgiapol city. And of course, once we come closer to the shorelines, we have Cheminix Venom, Global Esports, Inferno squad right on the edge of the circle. Team LIMRA now, that is an amazing position to be in. They're on the western edge, and there's no one in the entire western hemisphere of the circle.
Yeah, for Team LIMRA, that has always been their strongest suit, right? How they kind of keep aloof from all of these teams early on. They do not even hesitate to be outside the circle. They know they're going to make that late entry. But for Team Insane, having already lost out on Evil, that hasn't been a great news so far. Been struggling quite so much. Again, how do they recover? Because honestly, Johnny, Insane usually is quite famous for the success in the first game of Erangel, and today has not been the case.
Well, definitely it hasn't. But again, I like the fact that we're off to a very slow game of Erangel today, unlike yesterday where fights were breaking out left and right. G got taken out within the first 2 minutes of the match starting, along with Team AARU. And Insane was the squad who actually came in knocking for the third party, looking to capitalize. They did get a few extra points from that entire fiasco, but today has been a little bit different. And as we spoke about Team AARU, here they are just crossing the position of shelter, heading west on the map. I don't think they're going to feel a lot of resistance once they reach the circle as well.
Yeah, for Team AARU, they have their ideas right. They know how to play around. They kind of gauge down, and that's a very intrinsic research they've always been doing, right? So the moment there's a fourth circle or the fifth circle, do you know what they do? They count the number of compounds inside that particular circle. And then they decide that there might be this much amount of teams. And then they also figure out, they do a lot of mathematics. They also figure out the number of teams that will be playing on the edges. Now, if they have an idea that they cannot contest for those compounds, cannot contest for the center, they keep on wiping around the edges. They catch the players off guard. And yesterday is one of the best examples of that. You could see them, Team AARU, engaging in multiple fights around the edges, trying to get as many finishes as possible. And even before they get wiped out, I think there's nothing to really scoff at, because when you look at the grand scheme of things, they're still in contention.
Yeah, they're still in contention, and they're still doing quite decent for themselves. So it's not completely haywire chaos that we're witnessing. It was just a little bit of fumble yesterday, I believe. And today, hopefully, we do get to see that recovery from them. But it seems like the direction they were headed in, there might be a little bit of a collision waiting for them. We'll see if it happens. In the meanwhile, Kevin X Venom, as we were speaking about them a few moments ago, Fixus, that decision to abandon Yasnaya as soon as they realized there was nothing that could be done to pick a fight against the players of X-Park, it seems like it's actually worked out quite nicely for them. They have very good loot upon themselves. And of course, VASISTA in the backlines, if they can pick that fight and come out on top, that is 4 points at the start of the game.
Global Esports are looking in a disarray. Mavi was just around George Paul, then he decides to head back towards Siverny, and then now he's coming back. And this is where alarm bells are tolling, because Team X-Park, they are around the hood. So Global Esports really need to be watchful, because even if a single player gets knocked down, and we know Team X-Park, they go on for an annihilation, they would come hunting down for you. So Global Esports, I think something's not right for them at this point.
Well, yeah. Something is definitely not right, but let's see if they can make it all right. All they're going to need is one fight to build that momentum. iQOO, though, control of the Pochinki Hill taken over, and there's no one there around them, at least for now. Surrounded by open fields, I think a lot of information definitely can be gathered from that position, but will get spotted out very early by anyone who is crossing over. In the meanwhile, Inferno squad. Now, this is something that even I would be interested in if I was in this game. Take control of Everest. You get a lot of vision. You get a lot of information. The only problem is it's difficult to control the fights over here.
Now, I mean, I get the idea. Inferno squad, they're trying to pull off a Carnival gaming.
Yeah.
But at this point, to be honest, I really feel like the circle's going to go a little down south. Because the entire idea of holding that spot is, of course, you need a lot of that information. And this is what I was talking about, right? Mavi was way aloof from his pack, and in the blink of an eye, you already see two of the players of Global Esports falling down. But Slug, he's gotten quite some trades back.
Yeah, but Beast knocked out as well, and Slug, I believe, is the last man left for the side of Global Esports. It's not going to be easy to come out on top of over here. Two players remaining. Ninja going for a revive, and Slug, he's too far away from the rest of the team as well. So not a lot that can be done in this situation. A big blunder from Global Esports again in game one for the second time in the grand finals.
You know, I don't know. I want answers. I need to know why Mavi went back. Completely team Global Esports caught with their pants down at this situation. Slug trying to make an escape, and he's already being peppered down with those bullets as Team X-Park. They've got that recovery. They've got all their players back alive, and Slug could just get deleted. The last finish, there you have it. The final bullet being injected, and Global Esports Such a huge blow. But there you have VASISTA Esports. They were waiting for this.
Yeah, they were waiting to strike, and they have picked the perfect opportunity, the perfect time as well. One man already put down on his knees, and Austin is looking capitalized, but has a different read on where the players could be. He finally sees the wall of smoke on the other side, but VASISTA, they're still stuck in the blue zone, and Austin was the only man who moved in this direction. The rest of the teammates are still lurking north of northern Georgopol City.
Team Xpark, they need to buy some time. Look at the amount of utilities they've used at this particular moment. And for VASISTA Esports, it's all about trying to capitalize. It's all about trying to gain that momentum. Imagine you're taking down a team like Xpark, but hold on, Inferno squad, they hit the deck, and they finally want to take this fight against the players of Team TAMILAS.
Inferno squad. Nades exchange between the two sides. Although it is Team TAMILAS who have one of their men knocked out. Manti might go down as well. The nade too close, but the drop shot connects. And in a matter of seconds, the whole squad gets wiped out. Team TAMILAS, they don't even realize what just happened. One of the players got third-partied by Carnival Gaming to kick things off. Inferno squad just followed up as quickly as they could with all the utilities just charging forward. 3 eliminations secured.
Just too much on the plate for Team TAMILAS, and
yeah,
really did not see Carnival Gaming coming. And this is one of the major issues when you try to contest for the center. This is that risk that you need to take. And for Team TAMILAS, they had their eyes fixated on Inferno squad. They wanted to deal with them, and suddenly one of their players gets knocked out, and everything goes into a little bit of that disarray as Akshat is trying to gauge the situation as his crosshair spinned any given moment. And Inferno squad, they're well aware the Carnival Gaming is just around the hood. But look at this, Team Xpark, they've just managed to recover. But who's beside them? It's Kevin X Venom.
It's going to be quite intense. Kevin X Venom against Xpark. Another love story just like the one between MOGO Esports and 8-Bit. This time around, that bridge fight might just work out for the players of Kevin X Venom. If Venom holds on to trigger finger before letting loose, lets the players of Xpark walk into the trap, but
oh no.
Let's see how things are going to turn out.
Oh no. This has gone wrong for Team Xpark on multiple proportions. They decided initially to head around the Ruzok bridge, but then eventually they kind of changed their minds, and look at this setup. Venom is waiting for this. The call-outs have been made, Johnny, and this is where Team Xpark, they're going to get caught off guard. As Venom, he's just waiting for the right opportunistic moment. He's just going to inject his fangs. But Team Xpark still being quite cautious.
Yeah, they're just extremely paranoid, which actually works out quite nicely in a game like this. So all of those thoughts of expecting someone to be on the other side of the bridge by Xpark has allowed them to stay safe for the next few moments. But then again, they are going for a very long rotation now, all the way from the Georgopol bridge, crossing over. Then you have to deal with the pressure of coming across someone or anyone at Everest, and then you get to breach the circle. Even if they go through Gutka, it's an even longer rotation now. Look at that, Xpark, all the way up north, right on the edge. I think they might be clipped out by some graphics as well.
No, I think for Team Xpark, it's a smart move they've made. Take that longer stretch, make sure your backlines are clear. And I feel like I know why the paranoid is there, why the paranoia is in fact there, because VASISTA Esports, they've done that previously also, but this is the curveball that we've all been waiting for. And as anticipated, the circle goes down south. 8-Bit have a really good position, but we have been ignoring iQOO Seoul. They have that southern Pachinki Hills. They've got that high ground vision. They know where Team LIMRA is. They for sure know where MOGO is. And this is where they finally wake up.
I mean, let's see. Have they woken up completely, or they're still half asleep? On the eastern edge, we have iQOO Seoul surrounded again by quite a lot of teams who have already decided to completely abandon this hilltop and move inside the zone. Yeah, it is the collision. MOGO Esports quite close to the players of Team Insane, but still not willing to fight.
For MOGO Esports, it's all about, just floating around, just waiting to get that first knock, and Insane could be a really good pick.
Yeah.
One knock and they know the numbers have already fallen down. He's trying, he's just peppering down, nothing really connected, just a couple of damage on the vehicle, that's it, all she wrote. Shogun still gonna try his hands down though. Big question is, Johnny, has Spy lost one of his tires of his vehicle, because now MOGO Esports are shot right after, and this is going to be quite alarming because Shogun's, his vehicle is burning. And look at this, Su, he decides to inflict all that damage.
Almost taking out that entire vehicle, and Shogun along with it. Good third-party opportunity for VASISTA Esports, but now Destro's off angle and he finds the opening. Rage got knocked out. VASISTA, this might spell trouble for them. Or maybe, no, it is Team Insane for the rescue. MOGO Esports, they bit off more than they can chew, forgot completely about Team Insane in the distance, and now trades are happening from every single direction. Shogun answering back. Insane, they're one of them and knocked out. So all three teams, one player lost each.
And look at this, Team X-Park, they're also falling down, and it is going to be Inferno squad. Yesterday, they were the ones who picked that fight early on against Team X-Park, but this time a little towards the late mid-game. But still, the results are quite inevitable. Inferno squad having that little bit of that upward edge. But for now, MOGO Esports, they're pretty much on the hunt. VASISTA Esports, they're making a run for their lives. And look at them, they've been so notorious, they've been causing so much mischief. Delta PG still finds some success, almost about to get another knock over there, but does not have those trace markers as soon as he connects those bullets. As Raven Esports, they also get the better out of the players of Team AARU.
Well, they are indeed, but MOGO against VASISTA, this is going to get more and more intense with every single second that goes by. I think Team AARU, as you mentioned, fixes their journey in this game. In fact, has been ended already. Again, another bad start to the day for Team AARU, but Raven Esports, no time to reset. The third party happens, all thanks to the players of FS. In the meanwhile, the artillery strike on Justin, and he is a little too far away for the players of VASISTA Esports to actually comfortably lob those nades. Rage God is trying to close the distance, but hasn't really gotten close enough to secure those knocks. MOGO Esports still surviving, and in fact have picked off 2 finishes already.
Yeah, for MOGO Esports, that's how they love to play, right? And this is where Hunters, too close for comfort. iQOO still, they've got that high ground advantage. Team X-Park still continuing on their run. Get another player down from Inferno squad, Manthan. X-Park having lost out on 2 of their players pretty early on, but still, in terms of their finish department, 7 finishes collected already. And this deadly duo of Ninja and Spray God, they will have to play from the edges, try and get as much as possible. But Cheminx Venom, always a sword hanging over their heads. They really need to watch out for them as Spray God, too much out in the open, and Omega, he gets another trade.
Yeah, brilliant punish coming in from the side of Carnival Gaming over there. But X-Park, as you were talking about them, yes, numbers have been lost. They're down to their last man, and even he is taking a lot of damage. It will be very difficult for X-Park to survive till the late game stages. But I think with those 7 eliminations, they have done quite decent. It's not going to be the worst games, one of the worst games they have had yet. Quite a decent performance, but Inferno squad, 5 eliminations on the board, down to their last man. So I think they might just take an early exit in this game, along with X-Park, considering both the teams right now are outside the safe zone.
Yeah, for Team X-Park, it's all about trying to get as many finishes as possible at this point, right? Already have 7, 1 or 2 more, and they've got some decent average points to work around with. And Omega, now he's kind of continuing on with the onslaught. And for Inferno squad, the final player alive, still inflicting so much damage. Gets a little out in the open, and Ninja will be there for the punish. But right after, 8-Bit also decide to strike. iQOO, they have been quite silent lately, but finally it feels like the beasts are going to be unleashed.
Well, they are being unleashed slowly and steadily, still looking for their first frag in this game. But it seems like as they charge towards the players of Reckoning Esports, they find the opening knock they need. Viper taken down. Hunters and Shikari George just lead them into a trap, and the players of iQOO collide against each other, and 2 players get knocked out. One man, Ronnie, running inside the smoke to take on Hunters, trying his level best to survive. but it's not gonna be easy. Shotgun being spammed and Ronnie goes down. Reckoning Esports, a clear advantage, and iQOO Soul get wiped out from this game.
A clean wipe by Reckoning Esports. This could not get better than this. I mean, I loved how Shikari George just created that bait. Trying to draw all their players around Hunters, and through that murky smokes, he decided to rise, and what a fight. Whilst Gravity George kept Mania busy. Now this is where even 8-bit, they're going to be locking horns against the likes of Keminex Venom. 2 players already down and dusted. This is getting oh so exciting, Johnny.
Of course, because all the top 5 teams we were talking about, majority of them have been taken out now. FS and Venom are all that remain, but this opens up the floodgates for that middle pack on the overall leaderboard. Carnival Gaming looking to have a big day for themselves along with Reckoning Esports, and of course could be a big opportunity for LIMRA and 8-bit to bounce back in the competition. But Fury is on the run, 8-bit on his tails, and Mighty, he does not want any point to slip out from his hands.
Team 8-bit, they've been exercising extreme caution at this point. Still need to get inside the circle though, but Reckoning Esports, they've been on a roll and really feeling quite confident. This is what was needed from their side. Clutch's position has been quite compromised though, and Reckoning just gonna wait for him. The moment the smoke dissipates, that is where they strike. But Team LIMRA, they've also made quite a good recovery, but Hunters, he just decides to blow himself up.
I mean, just making things even, I guess, or fair for the competition, but Reckoning Esports could be a big blunder. I mean, it was.
Almost, yeah.
But FS, they're stuck in a corner. Down on the low ground. Look at that. Clutch getting taken out as well. LIMRA up above the ridge, but Reckoning, they are going to be prepared. Hunters, there it is. It's been brought back into the game. The revive, they made it look easy. You can climb up the ridge. It's not going to be that easy, though.
Now things are starting to get interesting. Team LIMRA, they've staged a comeback. Same goes for Reckoning. 8-bit off to a good start. And for Keminex Venom's Fury, the final solo player. It's been such a tough game for them. Just lurking around the edges, somehow have found that top 5 spot for themselves. A nice recovery from Team Insane. The way things started, still having Spy alive. That's good.
I mean, yes. They lost players early, and yet playing for survival, they have made sure that they're part of the top 5 of this first game of Erangel, day number 2. But 8-bit, I think they can't lose this momentum. 2 players still left in the fight, 8 eliminations secured. If they can somehow figure out a way to break into the top 3, force Venom and Insane to take an early exit, this could be the game that helps 8-bit at least close the distance between where they are and the top 8 bracket.
I love what Reckoning are doing right now.
Oh, Venom, they're out.
Barrage of those utility over there. All those grenades, and yeah, for Venom, it's fine. It's still A-okay. But look at this. 8-bit still eyeing out on the players of Reckoning at this position. Team LIMRA, Reckoning, they're about to lock horns. And Shikari George has such an important role to play. Whilst Hunters and Viper, they need to deliver that opening knock. Team LIMRA, they've got that slight high ground advantage over here. But Spy, he could throw a spanner to the works of Team LIMRA because Hesperos is right in front of him. And he's got all that visual.
Yeah, he has a lot of visual. He has the backs of the players of Team LIMRA spotted out. But no, they turn towards him. And Asperos is the man who takes him out. But now, Reckoning taking on the players of Fermila. And you have to fear the Reckoning of Reckoning Esports. Gokul, the last man standing, gets taken out. There's one more man on the flank. Dragon OP hiding behind that burning car. But how long does he stay alive? Gets too close. Hunters gets hunted. One more man down. And Dragon is definitely breathing fire through his eyes.
Certainly at this moment, but look at this grenade sailing through. Still does a decent amount of damage. Gravity Jord almost very low. Shikari Jord as he sails one more in. Takes his teammate in the process, but still okay. Reckoning, they're gonna try their hands once more. Dragon barely on the sliver of HP. Comes out in the open. Still surviving, and this is as close as it can get, and there you have, that's all she wrote. Reckoning Esports, they strike back, they go big.
Yeah, they definitely do go big. An important and an impressive win coming for Reckoning Esports, ladies and gentlemen. A brilliant way to kick off the day, and we were talking about it. A few expectations for Reckoning to pop off, but a chicken dinner and a big one as well was not what we expected. 10 eliminations secured in this game.
watching the match and Reckoning, the boys, they have literally wrecked and howled so loud that the entire arena is literally chanting their names. But right now, have to say, even 8-Bit have stepped up so well. They've also got 10 finishes for themselves, and I'm really happy. These boys, they are making a big comeback right now.
And Dragon, in that final moment from the side of Team LIMRA, could have actually ruined the day for Reckoning Esports. That DBS taking down 2 frontlining players and the men in the back line as well. I don't know why he chose to charge with the DBS though.
It's the tension, it's those nerves that kind of got the better out of him, because he was understanding the fact that the moment he steps out, if he still sticks towards that vehicle, those grenades are going to come sailing through. So you've got to do something unconventional, you've got to do something different, and I'm fine, I'm A-okay, because today we set the tone. We were talking about the fact that today is the day of comebacks. Reckoning, Team LIMRA, 8-Bit, all off to such a wonderful start. This is now getting exciting.
So comebacks initiated, consolidation denied to the teams at the top. But again, does this get teams like 8-Bit, teams like Reckoning Esports? I mean, Reckoning Esports was still doing well, so this will help them break into the top 5, I believe. But for teams like 8-Bit, for teams like LIMRA, do you think this can help them close in the distance within the top 8 bracket today?
I really believe the way Team LIMRA have played this match, it's really, really nice to see them back on the track. Yes, they have survived till a very later part of the game. And the final fight, they kind of mishap because they were in a situation between 8-Bit as well as Reckoning. So they got split up in 2 halves, and one team went to take down the players of 8-Bit, one team went for the boys of Reckoning, but in between that, they got completely sandwiched.
No, I feel a little otherwise, because I felt like Team LIMRA had their attention at the players of Reckoning, because they're constantly bombarding them. And then you could witness the players of Team 8-Bit suddenly sneaking through. They open things up against Team LIMRA, and suddenly 2 players are down. And Reckoning, what do? They start stealing those finishes, and suddenly they understand this is the golden window they've been waiting for. And Team LIMRA, they were pretty much helpless.
But hey, there's one more window that the viewers have been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys are in Hyderabad, drop by High-Tech's Convention Center here in Hyderabad city. Tickets are still available. I mean, there's a huge crowd building up behind us slowly and steadily. Everyone's taking a small little break between the matches as well, because it was an exciting game. Everyone was on their toes, including the players, us, the lovely viewers behind us, and it is an incredible experience. So if you guys are here in Hyderabad, do drop by and say hi. I mean, we're right here, right across from where you enter, right? That's always the case. Yeah, we are always greeting our viewers.
Yeah, we are. Everybody is... I literally saw one guy just chanting the name of iQOO, and he was so loud I can still hear even when I'm wearing my headphones. So this is the kind of support that every other team is getting, especially iQOO and X-Park in the arena. But right now...
They had a dance, a victory celebration.
Exactly. I was about to talk about it because the boy... You can understand by the emotions of the boys of Reckoning that this chicken dinner mattered so much for them. And even when they just got that message, yes, you have won the match, the emotions just bursted out from themselves.
I think the body language is now finally clear. I think finally the players are well oiled right now. They know what needs to be done. And I love that wipe against Team iQOO. That has to be one of the best moments so far in the grand finals.
But there was one more moment. It was the moment of the winner chicken dinner. Let's relive that once again, because 8-Bit, again, impressive performance, but they were lacking numbers towards the end, and then this happened. Reckoning Esports show up out of nowhere, surprise the players of Team LIMRA. 3 players down. Hunters almost turned the tides with this play, takes down 2, and look at that, perfection with the DBS. But then again, the push with the DBS, and of course he was outnumbered, so it is fair that he was taken out in the very end. But it could have gone either way if he played like that.
See, there you see, right? Mac was the one who was the kryptonite for Team LIMRA. They did not see him coming over there. They were so well prepared. They had the high ground, and Reckoning, they were kind of getting worried. They were sweating. How do we take that position? The moment he got those 2 knocks, and suddenly Reckoning gets 1 more for themselves and leaves Dragon. But yeah, valiant effort for him. They kind of managed to secure whatever they could have gotten those finish points. But when you look about, when you talk in fact about the teams trying to consolidate, Johnny, X-Park, let's be honest, they did not get a lot of position points, in fact got 0, but still those 7-8 finishes that they secured for themselves are going to be quite valuable.
I was just about to come to that, because as you mentioned, you were talking about iQOO got eliminated in a snap, right? Not even a fighting chance over there due to that brilliant bait and switch from Reckoning Esports. But X-Park and the players from the side of iQOO, there was a little bit of a competition happening. on the overall leaderboard, and I think that is what we might get to see once again once we move to the overall rankings, because even Global Esports did not have a fun time. FS Esports also getting taken out during the middle stage of the game. But let's talk about that one awkward interaction that I still remember. MOGO Esports, Insane, and VASISTA fighting in the middle of an open field.
I really thought, VASISTA boys, they might have got the tealing behind advantage for themselves and they could just capitalize on the boys of MOGO. But hey, Shogun was also there he was trying to get the distractions done, because he just took down one of the players of Insane who got Destro knocked out and completed him. And that, I really thought this is the best revenge story that even the boys of MOGO would love to have.
Let's just break this down for me, because from what we have observed and how VASISTA moves around inside of the game, it seems like they just want everyone to leave before them and they just want to be the last ones in line.
I completely agree with what you just said, Johnny, because this is another thing that now I want to bring the conversation back to the pre-shows talk that we had, right? There will be few teams that would be causing a lot of trouble.
Is VASISTA one of them?
Yes, VASISTA Esports was one of them.
But that does not make sense then, because you leave two players behind those Georgia Pole apartments, two players push up, they get into a fight, you have a knock over there on the shorelines, but no one is there to follow up. How are you causing trouble?
They're causing trouble. They completely ruined Team Xbox's rotation timings. Then they decided to go after MOGO Esports. They get another knock. They still do not confirm the player though. They have no intentions of hurting anybody, but they have intentions of ruining everybody's life, and that is something that VASISTA Esports have been doing. We did talk about MOGO staging a comeback. Did not happen.
Oh yeah, MOGO Esports. That was again awkward interaction.
What happened to Carnival?
Oh yeah, Carnival game. This was their circle. They just vanished from the game. My goodness, that was an early exit
it was a kind of situation that we didn't see, because it was so many things happening inside the match, and between all of these commotion, Carnival Gaming got taken down. But eventually, if you just talk about the other performances, even KMNX Venom, the boys fumbled this match. They got taken down, being in a separated manner. The 2-2 split did not work this time. We saw Altu and another player getting taken down. But overall, coming back to this, MVP of the match, and it has to be Mighty, and he has been popping off so well from yesterday's match, and from there on we saw 8-Bits come back.
7 finishes yesterday in that map of Miramar. This time 5. He looks quite good.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Mighty, he's definitely quite mighty, keeping the momentum rolling from yesterday. But we move to the top 5 players, and we have Hunters from Reckoning Esports, followed by Dragon OP from Team LIMRA, Gravity Jot as well from Reckoning. And then on the 5th, we have Viper from Reckoning Esports. Reckoning definitely quite impressive in this game. Team LIMRA, they did initiate a little bit of a comeback, but they need to make sure that the ball keeps rolling from here on out. Let's move forward. Let's have a look at the point standings from this previous match. Game number 7 overall of the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Reckoning Esports, brilliant way to kick off the day with 20 points in the bag.
Exactly. I mean, they did a very, very fabulous job getting 10 finishes, 10 placement points, a 20 bomber that will actually make them come close to the top 4 or top 5. They will be getting inside the top 5 criteria. A total of 46 on the board, because they started off on 36 points in total. But followed by that, even 8-Bit getting 15 points is it's a concerning factor for the boys of Insane and Venom.
To be honest, I really feel like they might have just entered inside the top 3. For Reckoning Esports, and that so far goes on to tell the storyline, right? One good game and suddenly you're inside the top 3. Global Esports getting nothing out of this. X-Park might take that first spot out of iQOO Soul. And in fact, for KMNX Venom, I really feel like Fury surviving till the very end, earning them those 6 points. I think that's going to be quite valuable as well.
Yeah, it's going to be quite valuable indeed. But as you mentioned, Fixes, I agree with you. Reckoning Esports, the leap inside podium, because Global Esports weren't really able to secure even a single point in this matchup. Not what we expected, but then again, it is Global Esports. They're never going to have a good start to the day, but they will make sure by the end of things, everyone will be fearing their name, and that is what I hope to see again today.
Yeah, exactly. And Global Esports, they have done very good, but I really also want to put a limelight on the boys of Inferno squad. They have played a very good game today.
Let's do this though. Let's have a look at the overall leaderboard and see how much has changed already, because we have X-Park taking the first position away, iQOO Soul on the second with 59 points, Reckoning Esports 56 points on the third, but all of that hard work from Global Esports has kept them still in the top 5. But X-Park, now this is what you call an impressive run. No chicken dinners, still above everyone else.
No, for X-Pac at this point, this is what they needed, right? Those perfect average games, they need to search for that one biggie. But for global esports, I'm still trying to rack my brains around the fact that why did Mavi have to go back to Siverny and then come back again? And that really ruined his timings, you know, gets picked off by Sarang. So much happening around that. FS Esports, however, holding on a little bit. But we're finally seeing that segregation happen, right? You look at Team Insane around 44, and then the next team is around that 31 points. I think Team AARU, who apparently was supposed to stage a comeback, but they also could not.
I mean, it's off to a slow start for them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Team AARU, I did not anticipate for them to get eliminated this early, but I really felt like the boys were confident. Again, it's a very bad, it's just a one-match bad start, I would say, but still there are 5 more games left in today's day. They will be looking forward to make a comeback. AARU is confident, the boys are confident. They have got the gunpowder which is needed for you to actually play in these kind of format and get all the finish points for yourself. But the only thing that I am really concerned about them is getting a comfortable position inside the circle to actually control the entire game with their hands.
I think, you know, for Team AARU, we saw them get, in fact, we did not see them on screen. They got wiped out by Raven Esports.
Yeah,
and even Dionysus just ended up blowing himself up. So the idea for Team AARU is that they've kind of gotten that ticking time bomb within themselves. They're trying to go in for an attack. They're trying to go in for those breach, but that unfortunately did not happen, Johnny.
Yeah, but again, as Necros also pointed out, it's just one game, a bad start to the day. As long as they can recover by game number 3, the map of Sanok, it is all good and dandy, right? They need one big win, 120-pointer before we reach halfway marker of today. And again, a team like Team AARU, there is always going to be an opportunity. You never know exactly when they are going to pop off, but we are going to wait to see them make that comeback, because it is day number 2, day of comebacks, as we like to call it on the panel across the languages as well. I think it is a superstition that all of the talents live with, that day number 2 is when you see that middle pack bounce back. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, one more game of Miramar about to happen in a few short moments, and it is going to be an exciting one. Of course, Reckoning Esports will try to keep the ball rolling. It has been one of their strongest map as well, Miramar, in the past during the semifinals and in fact the rounds before.
Yeah,
I completely agreed. Reckoning boys, they're in a good momentum, but there is also a myth, Fixes, that we actually have heard before, that a team who takes a chicken dinner, the next match they crumble down. I mean, it can be a different case, but you know, it is a myth, and I want to go with this flow.
See, to be honest, yes, that curse does exist, but at the same time, you know, for Reckoning Esports, it's very difficult to get back-to-back chicken dinners, and that to win the LAN. But the idea has to be there that they need to get around 7 to 8 points, because now they've recovered. They're inside the top 3. From here onwards, again, those 8 to 9 points, and they can get those finishes. This is a team that has got the players, has got the skill set, and now finally they also have the mindset. So now the stars are starting to align for Reckoning Esports. But if you have to ask me, who will make a comeback in this one? MOGO Esports.
MOGO Esports, well, everyone's going to be hoping for that. Hopefully their flight path is close to their city of Impala, because that is where they like to go in this particular map. Have there been any drop changes being made with MOGO on Miramar?
No. So far,
Spill the tea, Fixes.
No. MOGO Esports, they're still going to drop down at Impala. But what's really concerning is that just right on the southern side at Porto Paraiso, you will have Reckoning Esports. So MOGO Esports have to be very careful with their timing, because now this is a different Reckoning. This is a Reckoning that has gotten conditioned to the LAN.
Exactly, and of course we have also noticed that cluster that develops towards Los Leones, the central part of Miramar as well, getting extremely cluttered up with Hacienda, San Martin clashes happening very frequently. But ladies and gentlemen, before we jump into the action and have a look at the schedule, let's have a look at the promo from our official partners. Day 2, Game 1, done and dusted. Reckoning Esports, Team LIMRA, amazing performances for both of them. But can they keep this going as we head into match number 2 of the day? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a schedule in front of us. And of course, I am pretty sure all of you watching right now can hear all the noise behind us. So if you are in Hyderabad, do drop by High-Tech's Convention Center. We're still waiting. We still have 5 more matches remaining, so you still have time. And if you're wondering where are the tickets, well, they're out outside, so you need to come here, grab yourself a ticket, and then we're going to see you there.
Exactly. It's all heated up outside. All the fans cheering for their teams. And
there's air conditioning. We have air conditioning.
Yeah. I mean, the temperature around the audience is high, but yeah, for now it's chilled. But I really want to say that a LAN is a different environment. You get to see your favorite players in front of them playing and trying, and you can, even when you cheer, they also get boosted up, the motivation boosts up. But right now, it's time for the next match. And for me, I really think that Team TAMILAS and Reven, out of these two teams, might have a chance to bounce back or put some real big deal in front of the top teams.
I think that is going to be the conversation this whole time. Can they keep this going? Because this was kind of a rare pop-off, especially from LIMRA. But let's have a look at the schedule once again, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 1, as I keep saying, done and dusted. Reckoning Esports, they have their name written all over it. We're about to jump into match 2 of the day, match 8 overall of the grand finals. Map will be the map of Miramar, followed by Sanok, Vakendi, Miramar, and then Erangel, which are later on in the day. But let's focus on Miramar next. Fixes, you are expecting a comeback from MOGO Esports. Necros, what about you?
I'm expecting from Reven Esports, because the way they have started off in the map of Erangel, they had pretty good fights, right? The positioning was not that great. That's because they got eliminated, it seems like. But overall, the kind of impact they already have started and announced in the entire circuit that, yes, we are prepared more than what we did in the day number 1. So this match, Reven Esports can do much better, that I feel like.
One more team I really need to touch upon is Team LIMRA. They've got really good Miramar games. The rotations have been quite immaculate. And this time they've also had a very good start. So I think if they can back upon it, who knows that this could also be their comeback game. We really want them, because these are the teams pretty much in the bottom. Nice recovery. How far can they go up?
I'm glad that both of you brought up very interesting names, because LIMRA, again, yesterday was not that great. Still building up their momentum after the 6 matches yesterday and the 7th one today. But we can be hopeful that after a great start, they can just keep this going. But Reven Esports Fixes, now this is an interesting conversation, because again, signs of life every now and then, but there hasn't been that brilliant aha moment from them.
For Reven Esports, I feel like they look lost at a couple of moments. They're more instinctive than they have a clear game plan. They know how to defend their compounds. They've been quite reliant on Reaper. He had been firing on all cylinders during the online stages. But when push came to shove, again, Engord, Hanzo Store, all of them stepping in. So I think for Team Reven, it's still their first LAN. You know, you're feeling those nerves to start to tremble. But one good game, like Necro said, right? If they get this one, who knows? I mean, this could also be a team that could surprise us.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, they just need that one banger of a match, a nuke being dropped, 10 plus eliminations inside the match, and the chicken dinner. If they can get all of that going in this game of Miramar, I think there's a lot of opportunity up ahead for the rest of the day, but it's not going to be easy, right? There are 15 other teams that will be standing between them and the victory that they want so desperately, and one of the names is Carnival Gaming. They also have been quite decent when it comes to their performances on Miramar.
Yeah, and even I want to bring another name. It's going to be Team AARU. We have seen in the previous stages, Team AARU, they had a very good performance on the map of Miramar itself. Still now, it's not that kind of we have seen in the grand finals yet so far, but you know, there's still so many matches. Still, we have 2 more Miramars in this entirety of the day. The next one is going to come up very soon, but for Team AARU, they need at least 2 back-to-back good matches. Not chicken in. I'm not asking for chicken. At least a top 3 finish with some good finishes should be enough.
It should be.
I think for Team AARU, to be honest, this is exactly how they started off yesterday as well. The first wrangle, pretty much the first team to get eliminated. But like he said, then eventually they did manage to recover. And today for Team AARU, I think the only change they need to do is try to get some position points, because they have been fighting, they've been getting those finish points, but in terms of positions, they have been heavily lacking. We've seen Team AARU make those good performances in Miramar, even in those online stages, so they need to do more of that.
I think they are just following the playbook of global esports. Just keep on fighting, keep getting those elimination points.
Interesting.
And eventually, if you are aggressive enough, you are going to climb that overall leaderboard. Seems like a very simple strategy for me to execute, right?
Yeah, completely agreed. But one thing is for sure, as Fixes mentioned, the positioning is important. They have the gunpowder, but the right direction is what they need in this entire match. Every match that they're going to play. But for now, this is going to be really interesting to see, because, you know, we have seen some kind of substitutes happening, and as well on our screens we have got the biggest change that we anticipated back in the semi-finals, and yes, it is. Hector is there in the lineup of Carnival Gaming.
Questions all across the board. Some people are excited, some are, well, their jaws have just hit the floor fixtures. What am I watching? I mean, Hector, he's back.
Yeah, it's a moment of a lifetime. Poor Hector, he hasn't played throughout the entirety of the BGIS, and now suddenly at such a crucial stage, he needs to be the Superman. He needs to wear that red cape for Carnival Gaming, because things are looking quite rough. And for Hector, yes, he's got what he needs, and I think the idea for getting Hector back has to be about getting that extra mind.
Yes, it is. Indeed, as we talk about, we kickstart the map of Miramar, the second match of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, the big bird is already flying high up in the sky as we see the entire flight path going from the northern side of Torre Ahmad and ending in the areas of Puerto Parasillo. But well, things aren't gonna go that straight, isn't it, Fixers?
What is a LAN if we do not have those rehosts, right? It's a part and parcel. We've dealt with it. I like it. You know, this gives us more time to talk about Carnival Gaming and making this change, getting in Hector at such a crucial stage of this tournament. And this is where, you know, I want to touch upon it a little bit further, because Johnny and Necros, I feel like, you know, he's been an amazing filter. He's been sitting on the sidelines. He's been missing on all those actions. But at the same time, he knows that what needs to be fixed. You know, I have had such a lengthy conversation with Hector, and I really hope that Carnival Gaming succeeds in this one.
I mean, I've been running into him here and there while we were in the hotel, and it was always a conversation, dude, are you prepared? Are you prepared? And he was always, yes, just waiting for an opportunity to strike. And I think today, right now, this might be it. Yesterday, we were having this conversation where you're like, all right, Hector, he specializes in one thing. Whenever you need to play slow, you can rely on this man and his brains, because he will figure out where is the empty spot on the map, which position on the circle in every particular zone is going to be isolated, and where you can survive with the least amount of effort. And again, because of that, it felt like Sanok and Vacandy were going to be the maps where we might get to see him, but on Miramar,
that's a move. That's the out of our syllabus question that nobody would have anticipated for. And I really believe when Hector's got a chance after such a long time in the playing four, he better pays it off, because it is what everybody wanted. A support player in exchanging Neo coming into the question. Carnival Gaming, they might have thought that yes, the things are not going right as what we anticipated. The match number 1 also went in the similar way what happened in the past 6 matches. So making a change might just find them the profit that they want to.
I think a little bit of more insight, since we have got a lot to talk about. So Hector apparently has been playing around. I think has been training the players of Carnival Gaming, the Assaulters, right? So Amit and Omega, they work together, and all these 3 players, they are being trained by Hector in terms of what mistakes they've been making in terms of their assaulting power, what mistakes in terms of their positioning. And I think this is so nice, considering when you look at how every single player is putting in their efforts, right? It does not have to be about that ego game, right? Of course, he's been left out, he's been missing out, that hurts. But still, at the same time, you know you're doing it for the team and for the betterment. Shows the caliber and speaks in volumes of how great a player Hector is.
I mean, how great this entire team is. That everyone's willing to listen, everyone's willing to come together and help for the betterment of the team, of the lineup, make sure that they are on the same page, that they're working together for the win, for the trophy. And Carnival Gaming, I mean, the improvement we have seen from this lineup, because they were struggling at the start of their journey of the BGIS, not really fitting into the new meta. Every time we saw them run towards the center of the circle, they would get taken out within 5 minutes. But now, since then, till now, they've adapted so much, gotten used to fighting. We saw them playing the edges during the mid-rounds of the tournament, and then they went back to the center strategy again with a little bit of a switch in terms of the rotation timing, and of course, when they exactly choose to pick up the fights. But overall, the improvement we have seen, it has been quite drastic, and now I understand why.
You know, for Carnival Gaming, to be honest, really, I think a lot of eyes will be on this man. And yeah, he's been hyped up. We are all expecting him to join the ranks of the MVPs, but that's not been happening. That's not been the case in the grand finals so far. But like you said, right, I completely agree with you, Johnny, when you said that, yeah, there has been that improvement. And that is exactly how they need to play. For Carnival Gaming, this time also the circle was supposed to be theirs, right? This was a Carnival Gaming circle. They held on to the center, and they could not make that rotation once the hard shift was there. So for Carnival Gaming, the idea has to be try and play around the edges. You've got the players who can fight, try and get those 8 to 10 finish points, and then maybe look for something better. Maybe look for those position points next. One chicken dinner with 15 to 16 points, and you're right back inside the tournament.
Exactly. I mean, one game has changed. Like, even iQOO, they were just, as you mentioned, like, one game is so crucial. Even if VASISTA Esports takes like a good game of like 15 or maybe 20-pointer game for themselves, they can bounce back in the top 8, close to the top 8, if it's not that close. But even VASISTA Esports, the way they have stepped up today, they've got MJ back in the playing force, so it seems like they want to try something different. Dropping down K47, I don't know what's the plan for themselves, but hey, I really believe they want to keep that experienced player in the playing for.
I'm going to let our spy reveal all the answers.
Oh, fixes.
The plan is there's no plan. And
what?
Yeah, of course, because this is something that you love, right? When your opponent does not know what you're about to do, I think that's the best sort of misdirection. And I think for VASISTA Esports, they haven't been getting any points here and there, but still ruining the lives of everybody.
To be fair, we didn't know what they were doing yesterday as well. So let's see. Hopefully today is going to be a little bit better. But ladies and gentlemen, at the end of match 7, this is the list of the top 5 performing players in the grand finals of BGIS 2024. We have Ninja Boy leading the charge with 21 points to his name. A total of 54 points was secured. Mighty with 18 finishes. We have Ninja Jord with 15, Knuckle with 14, Shadow with 12. So Global Esports, it seems like Ninja Boy is always going to be there. We're going to wait for the rest of the players to show up. Slug and Beast as well. And X-Pac, I think Shadow and Ninja Jord, this was just from yesterday. They were just phenomenal in their matches yesterday.
Do you think anyhow that Ninja Boy can be the new big MVP of this tournament? Because the way he is already playing right now and having already 21 finishes by the end of 7 matches, it seems like this man has a lot to say and prove.
I think definitely one of the favorites, one of the contenders, everybody anticipated it. But amongst all of them, I think Shadow and Mighty have impressed me the most. You know, Shadow being one of the IGLs of Team X-Pac, his first official BGMI LAN ever, and he comes in swinging. But Mighty, he came out of nowhere. 8-bit, when you look at this team, nobody thought that they would be here, but here they are, still ruling.
Yeah, still ruling.
Yeah.
Still playing well for themselves. And of course, the level of aggression that even they have brought into their performance, into their playstyle, that is also something that is very impressive. But then again, let's go back to the conversation about X-Pac, because now that is an interesting development. It's quite rare to see the IGL also pop off at close to an equal amount to the best player your team has to offer.
I think for Team X-Pac, you know, finally we're seeing that Shadow, he's felt the nerves, he's kind of gotten past over it. And in fact, X-Pac is the only team that has a decent start today for the ones trying to get that consolidation.
Win the top 5.
For iQOO, we've had this conversation. I think Mayavi and I were sitting down, we were talking about him, about the team, and he asked, you know what, Fixes, tell me how many points do we need to make sure that we are winning this tournament? And I was like, tomorrow you need to cross over 130. And now that looks quite bleak, considering the first game, they absolutely bottled it. But we know, iQOO, they are a resilient bunch. You know, who knows, in the second game, they decide to instantly strike back, because this time, they were played by the players of Reckoning.
Man, it's one of those teams, I mean, they might have just bombed that game off a angle, but they're going to show up on Miramar, get a 30 bomb and be like, yeah, 130, here we come. So, yeah, it's very difficult to predict what iQOO are going to be up to, but here we have it. MOGO Esports still hoping for a recovery. Fixes has guaranteed that we're going to see MOGO bounce back. Necro, are you going to back him up?
I'm going to go with Team TAMILAS. Yeah, Team TAMILAS and Draven. I'm going to go with 2 teams. I might just sound unfair, but I'm going to go with 2 teams. Or either one, like top 3 prediction.
Have you figured out what is wrong with Team TAMILAS as of now?
I still feel like the fights when they are engaging, they are not fighting back as what they have the capabilities, and they are being overpowered, I would say, kind of by the teams that we are seeing on the board.
Let's ask Double Agent Fixes the same question.
Yeah, Fixes.
I think I had this conversation with one of our friends, Vadi, if you remember, and he was like,
yes,
they're struggling with all their rotations. Nothing has really been going right. They need to get the center of the circle. But that being said, folks, we are finally ready to unravel the mystery of Miramar, because this one is going to be very important, especially if you're Carnival Gaming, especially if you're MOGO Esports, especially if you have to latch on to their dreams and a hope of finally making a comeback.
Exactly. Talking about the flight path as well, starting from the northern part and ending in Minas del Sur. This is a flight path that a lot of teams will cherish, dropping down in the areas of Hacienda, Water Treatment, X-Park, MNX Venom. I don't know whether they are going to go with a drop class this time, because previously we haven't seen these two teams collide, and even in the map of Erangel today, MNX Venom, they have not gone down to take a fight against Team X-Park, just not to risk the points.
I mean, the previous game, it was quite different, right? Both these teams avoided fighting against each other, but they were still on the lookout, right? They were kind of trying to block their rotation paths, and they succeeded in doing so. But this time, you know, Team X-Park, we've seen them. They've changed their drop location. They've kind of head on towards Minerage Generalis. We've seen them around Graveyard. So that's it. But, you know, the other idea, I kind of respect the fact that they've decided to go otherwise, because the moment you take a fight around San Martin, you've got Global Esports right around Hacienda, and you do not want to get third-partied.
Exactly. Global Esports, they are those hungry dogs that can just crave on those leftovers that will be there. Because if X-Park and Cheminix Venom collide, there will be casualties, and either of the team might just survive with 2 or 1 players, and Global Esports from the backlines can just clear them off. But also, followed by that, you've got Team FS Esports. They might also try to go for that same intention and going for those finishes, but so far, so good. We haven't seen any kind of drop collisions as of now. Even VASISTA Esports dropping down in the safest part of the map in the areas of Parthona would be very, very much obliged with this positioning, because the kind of game they're trying to put on the table has still not come yet, but this Miramar can be.
Look at this, you know, like you said, VASISTA Esports, this is one of their secondary drop locations. They've decided to go for it. But for MOGO Esports, right in the close proximities of where Inferno Squad are. So the idea for MOGO Esports is to try and get the vehicles as soon as possible. But when you look at the circle, Reckoning Esports, they're going to feel delighted. Same goes with Global Esports also. It's going to be such an important game for them as well. But look at Omega, all lost, all out in the open. Does he have anything at all? Yes, he does.
Oh, he better has, because we see so many teams rotating around the corner. It's even saying they're a little bit afar. They won't be looking forward to engage, but Carnival Gaming, I mean, I know they're desperate for the finishes, but to go this far with just a win 94, I mean, it can give you the damage if you don't have a helmet on. But to see Carnival Gaming going this far in such an early stage, it's not an usual phase as we see. But overall, when we just talk about it, Carnival Gaming, they're above the hills. And even Team Inside, the two of the players that you see there, holding the compound, not going away too far, just waiting for the right moment to strike in. Maybe they will be looking forward to go for the rotation, because already 2 of the players have went up front. They have already went far, seek for some better loot. But Team Insane has also got some similar ideas, that there are players above the hill, and they will be just looking forward to just play it safe.
Yeah.
Because Carnival Gaming, they will be also trying to go down and get the loots done in the areas of Picado.
I mean, CG, it's quite kind of an awkward start to them. I believe they can try and pick a few early fights against the players of Team Insane. And as you mentioned, Team Insane, already Spidey senses started to tingle, so they have dropped down to the floor. They do not want to reveal their presence in those compounds, allow the players of Carnival Gaming to close in, and then maybe look for a fight. But now we have Inferno Squad on our screens, rotating towards the southern hills, rotating from the southern hills of Los Leones. This is where the hidden cave is, somewhere around here. But now the question is, where are they going to go? Puerto Palacio? We expected another squad to head towards Puerto Palacio, but that hasn't happened. MOGO Esports, they are making a long rotation all the way towards Impala. So there might be a small possibility of Inferno Squad and MOGO Esports clashing against each other.
That can create a big opening, but hey, this cave brings so much nostalgia in my head, because don't call me a safe player, but I used to go there when I want to. But so far, so good. When we just look down, these are the situations. Team Inferno Squad knows it pretty well, that the kind of rotation that they were planning for themselves to reach a certain drop location is very big. It's very risky, because when you don't have guns, you never know if you collide with a team, they might have it and you can be overpowered.
Did you ever know that BGMI also has its own lore?
Yeah. I mean, we play, right?
Yeah.
So it's quite evident we know that the game works. The game is the god.
Yeah, I mean, of course, and plus we are kind of geeks, so we are going to read up on anything and everything. But, oh my goodness, he's back. ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to let my man Fixes take over now.
Yeah, that's such a heartbreak. I really thought that we are going to cast together. I mean, why not, Johnny? A three-man desk. I would love that to happen. I mean, that would be fun, right? And we've got that camaraderie. We can pull it off. But a lot of things have been going on. Global esports, they've been changing their style of play, Necros. You know, playing on that split of twos. I really do not know how it's going to work out. Especially when you look at a lot of these teams, 8-bit, slowly but surely starting to just creep up just behind them. And then you've got Team Xpac. They aren't far away.
So many teams just craving for that central area. And we almost saw a kind of similar circle in previous year as well. The second Miramar, it had a similar circle, and we saw FS Esports holding on to those compounds in between Hacienda del Patron and El Azhar. That split actually worked pretty well, and FS Esports, they were almost about to take the chicken dinner. But talking about the circle as well, Fixes, Reckoning Esports, a team who took a chicken dinner in the previous match, they are in a very comfortable spot, if you ask me. There is no such noisy neighbors for them. They can just loot as much as they can, and when they want to, they can rotate early, or they might just stay on the edges.
Yeah, for Reckoning Esports, like I said, right, all they needed to do was have the ball rolling. And they've done that. The first step already done and dusted. They're looking quite good. But, you know, there are others. And this game has to be all about Carnival Gaming, MOGO Esports, Team TAMILAS, Team AARU, Raven Esports, Inferno Squads, everybody trying to squeeze in, close in the gap. Because, like I said, right, the segregation was visible. But look at this. Manthan getting quite close and personal to Destro. And Destro, he's got all that visuals. He's got all that information. All he needs to do is just lie in wait. Doesn't move a muscle, does not budge at all. But imagine Manthan coming in to check this compound. And Destro, he's gonna maybe try and do something. But has Manthan heard the reload clipping sound? That's the big question.
I don't think so, Fixes. But if he has, he better be very, very cautious about it. Because you don't anticipate MOGO Esports to stay in the areas of Puerto Parasio, and even Destro doesn't have a shotgun to just get it in one strike. Manthan doesn't have a clue. This is really, really hilarious at this moment because Manthan, he has to fall back. It could have been a very fatal move, but right now, the players of Inferno Squad, they're very nearby. And for the backup of MOGO Esports, it's still on the way, but it is in time. We see Delta PG and Shogun coming into the question, and right now, it is what Destro needed to just completely capsule out Manthan at that position.
Yeah, Manthan just had a jump scare over there as Delta also chimes in at the same time. Manthan, too much, too hot for Inferno Squad to deal with this situation. Now, MOGO Esports, this is what they needed. Yeah, there were a little bit of those jitters, but seems like Destro is recovered from it. But for Inferno Squad, sadly to say, they look quite lost. Destro still finds the first pick though, as MOGO Esports, they have to set sail, they have their courses clear. They have to get inside the circle, but Team Insane isn't really far away. And then again, there's always that fear at the back of their minds because Inferno Squad still hasn't really moved ahead of them. And even if that happens, VASISTA Esports, we can't forget about them either.
They're always tailing behind against any other team that you see up front. It can be sometimes on the Zaki area from the northern side, in the Miramar it's the southern side. But one thing is for sure, Fixes, the kind of momentum that Inferno Squad tried to build from the previous map of Erangel, getting all those 4-5 finishes in their name, has been crushed right now. This early elimination, this early setback will haunt the players of Inferno Squad throughout the match. But right now, in front of our eyes, we see the Boys of Reckoning, the players, the team that took the chicken in the previous match against the Boys of Global Esports.
Look at this. This is the confidence we were talking about, right? Reckoning Esports. They're quite spread apart from each other, and Global Esports not having the best of times as the circle takes a little bit of a northern shift, and this looks like to be a water treatment circle. And if you look around that area, FS Esports and iQOO Soul, they're almost about to take it. Even Kemenex Venom not really far behind around San Martin. Team Xpac moving along with Carnival Gaming. I really do not know how this pans out because at this point, Necros, if Carnival Gaming lose another game, that is really, really gonna absolutely damage the morale, and maybe that comeback can never happen.
A lot of questions in our mind as well, Fixes. You know that. This team, it's a champion lineup. They have played under pressure in a lot of situations. All the fans, They expect this lineup to pop off, find some greater values, which hasn't been there throughout this final so far. 7 matches down, still not the performance that they anticipate. But this one change, Hector, I am really looking forward to what this man can do. He has done wonders before. We have seen him playing. But right now, can he just kind of meet the requirements for which Carnival Gaming they have brought in?
A lot of eyes on him, definitely. And he needs to strike. Who knows if he's gonna get an opportunity after this, right? And really have to see what the idea is, because even today I had a chat with him and he said like there's no such plan that I'm gonna be playing, and for Carnival Gaming to make such a huge change, bringing in Hector there, I think something's definitely cooking. And imagine Carnival Gaming get a chicken dinner out of this, and this could be so wonderful for the endeavors. But for iQOO Soul, this is one of those games where they really need to redeem themselves, and I would love to see that fight with Reckoning.
Hey, you want to go nasty, right?
Of course, why not?
Yeah, everybody wants to see those top teams performing and colliding against each other, because the fight is what that brings the excitement, the entertainment. But one of them is definitely going to be Team AARU. We were talking about it earlier, isn't it? So fixes that this is a team who has performed really in a good manner, particularly in the matches of Miramar. But so far, they are looking for one good match which they can call, yes, we have given 100% and we have got the 100% result that we wanted from this match.
I think for Team AARU, really, at this point, I would want them to go after the teams that are kind of nervous, are struggling, try and initiate those fights, try and catch them off guard. Because Team AARU, nonetheless, is still a very good team in terms of taking those 4v4s. Yes, there have been a few stumbles here and there, but still, if you look at them, how they played yesterday, that was the entire mindset. Go after, get as many finishes as possible. And this time, even they were moving along the sides of Team TAMILAS, but they need to be a little bit careful, because the very next moment, if they engage or initiate the fight, MOGO eSports, they love to engage in those third parties.
Yeah. They won't even leave a single chance when they get it that, yeah, there's a fight going on, we might just get some free finishes. MOGO eSports is never a team to back off from that spot. But talking about the circle fixes, I'm really concerned about the central part. We see iQOO Soul, you see Reckoning sitting dead center of this entire circle, and when you sit in those kind of compounds, you actually become the center of attraction. You will grab a lot of teams looking around, looking towards you, and that is not the kind of attention that the boys of Reckoning will be seeking, particularly in this match.
No, considering how Reckoning played the previous game, I feel like they want all that attention. They want to hog on all that limelight, because now this is the team that I really wanted to see them playing like this. Finally, like I said, the nerves have settled and the players are ready for a fight. I mean, just bring it on. And I'm pretty sure a lot of viewers, in fact you watching us on the other side of the broadcast, might want to get a little competitive after so much is happening, right? And you might need a good device for that, and you have that mid-range budget, so do definitely check out iQOO Neo 9 Pro. It's got those flagship features, it's got one of the most powerful chipsets, Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, and you're talking about the ANTUTU benchmarks over 1.5 million, you get 144 FPS while playing BGMI. What else do you need, Necros?
Yeah. I really wish I had this phone earlier so I could have become an esports player, and it would have been great. Sitting there, even playing, but I'm not good with the skills, so that's why I'm here. Casting on the desk, and the players, they're doing pretty good. Amazing job so far, but this next circle shift fixes again.
Hold on. I get offended right now. I just literally got offended. I mean, did you say that I play bad?
Hey, I mean...
What do you mean? I mean, I mean, I'm not going to take this. So the viewers watching this on broadcast, I mean, we're going to stream soon. We're going to show the world how we play BGMI, and I'm going to do it with my iQOO Neo 9 Pro. But all right, I mean, yeah, somewhere down the line, I have to low-key agree with you. I'm just turning old, bald, and yeah, still single. That hurts. But you know what, Necros?
What?
You know what, Necros? Let's get back to the game. So, a lot of developments have happened, and it's been a slower affair so far. Carnival Gaming still have the center, but this time, that big question.
Oh
look
my
at this,
God.
the circle supporting them. But as anticipated, the circle went around water treatment.
Fixes, out of all those teams, only one player has just got eliminated. So you see 63 players in this circle, and there are so many colors I can see. I can't even see the bare land surface from this map feed.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a cluster, but seems like...
Okay.
The Weathers, Tommy, Keminex, Venom want to initiate this fight, and they've got such a driving position to do so. Carnival Gaming do not have a lot of areas to work around with, and all they need to do is try and delay. Good usage of smokes, trying to not have their vehicles destroyed. They need to protect them. But Carnival Gaming, I really do not like the idea, because Keminex Venom is one of those teams never really backs out, never really gets unfazed from the competition. So let's see who gets that first knock.
Yeah, still waiting. The boys of Venom will be on a vengeance, because the kind of match that they had previously, it's not the one that they anticipated or wanted for themselves. But when it comes down to this map of Miramar, hey, you've also got the neighbors around there, the cheeky boys of Global Esports. The three big turrets with a big brain IGL, waiting for the right moment to strike in, but it seems like Keminex Venom, they have got distracted by the players of Reven Esports coming up from the backlines.
Yeah, this is where it gets spicy, and this is what we would like. Keminex Venom, I think Carnival Gaming, they're just eyeing out. One player of Keminex Venom gets picked off, and they just instantly charge in. This is where I think you could see, right? This is not ideal Carnival Gaming. This is where you would see Goblin just step out, try and find a knock maybe. But even look at Fury starting to get a little restless over here. Just trying to constantly move around, find a different angle, maybe thread the needle, get that one knock. But he has to be careful. The moment somebody from Keminex Venom gets picked off, the floodgates really open up for Carnival.
Even I would say that Reven Esports, they will be looking forward for an ADS fight more often, because staying in a bit of distance, trying to get the fights being capitalized, this is the moment where they might just look forward to just play it slow and steady, because they are in a very good part of the circle, if you ask me. There is not a lot of teams you see around the corner. They have the hard compounds for themselves, and it's a very beautiful spot to play along with. But talking about Inferno squad, even on our screens, Manthan has been taken down, but right now in front of them, it's 8-bit.
8-bit, yesterday we saw them get the second Miramar chicken dinner, and that time, the circle really favored them. So this time, I think they're going to be finally truly tested. 8-bit, they're also looking quite hot, and yeah, they've got Inferno squad around them. Inferno squad, a team that has been quite rattled, already have lost out on Manthan, like you mentioned. And at this point, if Aditya, Juicy, or maybe even Mighty find that little bit of an opener, who knows? 8-bit, they would also want to engage in those early initial fights, right? They need to get those finish points. But now, it would be a little difficult given the fact that AARU is right on their tails.
Yeah. But talking about 8-bit fixes, they are right now a heated steel.
Okay.
They can be molded in any situation that they are fell into, and they have got the momentum. They have got the fraggers up. Mighty is up. Aditya is popping off well. Even Juicy is performing pretty well. I am still waiting for Mac to also pop off in the terms of finishes. And I believe 8-bit, if all the four players starts to perform in that similar manner, they can literally even reach the top location. And it seems like we have got our first knock. One of the players has been taken down, and it seems like Inferno squad, they might just fall into shambles.
Yeah, for Team Inferno squad, things are looking really bad, but Jatin still strike back. Yesterday he had clutched that 1v4, but again, can he do that today? That is a big question, as now Mighty is definitely gunning in for that MVP title, gets that beautiful trade, and now he's going to get that little bit of that reset as Team 8-bit. They need to recuperate pretty soon. Inferno squad just have the last member surviving, and it is going to be Owen as Omega gets finished off. Owen's position also compromised.
Oh! Aditi barely survived the shots coming up down from Insane Esports, because they are the neighbors, and oh my god, it's not Insane, but even VASISTA Esports trying to barge into this fight and gets Aditya taken down. This is bad for 8-bit. They need to enter the circle and find a revival, while Owen will be confirmed and Insane Esports will be the one to put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, they certainly do the same, and Inferno squad, they're looking quite uncomfortable, but VASISTA, they decide to strike. The notorious goblins of Miramar, they've arrived, and for 8-bit, yeah, this was a really early fight, but seems like VASISTA have got no intentions of letting them pass. They're holding the door, and maybe no ID, no entry. is what they're going to say. But look at Team X Park. This time they've locked horns against the big dogs. Justin is taking some massive amount of damage as Sarang will fall. Shadow tries to pick a fight against Delta, but Ninja Jor getting dealt with after taking Justin down. Shogun for the rescue, which leaves Shadow, one of the final players alive, along with Spray God. Where on earth is Spray God? Yes, he's too far behind.
Oh, this is bad. X-Park, they're falling into shambles, and Shadow is down as well. X-Park, this is not what they expected, but the boys of MOGO, they are rising and shining to the limits. Shadow has been taken down, 3 finishes being registered in the name of MOGO Esports. Spray God coming to chime in, but already dealt a lot of damage. Delta PG barely surviving, and that's it. X-Park, they're out.
They'll get annihilated. But hold on, they're still not out of the woods yet. MOGO Esports need a hard reset because you've got Team Insane just around the horizon. Their gunshots have been heard. And Team X-Park, they had such a nice lead to latch onto, and now they're even going to second guess themselves. Anything and everything that could have gone wrong in that fight did happen. And Team MOGO Esports, this is exactly what they wanted. But I think Shadow, he's given his sounds away. And MOGO Esports, they're also cautious.
Insane Esports, I don't think they want to engage it, but hey, Shadow, you just don't want to stop here, man. Yes, they are looking for to gatekeep the players, but if MOGO Esports outpowers them, this is going to be really, really hasty for the side of Insane Esports, because the positioning that they have is really brilliant. And Destro just passes by, but not that easily. A lot of shots being fired, barely surviving, going in front of the players of Insane Esports. This is not the ideal position. Shadow still keeping out the backlines, gets one of the players taken down, and Shadow, he gets the second one, but instantly gets traded off as well. MOGO Esports, they're fighting back.
The damage has already been done. MOGO Esports, they've been crippled down on their knees, and at this point, they need to recover. It's the 5th stage, so the revivals aren't going to be possible, but they still want to fight their way through. They've gotten a couple of finishes to their names already, but how much, how deeper can they go? That's the big question. Destro still bleeding pretty profusely, and look at this, all over the place. We have fights breaking out left, right, and center. Reckoning Esports, they're also in a whole world of trouble, and so are the players of Team AARU. Everybody just taking down each other. But right now, as the dust settles, Team Insane, they're getting the better out of the players of Team 8-Bit. But looking at things over here, Destro playing a little bit of that sacrificial role, giving that position away of MOGO. And in fact, the players of Insane, it's going to be pretty interesting to see what happens next.
Team LIMRA wanted to chime in, and that is causing the kind of pause that MOGO Esports are taking before they engage into the fight. But Insane Esports, they will be also coming into the radius. Beautiful spray by Dragon. It's a lot of damage, and AARU, he might just not survive, and Akshat finds AARU from a different direction, and Manti gets dragged down. So this is all a 4-way fight that we see in the eastern corner.
Somebody has opened up the Pandora's box. We do not know the carnage, the destruction that lies in front of us. And MOGO Esports, Justin and Shogun, they need to carry the torch for their team. 6 finishes, they need to dig in for more. As Shogun comes out in the open, Gokul responds in kind. And now MOGO Esports absolutely in tatters. Justin, the last player surviving, he still has to deal with Gokul.
Still not aware of where he's hiding in the side that smoke, but one nade could literally give the damage. But the blue zone on that same flow is giving a hefty damage to the side of MOGO Esports. Justin, but Gokul, how in the world did he survive that nade? But eventually, this nade will do the wonders as Team LIMRA takes an exit, and MOGO Esports registered their 8th finish.
Yeah, they get those 8 finishes, decent for this game, but they need to hunt in for a little bit more. Reckoning Esports, they've had a really good start to the day, but this time they've got some casualties. But Global Esports, look at them, sturdy as a rock, and Reaper, he opens it up against Hunters. But iQOO Soul, they had been sleeping for a long time, and finally the beasts are unleashed once again. But Reckoning Esports, they go down and out as Ninja Boy trying his hands on the players of iQOO Soul. Ronnie gets picked off by Ninja Boy, and now the cavalry does arrive. Knuckle has got that high ground advantage.
Oh my God!
Got that grenade coming in from Beast. Gets the job done as iQOO Soul, they're in a whole world of trouble.
Never anticipated this kind of fight back from the side of Global Esports, but Mavi gets taken down. Team TAMILAS trying to chime into this fight. This is a 3-way battle which might give the breather to the boys of iQOO Soul, while as Power, I don't think there is any chance he can get the revival done on Knuckle. Mania is also way far away, but Team TAMILAS, this is the moment. Slug is out, Beast is out, Mavi is out, all down to that one single player, that is Ninja Boy. He has done it before, can he do it again?
Big questions. Yes, in fact, he's going in for those revives as Team Tamilas threw a spanner to their works as S-Power will try and get his teammate back up alive. And now iQOO Soul, they might get some time to recuperate over here. Even same goes for Global Esports as the fights have already gone for a reset. As Team Carnival Gaming, they've been eyeing out for the circle, finally have entered inside of the top 8, have gotten a couple of finishes to their names, but Team Tamilas, they should have really struck on when the iron was hot, because Global Esports, once they recover, it's very difficult for them to get stopped by somebody else.
One great decision by iQOO Soul to back off from this fight, to find a very sweet spot. They knew it. This is not a fight that we should anticipate because even the circle has moved away. Global Esports, Ninja Boy cooking up the nade, drops down Manti to such a low HP. I really wonder how he just survived that.
I have no idea either, but look at this. Global Esports really showing intense of taking that fight, that grenade, doing some massive amount of damage. Team Tamilas need to follow up on that one as those first hits are getting triggered. Beast needs to buy some time. And over here, Team Tamilas Fox pushing in from the sidelines, in fact from the outskirts of the compound. Ninja Boy still gets a knock on Mr. IGL though, and everything rests on the nimble shoulders of Slug as he tries to fight left, right and center. But Team Tamilas eviscerate the likes of Global Esports as they go crumbling down.
They have done the damage. Ninja Boy has got the finishes that he wanted. Team Tamilas dropping down to 2 numbers. They might have got 8 finishes, but look at this circle fixes. I'm still wondering what's going to happen. You see Reven Esports, all the players alive. Carnival Gaming's Goblin is still there. FS Esports is there. iQOO Soul on the northern side trying to gain the control as Hull goes down.
Oh, this is going to get so much exciting. Carnival Gaming, this time they've got those position points to their names, and the difference is quite visible. But now they do not have the numbers really to work with. Goblin, the last player surviving, and it's going to be such a long stretch. But seems like Necros, you were right. Raven Esports, this time they've made it inside the top 6, but finally they're also getting shredded apart. iQOO Soul having that little bit of that high ground advantage, but they need to get inside the circle, and for that they need to take this fight either against Raven or against Keminex Venom.
iQOO Soul knows it clear and well that there is no point taking fight with Keminex Venom. Right now we have to clear the black lines, and that's why the Reven Esports are into their radius. Even if they want to, they are not engaging in saving the utils as much as possible for the later part of the game, but Alto goes down. S-Power, he is just not trying to shut himself up. He's trying to find as many openings as possible for his team. But Reven Esports, they are in a very, very bad spot because now they have to enter the circle and they're into the radius of iQOO Soul.
A little bit of a kerfuffle. The players of Team Raven Esports, so much smokes already being deployed, and Venom Gaming trying to keep their troops tight. But look at this. Team Tamilas, they're trying to creep in slowly and surely as Aim God gets a beautiful knock on the players over there from Venom Gaming. As S-Power, he's going to get that finish stolen as Reaper has taken some massive amount of damage. But now Team iQOO Soul making lives hell for Raven Esports as Hanzo, his position also compromised. And iQOO Soul, let's see, he's barely got any ammunitions on him. But Team iQOO Soul, 3 finishes this time, but they're eyeing out for the chicken, and this might be it as Reaper opens it up once again, and Venom Gaming, they get annihilated, and so does Reaper.
3 finishes already registered, not much more as what we see from iQOO Soul, but they're aiming for the chicken and they're aiming for the 10 points, while even Goblin from side of Carnival Gaming trying to make a move and chime inside the circle, and this deed is done. Goblin is not getting a far, and it's iQOO Soul who takes away this winner chicken dinner, the second match of day number 2 of Grand Finals of BGIS 2024.
Yeah, the lead was lost, but then they claim it back again, and the waving flag, and Mortal, he is going to be happy along with Thug. This is exactly what they wanted as the stadium is roaring with iQOO Soul reclaiming their top spot, and this is as interesting as it gets, right? Not have the best of starts, but finally they've also managed to get a chicken dinner. But for Carnival Gaming, this is the recovery we wanted, and finally you could see that filter call outs from Hector making the whole world of difference.
Exactly, and it has been an impressive addition into the side of Carnival Gaming as well. This is what you call as well, this practice that Carnival Gaming have done with Hector, Amit, and of course Omega being there, training the players, bringing them all together. It's working out. The results clearly visible in front of us, but it was just one game. We're going to have to wait for a few more, but iQOO Soul I mean, that first position, they are very greedy about it. Do not want to let anyone stay there longer than a game.
Yeah, for sure. And this match is something that you don't get to see often. iQOO Soul not having a lot more finishes to play along with, but still that 15 points that they will be walking away with will kind of add in the overall standings. And the aim for them is not to get a lot more finishes, but to be on the top and create a good difference for the first and second position.
Exactly.
Now, considering X-Pac barely mastered even a single point, now Team iQOO Soul pretty much will reclaim that top spot for themselves. And, you know, even adding on to it, you've got the other teams like Raven Esports. This was such a phenomenal game from their side. MOGO Esports, a little bit of a comeback in terms of how they're engaging in those fights, couple of finishes here and there. Team TAMILAS, I think Necro should be proud because the two teams he picked performed really well.
Exactly, and Team TAMILAS, yesterday we saw them pop off on Sanok. Today it was a decent performance coming in on the map of Miramar. But then again, let's have a look at what was going on with the players when the game was live. And this is it, Team TAMILAS. Domination achieved in the map of Miramar today.
Yeah, completely agreed. But Raven Esports, I'm really happy to see these guys again reaching up to the final circle. Actually not having a great position because the circle went out of their head, and that's where the problem was caused. But overall, iQOO Soul, the flag and the logo is hailing high on the top as we see up on the screens. Everybody excited for it.
I wonder if the fixtures, tell me this, you have known, I mean, Thug and you went to the same college if I'm not wrong. Scout and you went to the same college if I'm not wrong, and you've been friends and competitor against Mortal back in the days as well. So you know all of them very well. Do you think there's a friendly banter every time iQOO Soul wins or X-Pac wins a game?
I mean, there could be. There are those internal jokes, and I don't want to stir things up on camera, but that's for a different day altogether. But I think, the camaraderie is still there, but the banter needs to be there.
Friendly banter, that's
the
why
competition, because I don't know, for Mortal, he might still, be welcoming and all. He's, he's got that warm personality, but Scout, I mean, he loves to compete and he gets really pissed.
Yeah, but Mortal is also only warm and cuddly when it's anything outside of the game. I mean, he's a nice human being. He's a very sweet human being. When you
so is Necros, man.
So is Necros. I mean, Necros is also a very nice, sweet human being. But as I was saying, when it's game time, when the game phase comes on, it's all a different personality that you get to experience, because both of these lads, in fact, Thug as well used to be a competitor back in the day. This guy as well, once you jump into the game with him, his personality changes as well. And again, I think the attitude of just keeping the winning ways going, I think that has been instilled into the new lineup of iQOO Soul as well. Every single iteration that has been there after the golden era of the team has made sure that the golden era keeps on going. And with these four players as well, the way they just laid it all out, waited patiently to strike at the very end to secure the chicken dinner, I think that is what is incredible. Because before the match, we were just talking about, this team is built about aggression, we're going to see them in a lot of fights. But no, they displayed that they can hold on to the trigger as well and just keep themselves in the backlines play for the win.
I think their idea was pretty clear, and I anticipated this from iQOO Soul. So this is one of those conversations we had with Sensei yesterday. He said about the fact that you need to have that one good game where you get some decent position points. That kind of gives you the confidence to play in the others. Look at Reckoning Esports. You know, they got a chicken dinner in the first one, and now suddenly they were looking so sound with their with what they were trying to execute. Same goes with iQOO Soul. They did not want a big finish game. They wanted a game where they have good position points. And what a way to have the chicken dinner. 15 points already out of this game. Has kind of recovered for the loss or the collapse in the previous one. Still going with that 8-point average. And one more good game. And this has happened even before the break.
Yeah, exactly. And now about to head into the third game of the day. The momentum again being built up. And again, an aggressive map. We know if that Temple Hill fight happens on Sanok, iQOO Soul, they can dominate that very well. We've seen them do that multiple times in the past. But now coming back to the other teams, what was a big letdown for you in this map of Miramar? A team that you expected a lot from, but the performance wasn't really there.
I'm gonna go with, again, I feel like Team Reckoning could have stayed a little bit more earlier, like in the later part of the game, but it was unfortunate, right? Again, we mentioned it earlier that they were in a position that they will grab attention from a lot of teams. You sit in the dead center, you grab a lot more attention, and that's where they completely collided with multiple teams. They engaged in multiple fights, and they got taken down.
I mean, hey, look at this, right? I mean, iQOO Soul playing amazing well. We have our official partners, iQOO as well. I mean, you want to play like these guys? Go grab yourselves the iQOO Neo 9 Pro, ladies and gentlemen. A top-tier device in its price segment, and of course, the 144Hz display. That is definitely going to be a game changer. But bring the conversation back to the other players, right? Other teams that are there in front of a stage. Fix the same question to you. Which team did you expect a lot from? I know you wanted MOGO to win the game. And they did do decent, did not really win the game, but it was like an okay-ish performance. We can't really hold anything against them.
I think it's a no-brainer for me. I think Team AARU, again, I really felt like, things should have worked out again. I feel like they barely have mastered any point for themselves and got picked off pretty early on. So that is kind of unacceptable. But for MOGO Esports, like you said, still the second game, the third game, they have to go big. Finally, you're seeing them fight against the bigger ones. I mean, they went after X-Pac and still won that fight. Which goes on to show that MOGO Esports hasn't really lost the fire. I think it's all about, MOGO Esports really struggling to get inside the circle because it was just not one team. There were 3 teams guarding MOGO Esports and their entry inside the zone.
Now look at this. Out of the 18 matches that they were supposed to play, 8 are done and dusted. We are about to head into the 9th match, which is going to be 50% of the games of the grand finals. And still, the big leap that we want to see from MOGO is, well, it's still left yearning, right?
Yeah. I mean, we haven't seen anything, I would say, that what we anticipated. MOGO Esports, yes, it was tough because they dropped down to 13th spot after the 6 games that we saw yesterday. They anticipated to make a comeback, but when you want to make a comeback, again, we told it earlier that the first 3 games will be very crucial for that particular team. They need to bag up a lot more points, but with the finishes also comes a lot of responsibility, and with that, we have got something.
And I know, Fixes, you were talking about Team AARU, so we're going to come back to Team AARU in a bit. But before that, let's have a look at the numbers of the previous game. We have the MVP of the match on our screens. It will be Reaper from the side of Revan Esports. 5 eliminations secured. Finish contribution, 83% for his team in this game. And map impact of 9%. Moving on to the top 5 players of match number 8 of the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Reaper, of course, sitting at the first position, followed by Fox OP from Team TAMILAS. Then we have S-Power from the side of iQOO Soul with 3 finishes to his name, a finish contribution of 60% for the team. Ninja Boy always making the list, ever so consistent on the 4th position with 3 finishes to his name. And then we have the man who we saw on stage, had his game face on while his entire team was laughing. He was just there, sitting in a corner, zoned in, thinking about the match. 3 eliminations for Shogun from MOGO Esports. But now, let's move forward. Let's have a look at the point standings for the game.
I think for iQOO Soul, 15 points again. They're going to be clinching that top spot. But Carnival Gaming, these 11 points have to be quite crucial. And finally, you could see the presence of Hector. Their shot calling has been better right now. They've been getting into better positions, and eventually they're going to recover. I feel like I need to see more of this. Raven Esports, they were languishing at the pretty bottom. Nice recovery. FS Esports getting those 9 points. Nice. Reckoning Esports getting that 5. Still in contention. But Keminex, Venom, Johnny, what has happened to them?
I have no idea. All of that build up from yesterday, it seems like it is completely faded away. Just 4 points coming in from this game for the side of Kemin X Venom. And again, opportunity is still there. The only thing is, the only good thing they have going in their way is the fact that they built a nice safety cushion to work with yesterday. And this still keeps them, or at least I hope it still keeps them in the top 8 of the overall leaderboard.
I still feel like that the boys are being read very well by the other teams because we saw them getting taken down between the rotations as well in the fight, and they were completely kind of cornered sometimes in the matches as well. So if they are being read well, then this is a very bad news for them and they have to come up with something new. But talking about the next shard, Global Esports, only 4 points, and that too out of them, 3 finishes were registered. Team Insane, again, I really thought this time they are able to kind of perform in a better way, but dropping down, the similar performance is continuing, same for VASISTA as well.
I'm really disappointed with LIMRA Esports as well because, again, this was supposed to be their game. They started off the day on a good note and really felt like they could have carried forward that thing. But that did not happen and feels gutting at this point because now the next map is going to be Sanhok and anything and everything is possible.
Anything and everything is possible. It all depends on where the circle takes us. But now I think a lot of changes are going to be visible in that overall leaderboard that we have been waiting for. But ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be there in a few short moments. And there are definitely going to be a lot of changes. One big one is going to be Team Soul. Oh man, there he is. The coach, the man who has made it all possible, not just for this team, but a lot of different teams in the past as well. Mayavi, one of our former colleagues, in fact, who gave up a career on the desk, chose to go back into the competitive circuits, and now has built one of the best teams you could ask for in the country. A difficult job to execute, but he has made it all happen, and this was all what were the sacrifices were for. iQOO Seoul sitting up top with 2 chicken dinners, the only team so far to have secured 2 chicken dinners, 74 points, a 12-point safety cushion right now fixes in a point structure where a chicken dinner only gets you 10.
That's still pretty much out in the open, but X-Park, I think they've lost that cushion that they were having. Reckoning Esports, 5 points, yeah, decent, but FS Esports, they're starting to catch up, and Global Esports, look at this, 2 really bad games, and they have lost their top 3 position. Now at the 5th spot, Kevin X Venom, not far behind, but there you can see, right, Raven Esports, they've had their recovery, Team Tamilas, they've also had their recovery, but for Carnival Gaming and MOGO Esports, one more good game. I think I'm still looking at the next game being a biggie for either of these 2 teams, and if they get that, I think they could be in contention for the top 8.
Of course. But, I mean, it is going to be an interesting journey ahead. Now, the gap between the teams, it's not that much. Still, leaps can be made. 8-bit still, with a one wonderful performance, can make it all the way towards the top 2, top 3. Team Insane as well on the chase within the top 8. And, of course, the teams on the latter half of the leaderboard also closing in the distance. So, things are getting more and more intense as we are about to finish almost 50% of our journey of the grand finals. But, before we head into Sanok, who will you expect to walk away with the win?
I want to go with X-Park. I feel like they have something to prove. They're in a position that it's heated up iron. You can mold them in any way, adapting to the situation. They are just popping off well. But again, X-Park can do something. I am having a gut feeling about it.
Right. What about you,
Fixtures? It's going to be Team AARU. Yesterday we saw in Sanok, they went all out, right? Around 14 finishes. They got for themselves, so if they can replicate something like that, because so far from today's matches they've got nothing, it's 0, right? And they're now at the 14th spot, which is sounding quite alarming.
It is quite alarming indeed, and it's going to be extremely difficult as well for them to make a leap. They will have to be consistent, not just in a few matches today, but maybe in all 4 games remaining, and of course the next 6 matches that will take place tomorrow, if they want to keep the dream for the trophy alive, that is. And as I said, it is not going to be easy at all, but no one said it's going to be easy, right? It was always going to be difficult. You have 15 teams to go up against, to be fair. And Team AARU, again, potential is still going to be there, but we'll have to see how this Sanok turns out for them. I think same can be said for the players from Team TAMILAS as well. They are still in this fight, but they need to have a big game. And we are hoping, at least I am hoping, that just like yesterday, today, that big match happens on this map of Sanok as well. Yesterday was a lovely performance that we saw from them. Good positioning, good fights being picked up. But ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for good things in life, check out our official partners, the iQOO Neo 9 Pro. And before that, let's have a look at this promo.
Power in my veins, I feel the fight. Life is a game, I got the power. Click, clap, bring it back. The power. Click, clap, bring it back. The power. Born to win. 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 Power in my veins, I feel the fight. Life is a game, I got the power. Born to win.
iQOO Neo 9 Pro with dual chip power.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen, the iQOO Neo 9 Pro. It's right here. It can be in your hands. Go ahead and check it out. Of course, amazing performances in the device for the price segment it comes with, and of course, 144 Hz display. But keeping all of that aside, let's focus on the competition that's there on the stage right now. 16 teams still going at it. Game number 9 overall of the grand finals about to begin. The map of Sanok. We have discussed what our predictions are going to be, but again, it is Sanok. We did witness the drop change coming in from Global Esports yesterday, but they have built up a little bit of a safety cushion. Not safety cushion, but the confidence in their fighting abilities. Do you think today, maybe on day number 2, we might witness their drop clash, or will we have to wait till tomorrow?
I think they should avoid the drop clash at this point.
Avoid it? All right. But
Similar
why?
feelings. I mean, why would you want to go for a drop fight when you know the position is vulnerable? I mean, iQOO Seoul, they've already created a cushion. If Global Esports wants to go for it, and if they by any chance gets taken down by the players of iQOO Seoul, that will also create the buffer in a bigger way. That will grant big opportunity for the boys of iQOO to not only get the Northwestern Command in their hand, but also to grab 4 extra points.
That is very true, but I'm of the mindset, take out the competition early and all the opportunities will be laid out in front of you. But it is still too early, so what you guys said is fair. Maybe tomorrow, during the latter half of the day, we can expect the top contenders to drop clash each other, take each other, or at least try to take each other out to, well, yeah, I mean, seems like a good strategy, right? If you are running a difference of 10 to 15 points, take out the competition, then if you win the fight in a clean manner, all 4 players still alive, you have 4 points. Difference is down to 11 points then.
I think
in the game you have
ideally as viewers we would love for that to happen.
Yes.
But I don't think that's going to happen practically. But at this point, Global Esports, they're really low on morale and they need an instant reset. And that is nowhere advisable to go after iQOO just won a game. And this is exactly how iQOO really thrive, right? They need a good game, and on this they're going to cash in. So the next game I'm pretty much anticipating for them to be going frag heavy. But now even Global Esports, they've got so much of that support coming in from Emmy, who's come in all the way from Mumbai. And there you have it, the chants roaring, GE fighting. Is this what is needed for Global Esports to make a comeback?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is. And with all of those GE fighting chants, I would say GE always fighting. Let's go for a drop clash today, guys.
GE always drop clashing. Go for it.
Yeah,
they're not going to do it. We know they're not going to do it. It's too risky.
It's still Mabi though.
Yeah, not going to do it.
Man never backs out from a fight, right?
Yeah.
He always wants to take the risk, but is he going to take this time? Or I still feel like Johnny, what he said earlier, it can be tomorrow.
Yeah, I think save it all for tomorrow. Tomorrow, it's the reason drop clashes happen on the last day, and especially during the last few games, is because it is a do-or-die situation for everyone. Right now, there is still hope in the eyes of all of these 16 teams. Hope to lift the trophy, hope to call themselves the champions of BGIS 2024 at the end of the journey of the Grand Finals. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, game number 9 is live. The map of Sanok on our screens, and this time it seems like the flight path, it starts from the southeastern edge of the map, going all the way towards the center, towards Khan and Tatmok. And again, the western side of the entire map kind of isolated, left alone, and we know that is where a few clusters have been forming in the last few days.
Yeah, I think for Team Xbox, right, at this point, starting to look curious as to what they're trying to really accomplish, as I think they've gone in quite fine. A little bit of those splits, but I'm really looking out for maybe a couple of drop clashes here and there. Because look at Dionysus. He's right beside the players of Reckoning, and this is one of the circles where Global Esports, I think this has also been pre-decided, right? They decided to change their drop location, heading down towards boot camp, and let's hope everything is all good, but can't say the same for Juicy. He gets picked off.
Yeah, kind of an unfortunate start for the side of 8-Bit, and Reven Esports looking to capitalize, but the other lads from the 8-Bit squad falling back. They are going to look to not engage any further. No weapons found. Reven Esports, the first pick of the game, secured by them without even breaking a sweat.
I mean, Raven Esports, the first pick coming off. Now, this is quite interesting because Raven Esports, they're starting to feel like trying to go for those position points isn't really working out for them. So maybe going frag heavy might really help them in their endeavors. But for VASISTA Esports, you've got Rage God, MJ, Sue, and K47. So this time you've got Austin not playing. And let's see what happens up next.
It's going to be an interesting situation, but I mean, 8-Bit looking at their position on the map, anywhere they go, it is going to be tough for them to survive. But still, FS quite close to the players of 8-Bit as well. Now come towards the southwestern edge of the map. A decent position, a big city for the entirety of FS to loot, but from here on out, they're going to have to play edge to edge on the map of Sanok. Moving around extremely difficult on this map, and that can cause a little bit of trouble for FS in the future. But here's a recap of that early finish going into the hands of Reven Esports.
They anticipated, I mean, they will be pretty happy with it, but 8-Bit won't be. If you look in their perspective, the kind of game that they had previously, they will be looking forward to grab some more finishes in their name. But this is a circle which Global Esports wanted for themselves very badly. This is a completely centralized place that you see, and again, that being registered, this is the moment that Global Esports will be seeking for a lot more finishes.
Yeah.
And it seems like Rahul's support for the side of GE Boys is working, and the BGMI gods is favoring them.
I mean, of course, bootcamp is where they switch their drop right now, smack center of the circle, or at least close to the center of the circle. But of course, threat lurking all around them. You have Team TAMILAS up north and Carnival Gaming closing in from the south. The city of Payanan, they have crossed it. And Global Esports, let's see how they are able to handle their pressure. There it is, Carnival Gaming, right on the hill south of bootcamp. Looking for vision, looking for information. And this is an interesting strategy from the side of CG as well, because you see only two players here. If you're wondering where the other two are, well, Goblin is still just north of Ruins, and Hector is blocking that Tambang bridge all alone.
I love this split. I don't know, like, it seems like Carnival Gaming, they have two plans. Go aggressive, you get the finishes around the areas of bootcamp, because you know there's one team there, and that's going to be Global Esports. If you can capitalize on the players, it's fine. Or if you can cut down few rotations, it's fine. But if that plan A doesn't work out, the plan B is to go for survival. And you have got the best man in the business, that's Hector.
Yeah. Again, I mean, he's warmed up as well after that map of Miramar. Now, options opening up for the side of Carnival Gaming. Team TAMILAS, we were talking about them playing just a little bit north of bootcamp. Those are the players of Global Esports and MOGO Esports will have to face the threat. In fact, possible threat from the city of Hathin as well, where the players of X-Park are. Even Inferno squad all the way up north towards Tatmok and Khao. But Team TAMILAS, again, I think yesterday's Sana quite impressive, and they are going to look to replicate a similar performance display a similar performance today on this map as well. Need one big game to bounce back on the overall leaderboard. It needs to be this one.
Yeah. Already when you see... the previous match, you know, I really thought Team LIMRA, the position that they had, they could gatekeep the players of MOGO, they could capitalize on the players of Team Insane. And they almost were doing it. It was not like they were completely backing off from the fight, but somehow I felt like Team LIMRA, the positioning that they had was really something that any team with a little bit of aggression would crave for, because you get at least 3 to 5 finishes out there, but they could not capitalize. I don't know what happened, where the callouts, but I feel like the players got a little bit pressured and they kind of panicked.
Well, yeah, the panic was there. It was clearly visible, but can't do anything about it. And the players themselves need to realize they mess up any further, and the probability of them fighting and staying in contention for the trophy, it's just going to slip out of their hands. Xbox still all the way up north towards the city of Hathin. Again, the luxury being given to them by the circle, still split between all 3 islands. Although, we can expect it to head towards that bootcamp Painan situation. That is where we are seeing the cluster develop. A lot of IGLs in the same mind about where the zone might lead them.
Spark have the same mentality, looking towards the areas of iQOO Seoul. They know that they are up above that hill. And iQOO Seoul, they don't have the competitor right now. Global Esports going to the bootcamp is definitely the blessing that iQOO Seoul has gotten to not go for any early contention, not lose any players. But the fun fact is, every time we saw both the teams collide in that temple area, it was a clean wipe. We didn't see any time, I would say I haven't seen many times that there was any collateral damage. But the next circle shift is going to determine a lot of things, and I'm really anticipating a lot of cluster around the central part. Even Carnival Gaming, the remaining 2 players, those who were tangling around the areas of Ruins, have also united with their teammates, and this central shift again keeps Global Esports and Team Insane in a very, very comfortable spot.
Well, yes, and I mean, I would love to see them get a little bit uncomfortable though.
Hey, you have always been the nasty guy, right?
Exactly.
Always wanting those fights.
I love fighting.
I guess we should do some 1v1 one day.
In game only though. But again, as you were talking about Insane, Carnival Gaming, Global Esports, Team AARU all the way in Bhan as well. I think we got to keep an eye on them. Carnival Gaming finally pulling the trigger, taking a few shots on the players of Reven Esports, or at least in their general direction. I think a threat has been anticipated from down south by Hector. Information needs to be relayed before the other lads push too heavily towards boot camp and run into the trap that is Global Esports.
Inferno squad is also close by of Team X-Park, and Shadow seems to be dropping down and he will be bleeding out as well. There's nobody who can save him, and that's the confirmation Manthan. This time he gets what he wanted. The previous match was a nightmare for this guy. Never anticipated that Destro will be there and instantly got taken down in a blink of an eye, and Inferno squad lost that momentum in the particular match of Miramar, which they never wanted for themselves. But this time getting an early finish should just bring back the morale that they were seeking for, but they've also got two teams coming from the back end. It's going to be X-Park, and even Team iQOO Soul might just try to rotate from that same similar bridge.
Yeah, and that can cause the trouble for the players of X-Park to just get worse and worse with the second, but iQOO Soul, I think they are going to take their sweet time. Maybe we're going to see them take a little bit of swim as well. But ideally, I mean, in a situation like this where the zone is right now, they are going to opt for that small little bridge just north of Painan. Reven Esports now stopped in their tracks by the players of Carnival Gaming up ahead. Forced into a corner. Look at that Team LIMRA towards their east. From the south as well. At any given time, we can expect the players of FS to close in as well. So Reven, after that, are going to end up getting cornered or pincered down between three different teams with no escape available unless someone chooses to move out.
You know what, Johnny? I have some mixed feelings about it. I don't think that FS would be even trying to take a single shot from that particular region where they are holding. Because when you see the players of Carnival Gaming, when you see Team LIMRA out there and Reven around the corner, so if FS takes a single shot, they will be also compromising their position, which might just grab the attention from both the teams, or maybe even three. And if that happens, FS, they will be doomed.
They can be doomed, in fact. FS, again, in a position from where they would like to be consistent overall throughout the rest of the day, hoping for the trophy. Now still in the position to contest it in the top 5, the top 6. Team AARU still holding on to the position of Bhan. We see in the distance, Kemenex Venom closing in. This is not really a fight that Team AARU would like to take.
Never. But looking towards the kind of performance that I have already had throughout the day, not a single point, I would say, not the kind of ideal points that they would want. This is really, really drastic. I mean, what they did in the previous Sanhok is what still allowing all the players, or maybe in our minds, that, you know, this team has got that potential to go up front, get a lot more finishes in their name. But, you know, things can go down south very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Things can go wrong in a blink of an eye, and let's see where the circle takes us this time. It is a central shift. So between Bootcamp, Paradise Resort and Query and Insane, they're sitting smack in the center of the circle. We see Carnival Gaming moving in on the periphery of Bootcamp. They are going to collide against the players of Global Esports. A fight about to break out, but who comes out on top? That is going to be a big question. MOGO Esports finally abandoning their position in towards Bootcamp. But there it is, Global Esports up against Carnival Gaming. And Carnival Gaming have a clear advantage in this fight. But Ninja Boy, he's looking to chime in. And before Carnival Gaming can react to him, the floor is going to be wiped. Carnival Gaming eliminated from this game on the 16th position with not a single point secured in this match.
This is bad. This is as worse as it could get. But overall, it's even the Inferno squad falling one after another. Omega also dealt a lot of damage, and it's Kemenex Venom not just letting anybody sleep away from their radius. And it's 2 finishes already registered. The boys of Kemenex Venom, they're hungry for those finishes, and they can be those venomous snakes in this particular map of Sanhok, seeking for a lot more finishes, seeking for a lot more points, because throughout this day, it hasn't been quite pleasant for them.
Just like the sneaky skeletons, the Sanhok snakes can be equally deadly.
Okay.
But next Venom. Being patient. Staying down, waiting for anyone to show up along those slopes. MOGO Esports, though, spotted out by VASISTA. Rage God, he's just lining up the spray. Takes a few shots. Delta PG dropped low, but the resistance to commit the whole clip on the same player. And MOGO Esports end up surviving this collapse. Small mistake from VASISTA, but can result in them getting wiped out if MOGO decides to react to this.
I mean, if it's MOGO, they will, but iQOO Soul, they are up against Team Reven Esports, and the first knock has been pulled off. Hanzo has been taken down. The nades going on to that same direction. Hulk's position is also compromised, it seems, but that upper ground advantage is giving a lot of vision to the boys of iQOO Soul, but as Power barely survives, but Hulk, he also drops down to almost such a low HP, maybe 2 to 10 or 20, but Knuckle doesn't let him slip away like that. And even Mania from an unorthodox angle, trying to just convert those finishes.
Yeah, but iQOO Soul now have a big advantage, numbers in their favor, and they are looking to make that push. Hulk looking to fall back. Won't really be allowed to, but from the flank, the shots fired, and it is X-Pac taking pot shots on the players of iQOO Soul. Ronnie dropped extremely low, right in the nick of time, though, finds a tree for cover, hides behind it for a few extra seconds, and does get his HP back up. But now, they know where the next fight is. The players of X-Pac, they better watch out.
Oh yeah. The smokes have been there, but Hanzo, that nade literally explodes above his head. X-Pac might have all the eyes on the players of iQOO Soul, but iQOO Soul knows it. This position is not that great, and they have to make a move, have to eradicate Reven Esports from this game. Reaper seems to be very, very much interested. AimGod gets his power down, but Reaper is all alone. He needs a lot of support. He needs the utils to work out for him, but Knuckle, he knows it pretty well. Reaper has to come outside, but Knuckle, is he prepared? He is completely stunned out. Reaper, it seems, but right now, iQOO Soul still holding the grounds because two of the players have been knocked out.
Two players knocked out. This is not looking good now. Reven, they have an opportunity to recover. Shots fired. Knuckle dodges the Molotov, wants to pick the fight, but does not want to run into the DBS on the other end. Oh, first aid being applied. 75 HP back up on the individual from the side of Reven Esports. And Reaper lining up that second nade. This one connects, and Knuckle knocked out as well. The reset that iQOO Soul wanted, denied to their faces. One in the backlines, though, still hoping for a recovery from this. It's not going to be easy. The Molotov looks good. Reaper taking a lot of damage. Will get burned alive.
Wow.
And I think this might be the end of Reven Esports. AimGod, the last man left alive, does not have a single first aid on him. Only bandages to work with. But look at this. What is happening? Before they finish him off, they're going for the revives.
Yeah, that is more important. No man is left behind. That's the tagline for iQOO Soul. No matter what it takes, they are going to keep all the four players alive when you've got the best cover fires that you can ever expect. Mane is there on a good flank. Ronnie has done his job brilliantly. And the Igel stepping up is a big time. AimGod still looking forward for the right moment, trying to block up the sides with the smoke, but his powers, Molotov won't allow AimGod to just flush out from the situation as iQOO Soul. They're going all in.
Ow! Swatting flies mid-air, or talk about swatting Ravens mid-air. A squad wipe coming in for iQOO Soul, 4 eliminations secured, and Reven Esports wiped from the map.
Giving them the entire command of the southwestern corridor, leaves Team LIMRA again back in the question. This is a really, really good spot, but on the other hand as well, X-Pac got a lot of finishes out there because 8-bed, they were decimated in just a fraction of seconds.
Yeah, man, we missed that out. That was a delivery package right there. 4 players, 3 players from the side of 8-bed just showing up all together. Good sirs, here you go, all the loot we collected in the entire game.
And that in the areas of boot camp where it's still inside the circle, and even VASISTA Esports paying the backflashes, but oh my god, Apu! That's really, really hurtful right now. Insane Esports. They want to chime in and they want to not allow Reckoning to have an entry inside the circle, and Insane, they're doing pretty well, but Apu goes down. That's a real good nade coming up from Gravity Jord.
Yeah, and Reckoning Esports, they might not be done. Spy from Team Insane still quite close. Where does the next nade go? Not anywhere close to Spy. Well, he is a Spy, so he knows how to hide his presence. Insane against Reckoning, an important fight for both of them. Reckoning looking to contest the top of the leaderboard, and Team Insane just hoping to bounce back inside of the tournament. X-Pac in the meanwhile looking to wipe the floor with anyone that's lurking behind them, and of course the shift of the circle giving clear advantage to the side of X-Pac in this game. There it is. The third party comes in. Team AARU chiming in, and Team Insane now face immense pressure in this fight.
I'm really fond of the driving that what I just saw right now, but Team AARU just trying to go all in. There is no way that they can just stop here and stop the momentum. They want to go all in front of them, and there is nothing I really believe Evil can do. Dionysus wants to go up ahead. He gets one down and he wants to finish it. That's the first casualty. Atanki, Dionysus, both going down. This is disastrous, and Veron being completed. Insane Esports still keeps them alive in the competition, as well as Team AARU again takes a horrible exit.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for the side of Team AARU. All 4 players eliminated. They could have never expected that one man to be so far away from his teammate. The flank working out for the side of Team Insane. But Kemenex Venom now in an awkward position. Team Insane still looking to survive. A Shadow looks to move, play for survival. Just one first aid available, so he's going to need a few more if he wants to play with that heal battle strat inside of this game of Sanhok for the remainder of the match. But showing up towards bootcamp once again, X-Pac quite close to the players of Team LIMRA. There's one more squad, in fact 2 more teams present in the mix. Team TAMILAS, they've taken control of the triple warehouses, moving along the eastern side of the map. But we'll come back to that in a bit, as FS have just found themselves in a pickle against the players of Global Esports.
Hitman trying to give the revival, but they need to enter the circle. Global Esports, they are well prepared for it, but instantly gets one of the players taken down. Hitman decides not to go up front, and maybe he will be looking forward to go for a heal battle. But Global Esports, 8 finishes all in their name, and all the 4 players are still alive. And that too, you cannot imagine, Johnny. They are inside the circle as well. Look at the shift.
Watch this, right on his head, the perfect 2-pointer that would have made Kobe proud. Slug with that nade finds the pick. 10 eliminations on the board for Global Esports, and Global Esports, it seems like all of that G fighting chance that were there in the previous game have just rallied into this one as well. They're ready to call Sanhok their home ground, and everyone else an outsider. But Team TAMILAS, here comes the push on towards the players of MOGO Esports. A nade laid out, does absolutely nothing. Mr. IGL knocked out thanks to Manti, but still MOGO Esports, they do end up getting wiped out, and Team TAMILAS survive with all 4 players still alive.
The question is, Johnny, how long? Team X-Pac tailing behind. They knows it pretty well, but iQOO goes on taking Global Esports. Beast gets taken now. iQOO, they're down and out. Global Esports, there is no way. They're not allowing even a single particular leave to chime into the compounds, as Global Esports is slaying everything that is coming in their way.
Felt like the era of the gladiators ended with Romans, but I guess not, because there are 4 of them in this game present and willing to fight. And I guess at the end of things, Global Esports, 13 eliminations already secured, but X-Pac on our screens looking to make sure there's going to be a lot for Team TAMILAS to be worried about. 1 player knocked out. Ninja Jod waiting with the S12K gets knocked out. The DBS in the hands of the opposing player doing wonders. And the split push from Team X-Pac. They find the pick on the player of Team LIMRA, but against the players of Team TAMILAS, 2 of them were knocked out. 1 still quite close. Global Esports looking like the clear victors of this match. All 4 of them still left standing. X-Pac down to 2 players who are hiding in the corner building of bootcamp, but the circle does not belong to them. And as we were talking about it, Global Esports, 16 eliminations. They can make it 17 or 18, in fact, 2 players, and there's the hunt. It is on, and as the game of Sanhok comes to an end, I'm pretty sure the answer to the next question is going to be a yes. And the question, ladies and gentlemen, is, are you not entertained with this performance from GE?
It's not only GE fighting, it's now going GE winning, and all the chants that we saw in the arena is coming into the reality. The boys, Global Esports, the big name, just shines in with the highest finishes game in the entire grand finals.
Exactly. We haven't seen this so far. 18 eliminations and the chicken dinner. 28 points. Fixes, you're good at maths, right?
Right now, the way things are for Global Esports, Oh my goodness, that was a dead stare by Mavi. The moment they won the game, they knew they're not happy with this.
Yeah.
They knew that they were not satisfied their first performances, how they performed in Erangel and Miramar. But to respond in kind in Sanhok, this is amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing indeed.
My God, I am still thinking that iQOO Seoul, just one match before, they thought, yes, we've got a good lead. But Global Esports just says, hi, my friends, we're still in the competition. And the way they have got the game fixes, look, kind of, how do you think they're in the top spot right now?
I mean, for sure, yes, there's no denying that. But I think it was the G fighting ME buff that really came into play, just riling up the crowd. And look at that energy, right? Everybody got elated, ecstatic the moment they won it. It was a drop change like we anticipated, right? Dropping down at boot camp, the circle wasn't too far away, and it all began. They just went sweeping the floor with every single team.
Exactly, man. They just turned that final few moments of Sanhok into a complete spectator sport. So much energy in all of those fights, one after the other. Teams pushing in towards GE, GE doing a phenomenal job, taking control of things in their own hands, getting all of those finish points. And of course, we can't take anything away from X-Park as well. X-Park also had a very nice game of Sanhok just now. Their strategy of sticking to the edges, playing a little bit slow, entering boot camp, taking on clearing the backlines first, also working out quite nicely. They had a decent number of eliminations on the board, and of course they had, well, the top two finish.
Yeah, completely. I would say that the circle also favored the boys of Team X-Park as well as Global Esports. It all came down to the central part. There were not big hardships that we used to see in the map of Sanhok itself. So they gained the advantage of being in that areas of boot camp. A lot of teams came into the question. 8-bit, they were just a delivery package, and then came VASISTA and Team TAMILAS.
That is very true, but then again, I mean, we still have a long way to go. Now, officially, the 50% journey of the Grand Finals is done and dusted. The remaining 50% is what we will witness unfolding in front of our eyes. But now the competition is getting tougher and tougher, because teams are just swapping positions, and not just the top of the leaderboard, but even in the middle pack, we are seeing that happen.
Yeah, there have been a lot of changes around the mid packs. For sure, Team Tamila is also gaining some ground in this one, getting a lot of those points. But now you talk about the top three, they are flying high.
Yeah, exactly. But here's the final few moments of the game. GE first taking care of those isolated players from the side of Team Insane, and of course everyone else that was showing up on their compounds. And Team X-Park, I think X-Park could have had a phenomenal endgame fight, but it was that play where they decided to go for a split. 3 players pushing on the players of Team Tamilas, and 1 man just trying to take care of the players of Team LIMRA, which resulted in their firepower being split and allowing the opportunity for Team Tamilas to take down at least a few individuals from the side of X-Park. Had that not happened, we could have seen a 4v4 breakout between the players of GE and X-Park.
I think for X-Park, the job was pretty much done. I think there was so much that they could have done in a circle like this. Because, again, you stuck around at boot camp, you need to come out in the open. And for that to really happen, somebody from GE had to fall. The moment they were racking up so much finishes, you know the boys are hot and they're not going to let this opportunity slip by. And they were absolutely mad about the previous game. So they recovered, right? We're talking about those 8-9 points average. They've gotten it all back.
Exactly. They have recovered everything that they lost in the previous few matches. But then again, Necros, I want to know your take on all of this.
Yeah, I would really say that iQOO Seoul, they were doing pretty good. They had a good control over the hilltop. They got a lot more finishes. Global Esports, they had just only one job to do, and they did it perfectly. All the compounds that you have, say in the dead center, what Reckoning had the advantage in the map of Miramar and they couldn't capitalize on it. Global Esports did it phenomenally. Yes, the situations were different for sure, but right now, Global Esports, the kind of aggression or the kind of steadiness that you need, they had kind of showcased us that even if you have a compound, you have to be very prepared for anything, any team coming in your way.
I'm going to say one thing, right? I take my words back. Work with Bootcamp. Bootcamp works out for GE.
And I think considering this goes on to show the fact also that Global Esports just recently made this drop change.
Exactly.
And to them really having the benefit of the circle. And Sanhok really comes down to whoever has the control of the circle usually prevails supreme. Now we've got Global Esports winning, and who the MVP might be, Johnny?
Well, let's find that out. We're going to have a look at the numbers, and the MVP of the game, it is going to be Beast, ladies and gentlemen, from Global Esports. 6 finishes on the board, 813 damage dished out along with 4 assists as well. Moving forward, the list of top 5 players on our screens, and Beast is going to be followed by Ninja Boy, also from GE. We also have Slug on that 4th spot, and then Insane Shadow taking the 3rd position away from him. Spray God from X-Spark is there on the 5th with 3 eliminations to his name. So overall, the top performers doing quite well for themselves, but this is the one thing that I wanted to ask you guys. Insane. Because you just said, having control of the center on Sanhok proves to be quite a big advantage for all of these teams. Insane was that team that was holding on to the center for a long time, but unfortunately the game wasn't theirs.
You tend to have those cold fingers when you're holding on to the center for a long time, unless and until you are really proactive. And but still, for Insane, it's a little bit of a bounce back, because we're talking about that mid-order table, and they have certainly done well. 12 points is going to be quite a nice recovery. Same goes for Team TAMILAS also, but Global Esports getting these 28 on the board, I think they are going to skyrocket up to the very top.
Well, I think so too. And of course, X-Spark as well. A good recovery, 13 points from this match. Team Insane, slow and steady climb on the overall leaderboard before this game began. We saw them sitting on that 8th position. I think this 12 points will help them at least move into the top 5, or at least close in on that top 5. Team TAMILAS 6 points on the board. iQOO Soul with 6 as well. We have Kemenex Venom with 5. Team LIMRA with 4, and VASISTA Esports with 3 points on the board.
Again, a disappointing performance by the boys of VASISTA Esports, still not finding out what they have to do to make things right. And LIMRA, again, I would say that was not the ideal spot that you want to chime in, but they didn't have any other options, so can't blame them much. But talking about the second page, there is a lot of disappointments as well. Carnival Gaming, I think that we thought that, Hector is here, he might be looking for some more survival, as what we saw in the previous match itself. It did not went well for these guys.
Yeah, they went up against the big dogs, didn't they? So, I think Global Esports, they were literally wrecking havoc throughout that lobby. But Reckoning Esports, this is a big upset. Same goes for Team AARU as well, and for MOGO Esports also. We were talking about that comeback story. We were talking about MOGO Esports having to do a lot in the first 3 games, and them failing to do so. That is going to cause such a severe blow.
When we started our journey of this BGIS 2024, I think one of the biggest stories that everyone wanted to see come to fruition, or at least see how it plays out, was, do we get the first time ever back-to-back champions? I don't think that's going to happen now anymore. Do you think there is still an opportunity? Are the doors even slightly open for MOGO Esports?
And it was even bigger than this. It was about Destro's 3-peat. I mean,
yes,
this would have been etched in the history, not just in BGMI Esports, but maybe throughout the entire world it would have echoed. But again, the overall standings, like discussed, Global Esports right at the top, Team iQOO Soul not far behind. But look at this. This is the segregation I was talking about, right? The top 3 in a league of their own, and now the mid-pack really needs to bounce back.
The mid-pack is, well, it's kind of intense. Because look at that, Reckoning Esports is there on the 4th with 62 points. And then you have Revenue Esports all the way on the 10th with 42 points. They can make that 20-point leap. Revenue Esports, they have a lot of potential. Because look at that, 32 finishes secured. Just 10 placement points. If they can figure out how to survive to the later stages of the games, maybe we can see them have that big performance and see them move into the top 5, or maybe just the top 8 to kick things off.
Yeah, surely. But talking about the teams later down from the bottom of Revenue Esports, Carnival Gaming, LIMRA, MOGO, if you ask me, they need a game like what Global Esports did right now. A 20-pointer game, maybe a 25 as well, should actually work so well that a 25-point game will bring them back into the competition for the top 3 spot. Maybe not exactly directly in the top 3, but maybe in top 6.
All right, now this is an actual nightmare for me. MOGO Esports on that 13th position, a team that lifted the previous trophy without winning a single chicken dinner during the grand finals, has just 8 points in 9 matches. 8 placement points in the 9 matches they have played so far. How does that happen, Fixers?
That happens really when nothing's working out. You haven't gotten that reset. You've not been having those clean fights. You're not engaging in them. They tried that. The best we've seen out of MOGO Esports was in that game of Miramar. But, again, coming back to the overall grand scheme of things, why we were harping about the first 3 games to be so important. Now this is where the picture is quite vivid, right? Finally, we get to see the segregations. Finally, we get to see those teams actually being the contenders of the trophy. That means there will be a certain half that knows that they have nothing to really latch onto, and that will help them unleash themselves and go after the lobby. So from here onwards, all the top 3 teams, especially iQOO Soul, Global Esports, and Team X-Spark, really need to watch their tails, because you never know, you might get struck by INFERNO squad or maybe by LIMRA, who apparently haven't been having a great day in the office.
Exactly, because in every single tournament, especially during the grand finals, it is the halfway marker where the chase actually begins. And it gets extremely tough for the teams at the top. There are going to be a few early fights being forced against the top contenders, especially not just the top 3, but I think it is going to happen to all the teams within that top 5, top 6 bracket, just because of how small the difference is. The top 3 extremely close to each other, and the next 4 extremely close to each other as well. Because of that, I think the teams on the second page of the leaderboard, especially teams like MOGO Esports, will try to make sure that all the teams, or at least majority of the teams inside of the top 8, are not having a comfortable time.
Yeah, surely. This has to be the mentality, but for them, they need to step in such a manner that, yes, they are getting the finishes. There's no questions about it, but still not enough to get them the ideal points, and also not the kind of survival that they wanted for themselves to be in the top 8 or maybe in the top 6. So, MOGO Esports, I mean, Destro is a good IGL. He knows it. He have been in those situations before as well. So, he has to get a good read. He has to get that kind of a mindset for himself that only finishes are not going to get me where I want to be. And with the positioning, I really believe they have to work a little bit more on the rotations part.
I think I have to say this out loud and clear. We're going to have a new champion this time. It's done. Yes.
That wasn't really a spoiler. I think we all would have guessed it by now.
I think I just put a ring on it.
Alright, so a completely new team, that is what you're saying.
Yeah, completely new team. I mean, it's not going to be MOGO Esports,
Of
because
course.
at this point, I don't see a world where this says that comeback.
Is it going to be a team that has lifted a trophy before? An official
Could
trophy?
be. For sure could be. Now, the top 3 favorites that we've got, iQOO Seoul, yes, they've won the BMPS just recently, and they're doing everything, right? The idea, the mindset. They got a chicken dinner. Next time you see, they're starting to get those finishes. They're going for those fights. And 6 points per game isn't too shabby, because still they're in those nearby contention, right? And they can easily recover. But which team has really surprised us the most has to be Team X-Pac. Again in the contention, previous BGIS still the 3rd spot, but that was a different team. But for Shadow making such a grand attempt, that has to be lovely.
But I mean, it is going to be an interesting state of affairs, and when we find out exactly what is supposed to follow up. But along with this, I think when the next few matches happen, maybe, do you think we can expect a switch in strategies?
Yeah, I really believe they might be just looking forward to see, try something different, because, you know, almost a lot of teams are following a plan A. They don't have a plan B. But if they want to switch to plan B, this is the right moment, guys.
But let's see, I mean, it is the right moment. We will see if the teams choose to strike before the next 3 matches begin and how things are going to turn out. Of course, the big off-map of Weekendy about to take place in a few short moments. But before all of that and more, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a very quick break. Here we go.
Veins, I feel the vibe like it's a game. I got the power. Click, clap, bring it back. The power. Click, clap, bring it back. The power. I'm born to win. 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 Power in my veins, I feel the vibe like it's a game. I got the power. I'm born to win.
iQOO Neo 9 Pro with dual chip power.
कोई नहीं आ जाओ कार्डियो करेंगे प्यार से बुलाओ लेट्स गो तुमको क्या लगता है इतना इजी में चालू कर दूंगा तुम बॉट हो तुम्हारा मुंह ऐसे पकड़ के ऐसे स्लाइड करवा रहे हैं वेलकम बैक टू ब्रांड न्यू एपिसोड ऑफ डू यू इवन बीजीएमआई ब्रो अबे कौन है ये मैं नहीं है
भाई मैं तो खत्म हो गया
जिसमें आप देखेंगे आपके फेवरेट ई-स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर्स को
ये मारेगा
अब तो टीम को भी कैरी करता हूँ नहीं सुनेगा हारोगे इन लोगों को बाहर निकालूंगा गेम से अपने अंदाज में अपने तरीके से जबरदस्त गेम ओ भाई से भाई
तोड़ना नहीं है
लेट्स फाइंड आउट डू दे इवन बीजीएमआई
अमित
यस सर
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
ये है बदनसीब लाल, इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख में इस पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। हाँ, बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम प्ले, थोड़ा BGMI।
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन।
हेलो डेंटिस्ट।
सोलना तो पड़ेगा। 10 नंबर
वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI रॉयल पास।
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया। Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे।
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा। I moved on in life. कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो।
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
Get free BGMI rewards with KFC Zinger Box. Winner chicken lunch.
क्या अब भी लैंड होते ही मर जाते हो?
तो भाइयों टेंशन मत लो, आ रहा हूँ मैं विक्टर टिप वाला इस सीरीज में जिसका नाम है चबाजेट। अब ध्यान से सुनिए, इस सीरीज में होंगे 12 एपिसोड। हर एपिसोड में तुम्हारा भाई एक इम्पोर्टेंट टॉपिक पकड़ेगा और अपनी टिप्पणी तुम्हारे सामने रखेगा। दोस्तों भूलना नहीं, ये सब करने का एक ही मकसद है, winner chicken dinner.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आपका चिट चैट और चिकन डिनर में। पॉजिटिव वाइब्स आ रही है। पकड़ के मारूंगा।
क्या क्या करा दिया यार वैसे भाई।
कुछ ऑफेंसिव बोल देता हूँ।
स्टोरी लाइन कंटिन्यू हो रही है।
ऐसा है क्या भाई?
अबे यार
शो ना पापा। माय गॉड, नंगा घूमूंगा। मेरा गेमिंग से हो गया। थोड़ा गेम सिखा रहा हूँ इनको। तो अच्छा प्लेयर नहीं है। जितना बार हो इतना बार मारूंगा। टीममेट्स को बेट करके। ये पर्सनल था। 7 आला मेरे आंखों में से आंसू आ गए आपकी कहानी सुने। सर हैक हो गया ट्विटर। कैसे फेक लोग होते हैं? ये एज अ मिडिल फिंगर फॉर यू। नेचुरल शो है ना? ये कौन जान गया भाई? रेडी हो?
Hello guys, I'm Shogun from Team MOGO.
Hey guys, I'm Al from ESPORTS.
Hey guys, this is Altu from VENOM.
Hey guys, it's me Viper from Reckoning ESPORTS.
तो आज हम स्पिन द व्हील चैलेंज करने वाले हैं, जिसमें बहुत फनी और बेकार डेयर्स भी हैं, तो देखते हैं।
भाई चलो मैं ही करता हूँ, देखते हैं। चलो शोगन भाई आप बताओ आपका लकी नंबर क्या रहेगा?
मेरा लकी नंबर तो 7 है।
चलो देखते। नहीं 12 1 3
क्या करो अभी इसका मैं?
जोनाथन
ही कर दो।
बॉर्डर वॉट बस इतना ही पता है मेरे को।
बताओ हल्का भाई आपका लकी नंबर?
लकी नंबर
9। चलो देखते।
भाई
10
सच में नहीं।
ओह 8 टंग ट्विस्टर। मजा आएगा, देखते चलो। भाई पर बता क्या चैलेंज देना है इन्हें?
ठीक है, मेरे को याद है,
बता।
So you have to say she sells seashells by the seashore.
Seashells by the seashore.
नहीं, sh नहीं sir. She sells seashells by the seashore.
Seashells by the seashore.
चलो अभी मेरी बारी, देखते बस डांस और सॉन्ग ना आ जाए, देखते चलो। भाई क्या आ गया?
5 guess the sound. मैं किसको गन की साउंड देने वाला हूँ जो मुझे लगता नहीं है गैस कर पाएगा।
SLR का तो बहुत अलग है, एक ही सिप में पीना पड़ेगा।
भाई बहुत कड़वा है भाई, बहुत।
देखने से ही पता चला।
चल वाइपर भाई बता, तेरी बारी अभी, देखते तेरे को क्या आता है नंबर। लकी नंबर बता।
लकी नंबर तो मेरा 7 है, बट आपका एक्सप्रेशन देख के लगता है मेरे को कि 7 नहीं आना चाहिए,
1 आ जाए, मैं तो बोलता हूँ। 4 नंबर आ गया, प्रैंक कॉल वाइपर भाई। बताओ
भाई, तुम मेरे को और से निकलवा के ही मानोगे।
भाई लाउड स्पीकर पे हमें भी सुनना है।
लगा तो दिया मैंने कॉल। हेलो शार्की बॉस।
हाँ वाइपर।
शार्की बॉस, BGIS इम्मो भाई को खिला लेना, मैं नहीं खेल रहा हूँ भाई ये सब। भाई दिमाग खराब करके रखा है इनने पूरा।
किन्ने?
ग्रेविटी लोग ने, ग्रेविटी शिकारी भाई दिन भर मेरे से ही लड़ते रहते हैं ये।
क्यों, क्या हुआ?
यार इनका बिहेवियर सी नहीं है भाई, मैं नहीं रहूँगा, मैं जा रहा हूँ मैं BGIS के बाद।
A few moments later.
भाई सही में ओनर को कॉल कर दिया?
और क्या भाई, लगवा दिए भाई तुमने।
भाई जल्दी कॉल कर, नहीं तो फेयरवेल पोस्ट आएगा अभी।
मैनेजर का कॉल आ रहा है मेरे पास। हेलो
हाँ वाइपर।
शार्की बॉस चिल करो, प्रैंक कॉल था एक, सॉरी अगर कुछ प्रॉब्लम हुई तो।
कॉल सब मेरे साथ क्यों कर रहा है रे बाबा? किसने दिया तेरे को ये पता?
क्राफ्टन।
चैलेंज तो बहुत मजा आया खेल के, और मेरा तो इतना कुछ था नहीं वैसे, तो मेरे लिए इजी था, मैंने कर लिया। बाकी इन दोनों का तो बहुत अच्छा था, उसका तो प्रैंक कॉल जो किया था
याद रखूंगा शोभन भाई, याद रखूंगा।
फेयरवेल होने वाला था पर बच गया। सेम गेम गाइस।
भाई मुझे तो जूस पीना पड़ा, करेला का जूस।
कोई नहीं है तो फिर भी एक प्रैंक चैलेंज था, बट असली चैलेंज तो BGIS है हमारे लिए। तो गाइस मिलते हैं वहाँ पे।
मिलते।
हाय
हाय।
రికార్డ్స్ చూసుకో, ఇంతవరకు ఒక్క ఫైట్ కూడా ఓడిపోలేదు. ప్రపంచంలో ఒకటే ఒక సైడ్, నీ సైడ్.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2024, the grand finale underway. And of course, it's day number 2. 3 games done and dusted overall in our journey. 9 games. Half of our journey of the grand finals is over. We're going to commence the second half of this story. This is Super Johnny again, joined on the desk by Crores and my boy Fixes. And before we jump into the frozen tundras of Waken, Fixes, have your expectations with the grand finalists been met so far?
I come bearing news once again. We had this little bit of a break, so I head on instantly into the players' room.
That's tea. You're
yeah,
spilling the tea.
So I'm gonna get in some more insights. So now I know a lot of these teams that around, you talk about MOGO, Carnival, they're going to go all out. There's no other way. Same goes for Inferno squad, and they've all decided, you know, they're going to be pushing through. And for the teams at the very top, they need to watch their tails.
So is that why we saw you just run up backstage just to try and grab hold of the players? How do you get all of this info?
Of course, I mean, it's the brotherhood, the camaraderie, just me opening up to them, them thinking me to be brothers, and they were like, you know what, fixes. Things aren't working out, maybe we'll just go all the way.
Oh man, I mean, we hope to see them go all the way, because that is what me and Necros have been asking for a long time, haven't we?
Yes, exactly. We want all those way fights happening all around. I want a warfare right now. Like, everybody go on war, get in and get all the finishes done.
I mean, not a cold war.
No, not a cold war.
Not a
There might be a cold war.
I mean, yes,
okay, we are getting leaks though.
Yeah, we are getting leaks.
I mean, I didn't have the opportunity to talk to everybody, but we know how Weekendy usually is, right?
Yeah.
It's all about that little bit of that slower start, and it is the beauty of this map particularly. You
That's
know,
true.
You have to look at the circle, and to be honest, Johnny, there hasn't been that even one instance where we saw a circle really going across the shorelines. We haven't seen those really ridiculous circles. I really want to see something happen in the grand finals.
The nostalgia, the good old days when we would have like 40%, 50% of water right in zone 1. But some things never change. Weekendy still has those central shift, wherein the shift between stage 1 and stage 2 is so minuscule that sometimes you even fail to notice that the zone has moved.
Yeah, I think, you know, that is where Weekendy really comes into play. Because till the 4th or the 5th circle, the circle barely moves. And suddenly there will be this, and then in the snap of a finger, you have bodies dropping down. But let's talk about facts and figures over here. Team X-Pac has got some really good numbers in Weekendy. iQOO Soul, big question mark on them. Even same goes for Global Esports.
Exactly, but now, again, the competition at the top getting tougher and tougher to beat. X-Pac, as you mentioned, iQOO Soul, Global Esports, all three teams looking to see if they can consolidate their rankings and stabilize themselves at the top. Build a little bit of a safety cushion for themselves as well. But the chase from the teams at the bottom, not of the leaderboard, but the bottom of the top 8, it is still there. And especially Team Insane. After the performance in the previous game, we were hoping to see them bounce or take a big leap, but unfortunately they just moved one position, although I think that could be enough. Now they're extremely close to the top 5. Another performance with like 10 to 12 points on the board, maybe we're going to see them break in the top 5 as well.
Yeah, I really believe, I also agree with this, but I still believe they need to play the end game very, very nicely.
That is
true. They
true.
have to be very steady with the approach that they're having inside the match, because when we are seeing the teams closing into this end circle, they are kind of making some small, minute mistakes, maybe in the rotation or maybe approaching a fight or maybe looking forward to go for a third party, which is causing them the collateral damage. Like sometimes you see a team going for a third party and instantly from a different direction, from away afar, they're getting shots and maybe one of their players are getting compromised. So that is where I really believe a lot of teams need to draw a line that yes, this is the how far we are going to go if we are engaging in a fight.
See, the point here being, Johnny, is the fact that in those final circles, we have got so many teams surviving. And it's very difficult. It is all about having that information game, right? I think ideally the team should be, you know, taking those early 4v4 fights where they don't get third-partied. Because that is what happens, you know, in the 4th, 5th circle, is suddenly pushing in for a fight. There's somebody on the neighborhood who decides to just gate crash it. And that has been the so-called problem, and there has been no solution by any team so far. And are we to blame the players? Because it is the LAN. The pressure is so high.
And all of this becomes much worse on Weekendy, considering, as you mentioned, all the fights happen extremely late in the game, especially stage 5, stage 6. Everyone is so close together that you take a single shot and your information about your position goes out not just to one team, but to 3 different teams that have you surrounded from all the different directions. So third parties a little bit more common, a little bit more frequent on this upcoming map. But along with that, that pace-setting play style, if you get to the center early, you get to hold the center the entire game. Basically set yourself up for success early on, and you will reap the benefits in the end game. That sort of a mindset going into Weekendy. Who do you think could actually walk away with a big game?
I think has to be. I mean, at this point, the favorites are the top 3 right now. But if you ask me who you would want to, I would still want MOGO or maybe Carnival.
But before we jump into the action, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of special things lined up for you guys. Let's have a look.
Hey guys, this is Sarang from Team X-Pac. तो आज हम लोग खेलेंगे Guess Who.
यार ये लड़कियां है स्पोर्ट्स में?
अबे ये कौन है? ये कौन है?
इसकी चोटी बनी हुई है थोड़ी सी, बट पता नहीं।
इतना बचपन का पिक, ये लड़की है क्या?
सच में बोल रहा हूँ।
प्लेयर में तो कितने प्लेयर हो गए?
मेरे को मेजी लग रहा है, पता नहीं क्यों।
रैंडम गैस। esports एथलीट है क्या?
कुड बी TX का शैडो।
यार ये बहुत ऐसा कहीं तो देखा हो ये पिक को, ऐसा लग रहा है मेरे को, पता नहीं कहाँ देखा हो, बट
ये गैस नहीं कर पाया फिर मैं esports प्लेयर क्या?
कौन हो सकता है? मॉर्टल भाई।
मॉर्टल ना?
सोल मॉर्टल।
लेट्स गो। यार ये ना, ये कास्टर तो लग नहीं रहा है, अब कोई प्लेयर ही लग रहा है।
अरे बाप रे,
ये कौन है रे?
ऐसा लग रहा है कहीं देखा हुआ है।
esports एथलीट है ये भी?
ये नहीं इम्पॉसिबल था गैस करना, पक्का नहीं हो पाता मेरे से।
ओह दिख गया छोटू हमारा, ये तो
एस्पायर है।
देखो अगर ये छोटू को अगर मैं गैस नहीं किया तो क्या ही मतलब, इतना मेरा अच्छा दोस्त है। एस्पायर है ये।
बोल दो, गैस कर दो आराम से। ये BGMI में इसको बाबू बुलाते प्यार से, एस्पायर।
पक्का।
यार ये मैं अगर गैस नहीं कर पाया मेरी टीम में एक नमूना ही है।
ये तो इजी है मेरे लिए, बहुत ज़्यादा इजी है, मतलब मैं देख के ही पहचान लूँ ये कौन है।
गॉब्लिन है ये, गॉब्लिन है।
भाई पता ही चल रहा है तो गॉब्लिन है।
ये तो वन ऑफ माय फेवरेट गॉब्लिन।
मेल है ना?
गोरा है। अरे यार लड़का लग रहा है।
ओशन शर्मा।
अगर आप हिंट दोगे तो मैं एक अच्छा गेस कर लूंगा।
स्पीरो भाई, स्पीरो में बहुत फर्क है यार। ये मेरे को लग रहा है क्रिएटर प्लस प्लेयर है
ये।
यार स्माइल तो स्काउट भाई वाली है, स्माइल तो पक्का है स्काउट भाई वाली है, तो मेरे हिसाब से स्काउट भाई है ये।
क्या ये स्काउट OP है?
तो गाइस ये था हम लोग का गेस हू चैलेंज और मजा आया काफी।
गाइस आई थिंक सबसे ज्यादा गेस मैंने ही सही किया हो।
मैं ऐसे किसको ही गेस करता, बहुत डिफिकल्ट था, पर ओवरऑल क्रेजी एक्सपीरियंस।
Right, fun, but a lot of interesting challenges given out to the players before the tournament. In fact, before the grand finals began, and I think you got a few extra right.
Yes, I think there should have been a prize, at least for casters. There should have been done. And was there anything up for grabs though?
I don't know, but you get nothing.
I get the bragging rights at least in one. I had the most guesses. Come on.
Not happening. But hey, wait. For me,
Blatant
it was a little
liars.
tough. I don't know why. I couldn't get anyone. I got 2 rights, if I'm not wrong, in this Guess the Game. But
I
hey,
think
I'm not
pretty
gonna.
much everyone in those pictures was older than you. That's why.
Yeah, you were not even born while they were clicking those pictures.
Yeah. But anyways, I think we need to start talking about the games again. Crores, of course, the newest addition to our lineup on this English desk, the youngest lad we have now.
Yeah.
But again, bringing the conversation back to the upcoming game. We were talking about Wake and we were talking about how things can get extremely tricky during the late game stages for a lot of these teams. And of course, all about grabbing that center early. Predictions given out already?
You wanna go ahead? I mean, you're the younger one.
Okay. So I'm gonna go with 8-bet this time.
Right.
I feel like Vikendi is one of their favorite maps, and maybe they can bring up their old performance, what they have done earlier in this particular map itself, and if they can do so, then we might have some big contention happening in the middle order.
All right, old man fixes. What is your prediction?
Oh my God! Ouch.
I mean, that hurt, but this time I think I'll have to go with MOGO once again.
MOGO Esports, you
Yes.
still believe in them?
They always show up a fight, regardless. MOGO or Carnival, I'm going to root them all
And
along.
especially when they have let go of all of those vices in their head, worrying about, oh, can we climb? Can we catch up? Now, since you've said, you've went ahead and spoken to the players and they've just said, we're going to go all in. I think I do believe in MOGO as well, because when this team just lets loose, goes into their natural element and plays the game exactly the way they want to, not necessarily the way they're being forced to play, they do extremely well. That is what I've noticed about them.
Now, to be honest, MOGO hasn't really been doing anything extraordinary here. They're just playing by the book. That is how Destro likes to play. It's all about them sort of messing up those fights and subtly trying to enter inside the circle. They're getting kept, so they have to work on the timing a little bit more. If they can somehow manage to figure that one out, who knows? I think still a fight to be fought.
We were watching the players, but did you just see Spiro just flip his cue card. I don't think I can do that.
Hey.
Hindi talents are extremely cool.
Bad idea for me.
You know, we need to have Necros beatboxing once in a while because I think we need to get the audience pumped up just before the match gets started, and he's already riled.
Maybe if he gets a prediction right.
No, I think he needs to blow the war horn.
You want me to do it right now?
He wants to do it. Let him
No,
have this.
not right now. We're gonna plan it out. We're gonna make a moment out of it.
Boring.
Probably close out the show with Necro beatboxing while we say bye-bye to our audience.
Oh my
today.
god,
Let's
that's,
do that.
That's good.
I mean, you're just sending them off with beatboxing. I think we should amp them up with some beatboxing. I think we should let him do it.
All right, before we jump into the game. All right, I don't think it...
See, there you go.
Yeah, that wasn't music. That was Necros and Necros alone. But all right, that is enough. The host takes over now. We're going to jump into the action soon.
Yeah.
Weekend has been frozen. The players are melted because they would like to play against each other and take fights against each other. And of course, we are about to jump into the action, ladies and gentlemen. And there it is, the map of Weekend loading up on our screens. We're going to witness the plane take off. And of course, the flight path will be revealed in front of us. And of course, it is, game number 9. 10 in fact of the grand finals. There we go. The flight path starting all the way south of the map of Winery and going through coal mines. Mount Kresnik coals mine. It is sticking to the center fixes. Do we expect an extremely slow Weekend, or are we going to witness circle towards the edge?
The flight path trajectory says it's going to be warm at least for a while. They've been given that blanket, and nobody is going to have any issues dropping whatsoever. But I'm really hoping that I get to see some actions happening. Yesterday, even if you talk about the map of Weekend Carnival Gaming, were again challenged by the players of Keminex Venom, who apparently also need to be on a redemption path.
Well, yeah, the path of redemption needs to be walked upon, but the problem is, it is burning right now. And of course, the other teams are not going to make things extremely easy. But look at that, Carnival Gaming, the 4-man split drop. And Neo is just keeping track of where the players of iQOO are going. Omega quite close to the players of Reckoning Esports, but I believe they are going to look to head up north. So not expecting a collision over there. Meanwhile, Goblin and Akshat can definitely secure the position of Winery. Omega taking control of Abbey and Carnival Gaming. They have decent map control down south to work with, but what about everyone else? Are we about to witness an early drop clash on this map of Weekend? I don't think so. Or maybe Keminex Venom, quite close to the players of Team TAMILAS over here.
Yeah, for Keminex Venom, I'm still anticipating them to really back off. But at the very same moment, this is where I was really confused. iQOO usually likes to take over Volnova. They didn't head over there. So, a little bit of a situation whatsoever, but looking at Altu, he's got some visuals on the players of Team TAMILAS. I love this place, and it's been ages since we ever saw Dino Park Zone.
Yeah, exactly. I love Dino Park. I mean, I've missed it for ages, as you mentioned. But the problem is we had a similar circle yesterday, but wasn't really how the game came to an end. Although this time around, Keminex Venom, decent area under their control. There's a lot of loot in Dino Park. The only problem why this location was abandoned by the players and the community was because of how difficult it is to play out the end game in Dino Park.
I mean, Dino Park is always so exciting. You've got so many of those corners to play around. You've got some high ground positions. You've got that, horrendous maze that even once you're lost, then it's all over for you. It's so difficult to even come out. And Weekend always being one of those off maps. Not a lot of these players are so well versed with it. So somewhere down the line, I mean, teams do tend to struggle. But again, I have my eyes on a lot of those teams like Reckoning Esports. I mean, they started the day with a shebang.
Yeah.
But now they seem to fizzle out.
Yeah, Reckoning have completely vanished after that Game 1 performance. And of course, we did expect them to keep the ball rolling after that, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Although, as we were looking at the teams dropping out on the map of Weekend, and of course, where they went, I feel like Team LIMRA, smack in the center of the circle as of now, can definitely have a big advantage in this matchup if things go their way. But iQOO on our screens, starting the game of Weekend from the position from the city of Volnova. And as we spoke about it in the early stages of the match, quite close to the players of Carnival Gaming. In the back lines, the Hot Springs have been taken over by X-Park as well. And considering it is kind of a central circle towards Villa right now, there can be some trouble for iQOO depending on the rotation timings of their competitors around them.
I think for iQOO, I still feel like they're not going to have any difficulty. But look at this, 8-bit in real close proximity. Again, trying to go in for the center, but team LIMRA just waiting for them. And with bated breaths, we've got Dragon, one of the youngest players, and now Juicy and Mighty, they're completely unaware and being oblivious of this particular situation, and he's got a DBS to work it out with.
Oh, takes down one, looking for the second, but holds the trigger, does not really commit to the fight too heavily, almost getting taken out. Dragon drop to the floor, big blunder coming in from the players of Team LIMRA, or maybe not. Mighty has been cornered now, surrounded from every single direction. It's not going to be an easy fight for him to win. Goes down in an instant, and Team LIMRA start this game off with 2 early frags to their name.
Yeah, 8-bit had no idea what was happening around them. Of course, Dragon does fall, but in turn, I think Team LIMRA get the better trade, 2 off 1. And this is what I was talking about, right? All these teams who kind of in the bottom will tend to take those early circles.
Yeah.
Will want to contest for the center as Mac and Aditya pretty much helpless, so far from their pack.
But this could have gone extremely wrong for the players of Team LIMRA. Had they lost that man hiding in the corner room, it would have been extremely difficult for them to recover as well. But Team 8-bit now, things just go from bad to worse. 2 players remaining, Aditya and Mac, and they were split from their teammates. It's going to be extremely difficult for them to survive. Have to go around looking for those first aids and to find a safe place to hide.
And for 8-bit, what do they do now? This is supposed to be one of their stronger maps, and them really making those mistakes at such a crucial point of the game. Of course, they did not anticipate Team LIMRA to be dropping down over there. But this is something that we discussed, right? Team LIMRA is definitely always one of those teams that we had high expectations from, but them not really converting those games, really not being in the mix of things. This is where the change in plan really occurs. And 8-bit, they've had to deal with the blow, and things are looking really shaky for them.
Things are looking shaky, and they just keep getting worse and worse with every single minute that goes by. Next Venom on our screens now. Towards the southwestern edge of the map, not really a lot they can do from there. No contestation waiting for them until they reach the city of Dino Park, even that was abandoned by them early on. But switching focus to the players of Reckoning once again. They have made their way towards Tova. Although split play coming in from the players as well as Gravity Jor. He's still sticking around the position of Castle. Should not face a lot of resistance when he decides to cross over, though.
I think all these teams are really vying for the circle center, and Reckoning. This is, I think, the change they've made. Ideally, they kind of like to play around the edges. Now, Reckoning, don't get me wrong, is still one of those teams. You know, they love to play around the edges and pick those fights. But this time, they're also one of those teams still in contention for the trophy. Who knows, one more big game, and they might instantly get into the mix of things as Carnival Gaming. They're also going to make and initiate a rotation of their own, try and play for the circle center as Neo is back once again.
What is this? Oh, Omega! What a shot over there. Jump shot right to his face. And Carnival Gaming, they kick things off in a brilliant manner. Hunters knocked and finished. And Reckoning Esports now, they are in a world of hurt. Nades lobbed out to try and take out Viper, but he runs away. And Reckoning Esports just scrambling to recover from this unpleasant surprise that has been delivered to them.
Yeah, switching triggers instantly. This is what we wanted, right? Carnival Gaming going all out. This time showing no mercy. Reckoning Esports, one of their arms already cut off as Gravity Jord needs to find some means of escape, some means of respite, needs to recover as those grenades just keep on flowing at their direction. Shikari Jord has a nice angle for himself, but at this point, Viper needs to find another trade. As Carnival Gaming take control of this compound, it was an objective fight, and Carnival Gaming in the driver's seat already.
Well, they are in the driver's seat, but better not let the wheels slip out of their hands. Reckoning Esports, though, they do not want to fight against the players of Carnival Gaming. They just instantly back off. Again, you never really expect a lot of early action in the map of Vacancy, but this time around it seems things are a bit different. Reckoning down one player, LIMRA down one player, and 8-bit down 2 players.
At this point, Johnny, this is again something that we should have seen coming.
Yeah.
Carnival Gaming, they're starting to, stay pretty much at at the bottom half of the standings, and for them, they needed those early fights. And this is exactly the Carnival gaming we wanted to see right from day number one. Because this is what had, played a big role in them excelling in the second week of the semis. And then them again getting back to their older ways, thinking that, it's going to work in a LAN. They fell flat. And even for the likes of 8-Bit, at the position that they're in, and this game is pretty much a goner, unless and until Aditya or maybe Juicy could pull off a bit out of the magic hat. I don't see a world where they really make this comeback.
We've seen this happen during the semifinals once. 8-Bit down a lot of players, few men remaining. And then I believe it was just one man who did manage to survive till the late game stages. And it was just a survival-based game. So they know how to pull this off, but yeah, of course, considering...
They need more than survival now.
They do. But I think for this match at least, that is all that they can do. With two players, it's going to be extremely difficult to be able to fight in the endgame situations. I mean, they're going to have to deal with a lot more pressure, just these two individuals. And no matter how talented they are, they have their own breaking points.
I think the best way, or what 8-Bit can really do over here, is try and play around the edges, try and get a couple of third parties here and there. Because this is what the new point structure has done to the players, right? There's not enough reward for getting maybe that 4th or the 5th point position. But there is enough reward if you kind of get a lot of finishes to your name. At this point, what 8-Bit can be really looking to salvage is get maybe 4 to 5 finishes of their own, for which they already have that 1 point secured. So maybe 4 more finishes and maybe get a couple of position points here and there would be still better for 8-Bit considering their situation right now.
Look at this, MOGO Esports. They have stalkers now. The name of their stalkers are Inferno Squad. Omega, information required, in fact gathered to work with, knows exactly where the opposing players are going to be. But not really a lot they can do from it. But look at this. Want to see a magic trick? There it is. The zone moved. Did you see that, Fixes?
I mean, this was quite an illusion. And yeah, that is how so far Vikendi has been. Almost all of these teams making it inside the circle, barring Keminex, Venom. Now, this is something quite out of ordinary, because ideally they should be the ones going after Carnival Gaming. This is what they did even yesterday. But this time, considering they're just playing out of the blue, I think the chances of going for a healing battle really increases for Chem and Venom. But for them, again, to get back into the race, Johnny, I really feel like they need one more big game.
Yeah, one more big game definitely will be required. And again, not a lot of opportunities remain after this one. You have 2 more matches left after Wakendi is done and dusted. And then again, 6 games. The last day of the grand finals. Look at that, Team AARU picking a fight against Global Esports. Now that is going to be quite interesting. We're going to see what the end result of that fray is going to look like, but it was from a distance.
Wow.
Another one found. Downis is doing a brilliant job. Ninja Boy finished off. Beast knocked out, and I think even his finish is going to be secured. But brilliant cover fire coming in from the players of GE, denying the finish secure, and they do succeed. But what about the revive, though? It has been initiated. Slug bringing his teammate back, and I think he denied a point for his team.
Yeah, they need to mitigate the situation, need to get the player back up ASAP. And since Beast is back on his feet, and they know that Team AARU already has a good position to play around, and Mavi, is he trying to just blow up his vehicle? At this point, understandable if it has taken quite a lot of damage, it does not want to get exploded later on. But Team LIMRA, they've got a nice central position to play around. Global Esports having gotten a big matchup in the game of Sandhawk, getting those 28 points. Certainly will push them back, and Team X-Park and iQOO Soul will be really happy about it. But then again, let's not forget the fact that they're unwanted neighbors at this point. Team X-Park, they're lying in wait, they're waiting for iQOO Soul to maybe make a move, and this is one of those times where Team X-Park have switched things up. Ideally, they like to play around the northern side, but this time, around south, it's going to be interesting.
It is definitely going to be quite interesting and intense as well. But insane against the players of Carnival Gaming. Mega was knocked out, he's been brought back. The tap shots from Mafu hit absolutely nothing but air. Yeah, another chaotic mid-game collision. 8-bit up against the players of FS. Both the teams having their own different struggles right now. But FS, they want to commit to this fight. Damage dished out, but not enough for the knock. Although Aditya is trying to line up the utility of his own. And even if one nade connects at the right time, they can secure multiple knocks, the players of 8-bit. Although they do have to be careful to not overexpose themselves. It's not an easy game for them. Lost too early. Now the other two being attacked.
Starting to ponder why FS is really not going in for those grenades. Do they not have any openings whatsoever? Because for now, 8-bit ideally also need to set up a good crossfire. Because FS, now finally they've woken up. They realize that, yes, they're players and they need to be flushed out, snuffed, and then they might go in for the commit. And they have a slight idea. It is going to be 8-bit. And Mac, he's already taken that damage. And finally, Trey Scott finds a little success. There's Aditya with that DBS, but 3 men pushing at his direction does not really help in his chances. And 8-bit again quickly crumble down. Just one finish point. And things are starting to look much more bleak for them.
Yeah, things not looking good. In fact, they keep getting worse and worse with every single game that they play. No room for error available for the players of 8-bit anymore, but looking at how FS Esports have been performing so far, they have still kept themselves in a fighting position for the trophy at least. All they have to do is just have one big game to bounce back into the top 3, the top 4, and maybe then things are going to get better for them.
FS have always been one of those teams that really kind of tend to engage in those third parties. But this time, they've been the opportunistic bunch. They realized that, yes, 8-bit is hurt and injured. They had that recon available. They knew there were just 2 players inside of the compound. And that's where they struck. And it was a right call to make. Get as many finishes as you can possibly get in the early circles. Try to make those final circles much more breathable. And FS have managed to do so, having that little bit of that northern control to themselves. But again, now when you look at Team iQOO Seoul, they've been playing from around the edges. Team X-Park getting in a little bit closer, now have left their backs exposed.
Well, it is going to lead to an interesting development if iQOO Seoul actually decides to push further from Dino Park. I think they just need to cross that hill towards the northeast of Dino Park, and they're going to see X-Park on the other side, but with how Mania is moving, I think they are going to try and move towards the western half of the map. Although MOGO Esports on our screens right now find themselves in a little bit of an awkward collision against the players of GE. And Global Esports, not really a team that you want to be fighting right now.
But, you know, if I were MOGO, I would take this fight. I like my chances. Ninja Boy, the MVP player, has been dealt with. And MOGO Esports still have those numbers. And let's not forget that they're still the defending champions, right? Nothing can just change the fact. But for MOGO Esports, look at this. A little bit of that standstill. Feels like it's a rat trap being set up for Global Esports. It's all about that waiting game because the boys from GE sometimes tend to get very impatient. Even yesterday we saw in one of the second games of Miramar, it was Beast who was just who just lost it, was trying to find a different angle. And I think this is where MOGO Esports can find some string of success.
And the hope is going to be there. Then again, I mean, Global Esports, they can turn into a menace to anyone who tries to go up against them, because that is exactly what they want, to fight. But anyways, I mean, a little bit of a standstill. No incentive to either sides to actually force a fight against each other. Will are big enough for both of them to settle down in. Carnival Gaming. How have Carnival Gaming, X-Park and iQOO Seoul not collided yet? That is my question to you, Fixers.
I think, of course, Team X-Park, like I said, right, they're trying something different, a certain rotation. Ideally, you would always see them around Mount Kreshnich, around those northern areas. This time, they've avoided that. And iQOO Seoul, I think they're playing things slow. They want to get some more consolidation, some more consistent gameplays over here. So, yeah, they would be playing from the edges till the time is right. But Keminex Venom, look at their vehicle almost about to blow up. And that had to be a narrow escape because the moment one of their players even got knocked out, then the push would have instantly been there.
Oh, but iQOO Seoul, it seems like trouble have begun for them. As Mania, the IGL, gets picked off by the players of Team TAMILAS, and again, Team TAMILAS were quite close to the players of X-Park as well. They would have heard all of that commotion. They can prep themselves up for a third party. But CARNIVAL Gaming and LIMRA. An awkward clash between the two sides. Hesperos is hiding in a corner, but Poco is the man who gets hunted down first, and CARNIVAL Gaming find him sitting in a corner. Just take him out. Hesperos finally on the move. But instead of taking the brawl against the players of CARNIVAL Gaming, Team LIMRA, they just completely back off and disengage.
I think this is more like it. This is exactly what we wanted. And finally, CARNIVAL Gaming have realized that. And they want to push through. They want to push hard, already getting some early success. Team LIMRA is certainly one of those teams. Hasn't really been doing well. Certainly under pressure. And CARNIVAL Gaming, they love to soak. They love to thrive under this pressure. And I must still say, not the entire world is lost. Yes, the climb right now is pretty much more steep. Still doable if you are CARNIVAL Gaming. I think they need to find a 20-finish chicken dinner. And who knows, they also might get themselves back into the race.
They definitely do need to bring themselves back. Up until yesterday, were in a brilliant position to actually create a brilliant opening for themselves, but slowly slipping away from that trophy. Although, let's see, 4 seconds left, 3, 2, 1, and there we have a fifth stage of the game. Team Insane still smack in the center of the circle, although the two-man split we are seeing. Do you think now it will backfire, Fixes?
I mean, I would want to get back to the two-man split, but look at what's happening around the peripheries. Ronnie, Knuckle, S-Power, all of them so far aloof from each other.
Yeah.
And now they need to reunite. But, you know, again, coming back to what's really happening around the center, I think CARNIVAL Gaming, they have a good position, but I'm starting to get scared because the next shift might really get away from them. But at this point, the idea behind those 2-2 splits is, of course, to have the next circle really favoring you. So if they can have it, and if they can somehow reconcile, get back to each other without even a single casualty, then and then only you can say that your plan has really worked out.
Yeah, that is true, but let's see if plan actually works out or if it backfires. In the meanwhile, Kevin X Venom, they find themselves quite close to the players of VASISTA Esports towards the northwestern edge of the circle. We have it, X-Pac outside the zone, not too far away. Still a lot of time for them to work with, figure out where exactly they want to breach the zone from, and of course, how to take on the players and the teams that are going to be there, gatekeeping them. One of them being side of Reckoning Esports, down a player, but still hope for the win, hope for the chicken dinner alive. See on the radar, X-Pac moving in as well. So the opportunity for a fight will present itself to the players of Reckoning and X-Pac shortly.
For Reckoning, again, they're starting to crumble to the pressure. One of those teams never shies away from a fight. The moment CARNIVAL Gaming initiated that push, they instantly hit Mayday and backed off. Playing around the edges once again. They need to be a little bit more proactive. Really tucked into one single corner. They're trying to take those shots, but again, not finding any success. You're just giving your position away. And the moment Team X-Pac finds a solid cover, they're going to go after the players of Reckoning, because the next circle shift, there is very slight possibility that it would favor players of RGE. But look at this, Team X-Pac in real close proximity to CARNIVAL Gaming, and for CARNIVAL Gaming, they really are starting to blow up. And now Esperos getting the better out of the players of Team TAMILAS, who are really stuck in that very bad spot.
Well, yeah, they're stuck in a corner, and the nade should be brilliant. Takes down two nades, 4 points. What a move coming in from the players of Team LIMRA, and Hesperos 3 finishes secured already. I think this was the pop-up that we wanted to see from these boys, and finally they are delivering. Absolutely nothing Team TAMILAS could have done about that as well.
I mean, it kind of took you back to the days, right? The trench warfare is happening in Vikendi. That's why I love this map. But there you have it. iQOO Soul really hitting the deck against the players of Reckoning as Viper will put a hold on towards that as now he's got the perfect angle. iQOO Soul, everybody surrounded and shows no mercy. Clutching things around. iQOO Soul sent packing.
And Viper, as soon as he strikes, just wipes the floor and in fact the entirety of iQOO Soul. But that nade just loving the I think Shadow is going to appreciate that. Now he has some cover in the back lines, but still Carnival Gaming up against the players of Xpark, and the big threat of LIMRA in the back lines can definitely go for a third party. We do see Spray got knocked out in a corner. And getting back into the game, it's not going to be as easy as they thought, but finally MOGO Esports up against GE. Justin knocked out, the trade comes in, Beast on the floor, Slug and Mavi, 2v2, Shogun knocked out by Mavi, brilliantly done. Now Destro, the IGL, going up against the IGL of Global Esports. In the meanwhile, Slug, he falls back, goes for a revive, tries to bring Beast back into this game. And Destro, yes, this delay, the hesitation that was there from the players of MOGO Esports. Now, where it comes back to bite them, they are outnumbered. And Destro, he gets a little too close to the corner, gets naded out, sent back packing to the lobby. Global Esports, 4 eliminations secured in this game.
MOGO Esports had such the numbers advantage, and again, for them to really bottle it up, big question marks. And again, for Global Esports, it's going to be a narrow escape.
Yeah.
Still having all 3 of their players alive, and they were against each other for quite some time. I think at least for 10 minutes, and they did have enough. Shogun and all the rest being picked off early on. But at this point, FS Esports, they have to be very careful as now Team Xpark decide to get inside, but suddenly, look at the numbers starting to fall. Shadow barely on a sliver of HP as Slug delivers once again. He goes big. Spray got the final player alive from Team Xpark. What can he do?
Well, not a lot in this situation now. Things looking worse and worse with every single second that goes by. And of course, Global Esports, global domination is what they want, or at least on this map. Not just on this map, in this game itself. 7 eliminations on the board. But here we have it, zone closing in 3, 2, 1. Well, this one gives a lot of advantage to the players of Inferno squad up north. Every single team just kicked out of the circle.
Look at this, Slug right in front of Spray God. Oh my god, I want to see how that ended. But Global Esports is the only team in the top 3 that has decent finishes to their name, while Spray God does not have a lot to work around with. There you have it, Xpark just with that one finish gets eliminated. Even iQOO Soul not really having a great day in Vikendi so far. So Global Esports has such a good chance to build up a lead. But look at this, Carnival Gaming, they are also getting shot at, and from multiple directions. From one side it's going to be Team Insane, from the other it is going to be FS.
Well, let's see. Can Carnival Gaming survive this carnage, as you mentioned, being brought upon them? This nade is a little too close, although Neo and Omega still do survive. Afu, though, with the spray inside the smokes, find the knock, gets traded out. The third party comes in, I believe. No, it was Omega who found that return frag. Falling a bit short, all of this utility. Both the sides going for those resets, bringing their players back into the game.
For now, Team Insane, it's going to be so important even for them to really bounce back, and now for Carnival Gaming to make matters worse.
Ouch.
That one grenade comes in from Team FS, and they really are showing signs of life. But for Kevin X Venom, they have had enough. They have been hiding. They just have got 3 finishes, but they want the chicken dinner. Anything less than that, they would not be happy about it. But for that to really happen, they have to get inside the circle, and there are so many keepers of the zone. They need to show those IDs, else there is not going to be a single entry.
Well, let's see. Entry, it's going to be extremely difficult. Kevin X Venom, though. Afu spotted out, knocked down. Fury striking down the competition without even breaking a sweat, but Insane. Again, what I was coming back to was the fact that Team Insane, FS, anyone playing the southern edge of the circle, I don't think any one of them is going to survive. It is extremely tough. A big cluster of teams collapsing upon each other. But look at this. Kevin X went up against the players of VASISTA Esports. And again, not a lot of hope remaining for the players of VASISTA, taking an early exit in this match.
Oh, look at this. Venom Gaming still surviving the onslaught over here. Need to get that revive onto its Phantom. And in the blink of an eye, we just have 5 teams remaining. And now FS could be the next on their hit list, or FS going to respond back in kind. Those nades being flung over from both different directions, but Hitman in real close proximity, and he strikes gold. Trey Scott gets that grenade, and Venom Gaming, they have been deleted.
So now we're down to the top 4, and what an amazing surprise that Team AARU are still in this match. In fact, they have complete control of the circle and a big probability of winning this game. 48%, 47% in fact, as FS Esports come knocking on their doors. Hitman, he's trying to find an angle from where he can take down at least one player from the side of Team AARU, but no openings have been found yet. And of course, since this is the map of Vacandy, we have a few of these individuals going for those heal battles.
Reckoning Esports, I don't know how are they even alive. Viper still making sure, and he's come down to his final first aid after this. But the main fight is going to be between FS and Team AARU. His position, however, not compromises. Now Viper wanting to put a spanner to the works of the players of Team FS. Eventually, all he could do is get some damage done. But it is going to be Dionysus who opens 6 up against Team FS. And this is where Team AARU needs to capitalize.
2 versus 4. FS extremely close to getting eliminated, but Atanki from the side of Team AARU is going to get traded out, but it's not even going to matter. Trey's got knocked out, and FS, they're down to the last man, stuck in a 1 versus 3 situation. Wizard, he gets close to the shack, but not a lot that he can do. Tries to take the fight, takes down Wayron, brings it down to a 1v2. The shotgun doing wonders, but Wizard, can you definitely pull out all that magic in the world? Are we going to call him Merlin? I guess yes, because AARU gets knocked out. Downes is left, and Wizard versus Downes is extremely low. Shotgun battle won by Wizard, and he strikes again. FS Esports, what a clutch win was that?
They conjured it, they did it when it mattered the most. FS Esports at such a crucial stage of this tournament have grabbed one of the most important chicken dinners for Team AARU. Everything was looking fine. They had the circle. FS Esports, they were clobbered down to one angle. But again, Trey Scott still being alive, and Wizard, I think it was Trey Scott who was drawing so much attention. And always Team AARU were in 2 minds. What are they going to do? And he was kind of having that bait and switch strategy, and everything changed, and Wizard really did the wonders there. Wow.
But to be honest, these are the moments we live for, and this is what LAN is all about. An amazing clutch to end a game, and we were so hopeful for the players of Team AARU as well, but again, the opportunity just barely slips out of their hands. The big game we wanted, not really there.
My God. I have to say one thing, Fixes and Johnny. I was sitting there, I was watching the game. After the circle got shifted, I was like, okay, IS got eliminated, AARU, they have the entirety of the control. The Northern Command is in their hands, and I really thought this is the match where AARU is making a comeback. But FS Esports, they have some different intentions, and what a play by these lads.
Amazing, amazing performance in Team Tamilas. We saw them take an early exit inside of this game, but look at this, the winner chicken dinner being secured by the players of FS Esports. And of course, what a phenomenal clutch play coming in from Wizard towards the end. There was a lot that Team AARU could have done about it to stop him in their tracks. They could have double-peaked him together, because both of the players, AARU and Dionysus, were armed with shotguns. No utility as well remaining for the endgame situations. And Wizard, he just played it out perfectly, isolating every single fight, and the all commitment on the push with the DBS. Just chef's kiss on that play.
I think this is where I really feel like Team AARU got a little complacent, a little ahead of themselves.
Yes, they
because
did.
They had the complete control over the circle. And at this point, when you look at the winning moment, right, I felt like Dionysus, at this point, it was all good, it was all dandy, but then he just kind of pressed it. Trey Scott just trying to, thread the needle over there. He's played such an important role. When we all thought that he'd be knocked out, he still was trying to keep that little semblance of cover. He kind of created so much misdirection, and Team AARU, they were just left stranded.
Yeah, I mean, they were left stranded and just left wondering like what just happened. But then again, this was quite an intense game or an interesting game as well of Weekend, especially during those early stages. So many teams so close to each other, but no one willing to fight.
Yeah, I mean, again, the drive phase Weekendy, the typical Weekendy that we used to witness earlier, it is coming into the question. But the final fight, again, I really want to highlight one point, that when Wizard went in, he had a 1v3 situation for himself. Three players coming onto his direction. He got one knock, he confirmed it, and even there, AARU, he did not have a clue about it, that his teammate just got knocked out, and thanks to that smoke, once again, Wizard played it so well, I have no words for it.
I mean, I'm not going to take anything away from Wizard. That was nothing short of a miracle.
Yeah.
But again, we need to emphasize how important Trey Scott was in that situation, because that was not really a 1v3, because he had so much assistance. The very fear of Trey Scott instilling so much hurt to AARU, and even getting another player from the backlines, the damage being done, made things so much easier for Wizard. I think this is what teamwork is all about.
Exactly.
And for FS Esports, it's also about how well they rotate inside the circle, the early fights they tend to engage in. And they finally decided that if they do not go big, if they do not get a chicken dinner, if they do not have decent finish points, there might be nothing to really fight for.
I mean, there was a lot to fight for, but as you mentioned, a lot of things need to be done for them to be successful. But let's see how this game turned out. And of course, who is the MVP of this game? Wizard, definitely an amazing play towards the end, but it was Hesperos from the side of Team LIMRA who walks away with the MVP, and well deserved as well. We have been waiting for this man to step up in the grand finals, and he finally delivers. 5 finishes secured, 471 damage dished out.
I think for Team LIMRAs and Hesperos, can't really forget that grenade. I think it was Gokul also.
Yes!
They went after 8-bit right in the early point of the game. They did lose out on Dragon, but still, for Team LIMRA, I really feel like Necros and Johnny, they need to push a little bit more.
Yeah. And overall, when we talk about, followed by him, we see Trace God, as we were talking about, that he played a very crucial role. You also see Wizard, and I mean, definitely, these two lads actually pull off a great game for their side. But followed by that, there is Atanki from Team AARU and Slug from Global Esports. Even Global Esports, they were having a good run until and unless that circle from behind actually troubled them for a big time, and Mavi left all alone. He could not do anything but go for the heal battle to grab those placement points, which was very crucial, because Global Esports, you just don't want to slip it away.
Exactly. I mean, they have had a big advantage to work with. You never want to let that slip out of their hands. But let's have a look at the point standings of match 10 of the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. FS Esports 22 points secured from this game. We have Team AARU walking away with 16 points. So overall, not a shabby game. 10 finishes secured, and this is the first time we have seen them take this big of a leap in any of the games that they played so far. Moving forward, Team LIMRA on the third with 11 points to their name. Kemen X Venom on the fourth with 9. Reckoning Esports on the fifth with 7. There we have it on the sixth. Global Esports, no position points, but 7 eliminations on the board and a total of 7 points. But moving on to the next phase, this is where we have a lot of heartbreaks. iQOO Soul, for the first time in the grand finals, they dropped the ball.
I don't think. I mean, yesterday also we've seen this really happen. But for iQOO Soul and Xpark dropping points like this, and Global Esports getting that 7 point, finally they're starting to capitalize on that little bit of that lead. And this is going to look really intense, because now the next Miramar and Erangel, I think Xpark and iQOO Soul need to kind of bounce back in. But more than that, for MOGO Esports, I really felt like they would have gone all out.
Yeah.
And they had an advantage in that fight against Global Esports. They held on to each other for at least 10 or 12 minutes. And then suddenly it was Slug who just decides to become the hero. Global Esports still managed to retain all of their players, while MOGO Esports, they just vanished.
Exactly, and I think again, Global Esports, they've done a phenomenal job so far in this game. MOGO, I think fixes we can call it. Time when the hopes and dreams of the trophy came to death, well, it was game number 10.
Yeah, definitely the line has been drawn, and from here, the only thing that can be done, I really believe, is that MOGO trying to fight back and maybe gather some more points.
I mean, okay, so I'm a dreamer, right? I like to build dreams that might not be realistic, but what if they win a chicken every single game from here on out?
Oh, I mean, it's something we usually don't get to see, but hey, if Johnny says, I still think... what if? Again, the
What
what if
if,
question
yeah.
mark is there. But we'll have a look on the overall standings right now as Global Esports has 93 points on the board and they are making leap. And look at FS Esports jump right now.
Oh my goodness, FSC Esports sitting on the second position with 84 points. Then we have iQOO Seoul on the third with 80 points to their name. Xpark on the fourth with 77. Reckoning on the fifth with 69. Sixth position taken by Kemen X Venom with 68. Seventh, Team Insane 62 points. 8-bit on the 8th with 52. Clear difference between the top 4, top 5 and everyone else. In fact, I think it is going to be a tough job for even FS to start catching up to Global Esports if GE keep moving forward with the same speed.
Yeah, if they keep on averaging around 7 to 8 points,
yes,
yeah, they will look nigh untouchable. But for iQOO Seoul and Xpark, this has been a sudden jolt, a quick reality check that if you even slip by one game, you do not get a lot. This is going to happen to you. But FS Esports, this is where the metal gets tested, right? Again, back into the contention, back into the race, into the top 2. And from here onwards, what can they do? We also need to point out Reckoning Esports. Yes, this was not the best of start for them. But they went up eventually for the healing battle. Viper surviving till the very end still keeps them in a fighting position.
Yeah. But again, the fight is not over yet. A few more rounds left before the teams settle down. And of course, we are going to see a few of them getting knocked out. But as we move forward with our day, the next map will be the map of Miramar. What are your expectations? Who do you think is going to walk away with the chicken?
I still feel like iQOO Seoul can be, but I'm not going good with the predictions game because all the teams I'm predicting, they are going down.
Yeah,
so I'll rather just not stick with the basics. I'll go with VASISTA Esports.
VASISTA Esports. Now that's a gamble. I like it. Yeah, I'm a gambler myself.
We don't know about
He's
it.
a gambler of hearts, but
Yeah.
you know what?
All right, yeah.
you literally have been spinning the wheel and you've been heading in a certain
No.
direction. Yes, Johnny.
No, I haven't.
You are in denial. But now,
That's not. He
Oh,
is
wait.
lying about
No,
everything.
I don't know.
That's- yeah.
so let me, to be honest, on a
It's
lighter
him.
note, it is actually Necros who's apparently gotten the most predictions right.
Yeah, that
so
is true.
far, because we have been slapped on our face. We come up with a team and they end up falling down, and things have been that way. But for now, this Miramar is going to be really interesting considering the grand scheme of things. Looking at the storyline, I would want maybe Reckoning or maybe Team AARU to get a chicken dinner, and again it opens up.
You know, the reason I call myself a gambler and a dreamer is because I want to go with MOGO Esports. I have a feeling in my gut that maybe MOGO Esports will win one chicken at least today.
You know, every match, it's either fixes, and either Johnny picking up MOGO Esports. Meanwhile, me sitting exactly, like, standing in the center, I'm picking some different teams, and again, they are just falling.
My overall winners are Global Esports.
Okay.
I believe GE
He's
will
playing
be.
the big game
Yeah.
fixes. We have to come up with some comeback.
I mean, I'm still banking on iQOO Seoul to do so. We're not far behind. This could also be their game.
I mean, this can be. I mean, it is the game of Miramar. They've done quite well for themselves on this map before. But before we jump into the action, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at this promo. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, not a lot of time remaining before we jump into match number 11. Map will be the map of Miramar. But before we jump into the action, predictions for the win? Just the chicken dinner.
I think I want to go with AARU.
AARU?
Yeah.
You
VASISTA.
have given VASISTA already, we all know. I said MOGO, that was my prediction. And we are going to see how these teams perform. You're expecting iQOO Seoul to pop off as well.
Yeah.
Do extremely well, but since you have said Team AARU is going to walk away with the chicken, we're going to keep that as your prediction fixes.
You know, at this point, iQOO Seoul is starting to feel the heat because Global Esports, if they again kind of step it up and get around 7 to 8 points and they get nothing, then for iQOO Seoul, they have a lot to do.
Exactly. iQOO Seoul have been doing quite well. And of course, talking about things going well, the iQOO Neo 9 Pro, ladies and gentlemen, an amazing device, one of the best smartphones you can grab for the price point, and of course, the 144 Hz of display. That is something that you would always want to play on. I mean, makes things extremely easy. We are all a testament to that. But talking, in fact, coming back to BGIS now.
Yeah.
We are going to have a look at the schedule. We just have 2 more matches remaining. The next map we know is going to be the map of Miramar. And as we are about to jump into the desert of Miramar, there's going to be a slight change. Fixes has been talking a lot, hasn't he, Necro?
Yeah,
Let's
I mean,
get rid of
he
him
has
now.
he's going good with the prediction game and maybe with the analysis, being the spy in the, like, getting the internal information for us on the desk.
Too much to deal with. We're going to send him away. We want to
Yeah.
change panel a little bit, make a few swaps here and there. Of course, we also have our own swapping mechanism. And this time around, ladies and gentlemen, joining us right now, it's going to be none other than Crores. How are you doing, buddy? You've been waiting on the sidelines. I'm pretty sure you did your own reconnaissance in the backlines as well. So spill some tea for us.
What kind of beans do you want? I've got fried, I've got refried, and I've got burnt.
I want the spicy kind.
Yeah, I want the spicy too, please.
Yeah.
So, the spicy kind is that A, we are heading into Miramar again.
Okay.
B, iQOO are master manipulators, bro. If you remember what happened in the previous game of Miramar, you must have noticed how they just kind of manipulated Raven Esports into doing all the dirty, risky work for them.
True.
It was Raven Esports who were trying to somehow nade Team TAMILAS out of existence, hoping to capture the spot that TAMILAS had.
Yeah.
But iQOO was like, thank you so much, sir. I'm going to leap up all these finish points for myself. And they won the chicken in the previous Miramar game. Heading into this one again, I kind of expect them to do something similar.
I mean, if they can pull it off again twice in a row on the same map, it is going to be amazing. But I think that is the best strategy, right? Get the other teams to do your thing, do your bidding, and then just show up in the very end, secure a few points, walk away with the chicken, and everyone's a happy man.
Yeah, with the explosions in the back, everyone looking ahead. Like cool people.
I mean, that is definitely, I mean, everyone's going to be hoping to be as cool if walking away from an explosion, but not everyone gets to live that moment. But it seems like the players are ready. In fact, they are just getting ready to step into the game. Crips, before we jump into the action, I mean, we have had predictions from Necros, Fixes. I've given my prediction. What is your prediction for the next game?
For this game?
Yeah.
For this game, I think iQOO has a chance to score a double chicken on Miramar. If
right.
not them, I have a strong feeling that Team X-Pac might walk away with the most amount of points. Even if they don't win the chicken, they'll still have a lot of finishes.
Okay, that's interesting enough. And you know what? Even the global boys seems to be very dominant. I mean, every match, they got a big game, 18 finishes. Till now, the highest finishes in a single individual match itself. But you know what? Global Esports, the way they're looking a little bit cocky out there in the game, they're getting finishes every match either or now. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we rise above as the second Miramar of the day takes off and the big bird takes the flight high up in the sky. And talking about the flight path, we are getting to see it starting from the bottom parts of the El Pozo, ending in the southern part of Puerto Paraceo as well, which is again in the southwestern side. But again, not every Miramar is there, and it's the second time I'm announcing and it's going for a rehost. I guess I should not go for it.
I mean, you're just unlucky with your announcements and introductions of the map. That's it, Necros. But it is okay. I mean, we are excited about the match. The players get a few extra minutes to rediscuss their strategies, and of course, that flight path, everyone who wasn't close to their drop, they're going to be grateful that there is a rehost.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite a biased plane path, right? It was a little too towards the south. Everyone who wants to go towards La Bandita or Minas Generales, they won't be able to make it there.
Of course, and I mean, majority of the clusters, as we have discussed, towards the central, eastern half, as you also pointed out. But then again, I mean, Miramar, we did see those game faces come on the players of GE. FS, I think they were having a bit of a discussion as to what needs to be done. But then again, 2 games remaining. Global Esports, clear advantage to work with. The chase is on within the top 8 itself. From the bottom 8, Crips. Now, there's a lot that you and the 2 of us are going to discuss, right? From the bottom 8, your expectations, who do you think can bounce back?
From the bottom 8?
Yeah.
Nobody. Not in this map, at least.
Not in this map, but overall, we still have 6 games tomorrow and 2 remaining today. 8 matches left.
Let me think. You need to give me 10 seconds for this answer. Why don't you give your opinion
I
to
think
me
it's
then?
Reven.
Esports.
Yeah. I mean, it's a clear-cut decision. I would say my concept for them, because they have been performing pretty good. Today has been, I wouldn't say that bad, but it's below average performance that we're seeing from Raven Esports is what they started off with. The first match went good. The second match was also good, but still right now they are dwindling down one after another match.
I mean, not really able to handle the pressure, and it is going to be interesting to see if Revan Esports can take on the competition and bounce back in the overall leaderboard. Not really too far away from where they need to be as well. But ladies and gentlemen, talking about the competition, there was a competition between the players. Let's have a look.
Hi guys, this is VENOM this side.
Hello guys, my game name is Rage God. I am playing from team VASISTA Esports.
Spy from Insane. This is Aim God from Raven Esports.
अब मेरा 1v1 होने वाला है रेवन के प्लेयर्स के साथ. अभी इसको मैं पेलने वाला हूँ.
वैसे तो मैं 1v1 खेलता नहीं हूँ, बट इसको मारने में मजा आएगा.
किधर हो?
कहीं तो हूँ, ढूंढ.
चल चल.
भाई थोड़ा आराम से यार. मुझे भी टाइम दो भाई. Bro, come on, bro. Where are you? नहीं हो रहा ना? नहीं हो रहा ना? होता है, डर लगता है सामने वाले को. मेरे सामने आता है ना जब. चलता है, कोई नहीं, समझ सकता हूँ मैं. चल 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 चल. अच्छे कैसे? ओए, मुंह पे कब आया? भाई.
जल्दी अभी टाइम नहीं है तुम्हारे पे. जल्दी आ जाओ.
अभी आ रहा हूँ.
आओ आओ जल्दी आओ जल्दी आओ.
ऐसा थोड़ी कुत्ता हूँ कवर के नीचे. पड़ गई जल्दी जल्दी जल्दी.
जिगल जिगल.
अरे बहुत मत बोल. अरे भाग गए.
डर तो नहीं लगा ज़्यादा? बहुत डर लगा.
जी जी ब्रो.
तो गाइज ये वाला मैच तो टाई हो गया. तो लेट्स एक्सचेंज द जर्सीज.
Now that I won, you have to wear our jersey, bro.
तो गाइस ये इतना फन चैलेंज था, तो इसको इतना सीरियसलेस तो लिया नहीं हमने.
बट गाइस असली मजा तो बैटलग्राउंड्स में आएगा.
And that was intense and interesting, the competition, the friendly competition between the players. But Crips, I'm pretty sure you have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, before we went on a break, you asked me a question about who I think can bounce back from the second half of the table, and I think I've finally come up with an answer. My answer is VASISTA.
VASISTA,
and I'll tell you why.
Interesting.
So last night when we were at the hotel, I had a conversation with him. Sue walks up to Fixes, and they discuss about what they could possibly do, what could be changed. And honestly, I think everybody in that conversation came up with the same answer, that they just need to start having a little bit more fun. And their strategies are fine. They just need to see it through.
I'm sorry to inform you, buddy, but this conversation was over when you said discussing with Fixes.
Hey, at least you're not roasting me. That's
where the comeback ended.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is going to be very interesting. I mean, I was having the fair share of this fun. But you know what? Yeah, I'm going to stick with Revan still now because that's the point of discussion that I was having. Because these boys, they've got the capability, right? They had a good performance in the previous stages. Even yesterday's matches, that didn't went very bad.
Yeah.
And even today's start was seeming like, okay, they can come up with a decent performance as well.
Alright, so I'm going to have split personalities right now. I'm going to move from being a dreamer to a sadist. And I'm going to stick with Crips' first answer that no one makes a comeback. Everyone at the top keeps on fighting now. And it is going to lead to a very interesting finale tomorrow if that actually happens. But let's have a look at the players again. Let's see who's ready and who's still getting ready for the game. It seems like Global Esports game faces have come on, but seem a little bit more relaxed heading into this second last match of the day.
You know what, Johnny? After seeing the previous flight path that we just saw a few moments ago, I was kind of haunted that a lot of teams will be colliding for those vehicles competition before even reaching to their drop location, because that was almost evident. A lot of teams have the drops. Specifically, we talk about Reckoning, FS goes to La Cobe, as well as iQOO Soul goes to El Pozo. For them, it was fair. Okay, they can reach El Pozo, there's no doubt. Even FS would have got clear visuals to La Cobe, but for the players of Reckoning, it would have been a disaster if they had to go all up north to Torre Ahumada.
Exactly, and it's not just the vehicles that's the problem, it's coming back down, because by the time they reach all the way to Torre Ahumada, if anyone's going up north towards the western side, by the time they've reached their destination, they would have been on the way back already, and then they would be too late. But it's never too late to start a fresh game of Miramar. We are going into the desert, into the dunes, and who knows what we'll find hiding in the heat. Let's send it into the skies, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 5 of the day, now live.
Oh my god, this is going to be interesting as the flight path seems starting from the downward side of Impala, ending in the areas of Valdemar, and it seems like the BGMI gods, they have decided that the flight path will prevail down south, and it won't give the big opportunities for the boys of Reckoning to go up north and settle down and have their loot completed. So this is going to be really interesting for them, but I'm really concerned about the boys of Reckoning right now because they were all about to make a good comeback, but after seeing this match, flight path, I'm really concerned about it.
I might even say this one is worse than the previous one, right?
Almost,
hey, at least all the people who were going towards El Pozo might have been happy.
I mean, I would have mixed opinions that I guess this one is better than the previous one because you at least get a lot of room to get the vehicles if you want to go up north. From that part, it was all slanting down in the southwestern corridor, so you have to go contest for the vehicles around the areas of San Martin, Graveyard, and that would have been a very risky move because for the boys of X-Park or Global or let be even Cheminix Venom, they would have got a plenty amount of chance to grab a lot more finishes for themselves.
Exactly, right? And since those teams are quite used to each other and where they go in San Martin and Hacienda, they know how to avoid each other. Every other team who's looking for a vehicle don't know how to avoid those other enemies, so they would have been in for a nasty surprise.
Yeah. You know what, Crepes? I like surprises, but it has to be good, not the bad ones. Yeah. I mean, who doesn't like surprises, right? If you get surprise gift, but not like this. No, never like this. You don't expect a surprise to go this way. A shadow gets taken away, and it's X-Park who starts off with a lightning strike.
One shadow eliminating the other shadow, plunging them. Shadowfied, yeah. Plunging him into the darkness as he runs him over with the vehicle. Now, X-Park having a free finish in their pockets, get that early confidence, early vehicles, and they've got their weaponry as well. But 3 of them in one vehicle seems a bit risky. At this point, however, beggars cannot be choosers. Until you find other vehicles, this will have to suffice.
Even for now, you know what? There has been one instance where I was playing with my friends in the map of Miramar. We were all going in a single vehicle and kaboom.
Kaboom.
Yeah, that actually happened, and really not a big fan of those, but how the circle is seeming to me, iQOO, if they're going towards the areas of El Pozo, which they are going in a single vehicle, then again coming down, having a rotation from the extreme western side, all going down south, it's going to be a hefty job that they have to accomplish for themselves.
Correct. But at least they're already northbound, so maybe they won't run into any enemies right now. From the minimap, I can see that global esports are quite split up. This would either suggest that they all have different vehicles or they have different intentions, but here comes Carnival Gaming versus Venom, and Goblin is the one that gets the first pick. Akshat also follows up, and that's Venom out. Phantom hoping to find something of an advantage. He's holding the angle, hoping that somebody goes around this corner and doesn't check for him. Hopefully they overlook him, and they have actually done so. Carnival Gaming, after taking that first pick, will leave the rest of Cheminix Venom alone and go their merry way.
Phantom will be kissing his stars. He will be so happy with his fortune that he's had for now. Because Carnival Gaming, they're not a team to just leave a compound like that. They don't have the proper loot. Otherwise, they would have held it for at least a minute more. But, it doesn't seem good for Akshat. It reminds me of a lot of situations that I have faced in this game. Got taken down by a buggy explosion.
I don't think I would ever want to drive with you, Necros.
Hey, again, I blame the ridges, bro. My driving is pretty nice.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be the judge of that later. For now, Neo and Omega have found another overturned vehicle.
See, I told you, the ridges are to be blamed.
But creativity, hats off for this. Neo pushes the other vehicle, the minibus, with his own Jeep and gets it back on its wheels. I'm used to saying this term, getting people back up from their knees onto their feet, but I've never used it for other vehicles, you know?
Well, I guess we're going to use it more in this game, Crips. Because a lot of vehicles are going to turn around, but for Team Insane, it's going not that good, right? Like, Team Insane for now. It's like 3-man down already, having lost Shadow. It's not an ideal start for Team Insane, and when you are looking for a comeback performance for yourself, you want to climb up the ladder, at least make a good competition for the other teams. This is not the kind of performance you would want, but it was very unfortunate for Shadow because you don't expect the entirety of the Team X Park running over you because you went for the vehicle as well.
Yeah. Meanwhile, iQOO Soul in El Pozo, sitting nicely and merrily. They don't have any finishes, but they haven't even encountered any danger yet. And the fact that they now have all the resources that they require will give them the opportunity to reset. Of course, they have lost the lead. They were at the top of the table at the start of this day, but now they are trailing against Global Esports by 9 points. Hopefully, they will recover in this map, or if not this one, maybe by the end of the day.
iQOO Soul has always been a team to kind of impress us with the comeback performances. Even today we saw a big game from them. Yesterday also there was a good game from them. But right now when it comes down to this final situation, I really look forward to see some more good plays from the side of Team iQOO Soul. But as you mentioned, they are having a good point trail from Global Esports side, and Global Esports, I mean, these boys have been literally pumping, and the chance in the arena is actually working out for them. But for iQOO Soul, a lot of fans are just sitting there chanting that they finish this day as well in the top position. So have to look forward whether they can get it or not. But talking about the circle, Krebs, Inferno squad is also there down south alongside Global Esports.
Yeah, but quite a lot of the circle is in the water, so that leaves less landmass for all the other teams to find a safe spot for themselves. Of course, the first circle is big enough, and Miramar has plenty of places where you can hide and bide your time. So, no danger bells ringing in anybody's phones yet. However, I do see Reckoning Esports on the move, and they might just clash with Inferno squad if they are not careful. Raven Esports, on the other hand, you were hoping that they mount this comeback, but so far I see that pretty much every member of Raven Esports is split up. Of course, this early in the game, it's cool enough that you can scout out more. I just hope nobody gets caught off guard or by themselves.
I mean, for Raven Esports, it has always been a team trying to rotate a little bit late inside the circle, again, trying to hold some sweet spot for themselves and take the fights on a later half of the game. Always trying to clinch onto those finishes in the end moment when the players are in the open yards. So Miramar has always been a map, and you have the advantage to go for these ADS fights. And look at this, Reckoning. They are up against the Inferno squad. The fight that was anticipated. Viper having splits, but Reckoning did not that good in the open fights. But they're trying to prove me wrong as 3 of the players goes down and out. Inferno squad in shambles.
That's a double knock for Viper, and it's just all on him. This guy is on the verge of finishing off the entire squad unless the lone member of Inferno squad somehow manages to escape.
Yeah, he has to survive. He has to go for the survival game. Omega, again, a single player surviving from the Inferno squad, and every match the same storyline being continued by these boys. They were really disappointed by what they have done in the previous day, but also they have nothing to lose anymore. They have to just play for the points and gather as many as they could by the end of Grand Finals.
Inferno squad reduced to just Omega. Meanwhile, Team Insane and Cheminix Venom have also lost a member each. Of course, Team Insane still have a chance of sticking together and full sending onto one of the other squads. If any one of them manages to score a double knock, they can still turn the tides around. Unfortunately for Inferno squad, that is not the case. His only hope is to go undiscovered.
Talking about this, even MOGO Esports was a pick for Johnny, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not casting with us though, but still, I'm gonna play around it as much as I can because you know what? Fixes and Johnny, both of them playing around MOGO Esports in every other match, and I'm being the only one not predicting them. I really want to see how they're going to go because this is a circle which Destro is very, very comfortable playing along with, because going down south or going southeast is where MOGO Esports is strong at because their usual drop is Impala, and around the surroundings they are very good. But talking about the surroundings, seems like 8-Bet, they are involving themselves in some fights where they are benefiting them because there's one knock coming up from Mighty.
Yep, you can see Fox on the ground. Team Tamilas have a chance to recover him. They do get him back up on his feet, and luckily they don't get full sent, so Team TAMILAS indeed have a chance to recover from this loss. Could have been worse. But, like you said about MOGO, they are going to take the extreme edge on the northeastern side of the circle. There's still quite a lot of teams who are suffocating in the blue. One of them is VASISTA Esports, FS Esports, Cheminix, VENOM, iQOO Soul. They are still tanking the blue zone damage, and there's plenty of room for them to take on the northern periphery of the circle. Almost every team settling either in central Los Leones or towards the south of it.
Whenever this kind of circle happens, Cripps, it's very evident it's going down south.
Yeah.
So the position in which you see Team AARU holding off, or you see the players of Team TAMILAS holding off, that's the usual spot we see the circle actually forming. But if we talk about the players of iQOO Soul, maybe Cheminix, VENOM as well. So for iQOO Soul, I deeply feel like that they have kind of realized that they are in a position where they cannot afford to choke even a single match. That previous match of Vikendi has taught them a lot of lessons that I believe it would help them getting some more points. So playing it safe, rotating late, finding a good spot for themselves, because they know that at the end, if they survive, they are going to have a lot more finishes for their end. But for now, Team LIMRA seems to be in a little bit despair. But Dragon OP also gets Delta PG out. My god.
MOGO with a great knock on to Destro. That's the IGL down. And Justin also has the high ground. So that's information relayed. And Destro finished off. They now have an opportunity to somehow get that score onto Delta as well, but it backfires. Shogun also down, and this time it's all up to Gokul. He tries to get those shots in, but Justin retaliates in time, and there's another flank from Broco. That should be it. MOGO eliminated in the 16th position, and I am so sorry to disappoint you once again, Necros, but your prediction was wrong.
Hey, that was Johnny's prediction out there, but it seems like Team Xbox, they've heard the noises, and Team LIMRA's happy hours just gets ended right here, right now, as the lightning bolts are striking here and there throughout the map. And the northeastern corridor seems to be completely vacant, but hey, a little bit of hold, because even VASISTA Esports are coming down the line. And if they have heard about all the commotion that happened just a few seconds ago, they might be trying to chime in as well. But if VASISTA Esports comes down right here, that can be very, very problematic for the side of Team Xbox.
Oh my lord, that's a chunky grenade from Slug. Deals a lot of damage onto Aru, but doesn't get the knock. So that's Slug's cue to go back and regroup with his team, not to initiate a fight when he's too far ahead of the rest of the competition. However, with all these teams gradually discovering each other's positions, they don't seem to be very nice neighbors. Aru almost lost his life. He just managed to dip back into cover in the nick of time.
Team AARU, this is a team I really thought that they're going to take the chicken in the map of Vikendi, but hey, the storyline, that does change in a blink of an eye. It doesn't take it from one thing to go down south, or maybe going in either way, but for now, Revit Esports versus this fight, it's going to be really interesting, because even Global Esports getting shots from afar, it's really, really concerning if you ask me. That's not that ideal position, because Team AARU is in a distance. They're taking a head-on-5 with Revit Esports. If they go outside, AARU will literally prey on any of the moving object that they see afar.
That's exactly why Global Esports are not stepping out of this house either. You had Slug repel away the invaders. He managed to send AARU Gaming away to a safer distance, only because they knew for a fact that Raven Esports are also lurking in the shadows, so they can't fight both of these teams at once. However, Global Esports have all the information that they require to make their next move. Their opponents, not necessarily.
Yep. VASISTA Esports having a good control for themselves, but suddenly the northeastern corridor seems to be a little bit clustered. You see Carnival, as you mentioned earlier, that Carnival Gaming, FS, Xbox, VASISTA, a lot of big names out there, but Team LIMRA, they're even not out of the equation. There's still one player alive, that is going to be Poco. So, still waiting for how he's going to survive till the end and find a lot more value though. But talking about the circle shifts as well, iQOO Soul, they've also entered in the circle from the western side, and they have no neighbors around for now.
Yeah, so this should be a golden opportunity for iQOO Soul to split up and gather as much ground as possible. In case the circle shifts towards the western side, they have a lot of real estate under their control. I can't say the same for Carnival Gaming though. He just about gets in cover, and now he fires back upon Clutch. Not a lot of damage dealt, but there's someone behind Omega, and Omega had no idea that Wizard has an angle on him. Neo comes barging in, gets the knock onto Clutch, gets the finish as well. And that's how Carnival Gaming retaliate in kind. That big magic stick now working its wonders. Pre-firing really nicely as Akshat downs Hitman as well. And it's all up to Wizard. He has to charm in with his magic once again. If not, somehow put on his invisibility cloak and get the hell out of here.
Wizard is just casting spells to go out of this area at least, because he has to save himself from getting eliminated and for his team to get eliminated. But
Oh, no.
my god, what a hefty comeback we see coming up from the side of Carnival Gaming. I mean, to save their IGL, all went in, and this is the Carnival Gaming that we really wanted to see badly in the entire grand final so far.
Yeah, and you have to appreciate the speed of backup as well. Even though Omega got caught off guard, his teammates swooped in to save him. I can't say the same for Raven Esports, though. They did suffer a loss, and they look a little shaky as of now. How are they going to go around without their big green monster, without Hulk?
It's a very big question for sure. But when you look out for Raven Esports, I mean, they're entering the circle. They're already inside the circle, but finding a sweet spot for themselves. Los Leones. Real estate prices are going to go high, and so high that there might be few teams who might not even get some, maybe a single accommodation as well.
A lot of these teams now will take their position on the heights of Los Leones. However, Team X-Pac is feeling themselves again. Sarang gets yet another knock. This time, it's onto the IGL of VASISTA Esports. I just spoke about VASISTA trying to get that mental reset in, but I don't think X-Pac is going to let them feel this way. Sue's still on the ground. And now Spray God will try to reposition, hoping to stop the revive from coming through. He spots them dip into the warehouse, so he's hot on their heels. He's trying to get another angle yet again. I just hope Team X-Pac don't overextend.
Yeah, they should just be under control, and Sue has been confirmed. That's the 5th one going down for the side of Team X-Pac. 15 teams, 47 players remaining. iQOO Soul, they're on in some good grounds, but X-Pac, if they want to enter, this is not the right time, my mate. You see VASISTA boys, they're already up front. 3 of the players are still there, and this height advantage might just be the blessing in disguise for the boys of VASISTA, because they are really rooting for a comeback for themselves. But if you ask me, there are a lot of teams that they need to take care of.
Hey, at least they have the high ground, and this position should let them stay safe from all the approaching invaders.
Agreed.
The only problem is, if the zone shifts away from them, getting down from this position will be a problem. But speaking of getting down, it's Hunters who has been hunted by Ninja Boy.
Ninja Boy has been popping off pretty well, isn't it? So
yeah, since yesterday.
Yeah, like even today, right? The entire day was almost kind of obliterated by that one boy. Ninja Boy, our boy. We can just call him off, but the way he's just fighting, he can be the first contender to be the MVP of BGIS 2024. And I'm not lying at all.
Here we go. Reckoning Esports. They somehow managed to lick their wounds, recuperate from the loss. And Ninja Boy is furious. He's saying, how dare you deny me my finish?
He's a man with no fear in his heart, that's for sure. And you know, that's the basic gameplay we wanted from Global Esports.
True.
From the point that they decided we are going to go all in, not even thinking about left and right, what's going to happen next. From there on, the boys, they have completely boosted their momentum, and they're getting so many finishes. I mean, they're balancing out the placement points as well alongside. But right now, the main concern is iQOO Soul. Even they are in the left-hand side. Team AARU, I'm really concerned about their position, because I have played through Los Leones a lot of times when I used to play a competitive. And that is a very hefty position if you ask me, because the circle is going to shift down in the northeastern side, or yeah, kind of still prevails though. They will be just kissing their fortunes for sure.
This is quite a nice circle. There's plenty of urban areas in the zone. There's plenty of wilderness as well. It favors all kinds of teams who prefer both open and close fights. Currently, you have Team 8-Bit Mac, who's sitting on absolute height on the tallest building in the city. Meanwhile, iQOO Soul, Raven, Inferno Squad, Team Tamilas, all of them are gathering around the urban areas of this circle. On the other hand, you have Global Esports, who's kind of split up across the wilderness, and Reckoning Esports close by them as well. Omega. There's gonna be danger bells ringing in his head. He can hear the footsteps of iQOO's soul underneath him, and he's just hoping, he's praying that they don't climb up the stairs and find him.
Somebody's gonna get a big heart attack, Cripps.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm 100% sure. Omega, he's just waiting. He has all the intel in the world that he needs, but for iQOO's soul, they're always a team to go in a pack. There is a possibility if Omega finds a double down, but the Molotov is going to push them back. Yes, the damage has been dealt by Ronnie, but instantly Omega will be switching his position. That was a really great move to push them back with the Molotov itself. But for Omega, it's not a good job. It's not an easy job. The nades are being popped out. But iQOO's soul, they might have messed up a little bit. But Omega getting shots from all the directions. I don't think he's surviving for too long.
Oh no, he does get eliminated in the end, and Inferno squad is out at 15. Hey, at least 8-bit get that point. They deny iQOO's soul the chance to recover. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Almost everybody in Team 8-bit is on ultimate height. Meanwhile, they have two other players, Mac and Mighty, on the low ground who are inching closer and closer to Raven Esports. So while Aditya over here acts like the guardian, the overseer, his teammates will be the puppets that he controls and relays the information to.
You know what? Aditya is sitting in the highest point in the entire Los Leones. So that also gives him the beneficial point that he can have all the intel as much as he can and can convey to his teammates. And I really love the split what Global Esports and 8-bit are playing along with. You see Beast and Ninja Boy all together playing in the split. You see Slug and Mavi on to just covering the backline so that there is nobody tailing up from behind and kind of backfiring them. But right now the shots being exchanged, Reckoning. They have been very dominant in the compound fights, in the urban fights. This time again, they have to prevail on the top if they want to make a comeback for themselves in the overall standings. Boko barely survives, just chimes in inside the circle. But where is he heading? That's a big question. He went outside the circle, Cripps.
Yeah. You either take damage from the zone or you take damage from Reckoning's bullets. Hey, you gotta pick your poison. And I think he chooses the blue any day. But the circle chooses the city, and we are going to witness the ultimate urban warfare simulator over here.
I'm enjoying this. I'm going to enjoy this entire circle right now because 8-bit, the position that they are in right now, it's really good. Aditya, he has got the height advantage. Still now, Cripps, he will be holding that point. There is nobody that can put him down. And even if he gets down, he has a teammate to back him up. Now this is the moment. 8-bit, can they bounce back? This is the match. They have got the compound. This is their home terrain.
Yeah, unfortunately though, for the tabletoppers Global Esports, this spells trouble. They were banking on the fact that the circle would move even more towards the south. They were hoping that it would go out into the open, but that is definitely not the case. And now every team needs to mark their territory. Every team wants a building for themselves, but if you want to push someone else's building, you are going to need a ton of utility to clear out all those tiny corridors and narrow staircases.
Oh, here we go. Global Esports opens up finally against Team AARU. Look at Slug's position. Nobody can anticipate about it, but this is the beauty of Global Esports playing out of the splits, giving a continuous damage to the boys of Team AARU. I think he's compromised, man. He's not getting the revival done, and yes, Ninja Boy makes sure of it, and also gets another knockout. Dionys is being done, and Ninja Boy confirms it. Second finish for the boys of Global Esports, and the position of Slug play as a trump card for the boys of Global, but right now they have to enter the circle, and seems like Carnival Gaming as well as iQOO Soul, they're popping up the buildings right now.
Los Leones elated, this entire area ignited as a lot of these teams are about to go up in flames. Carnival Gaming already marking their territory, announcing loudly, "Don't you dare come near us, or we will knock you." iQOO Soul had the same idea, but look at the split that they're playing in. Manya is playing in one of the smaller houses towards the center. Meanwhile, his teammates are not anywhere close to him. 8-bit has the same idea as well. They're also going for a 2-2 split. However, Carnival Gaming seems to be one of those teams that doesn't believe in splitting. They're sticking together in this one.
So, there might be one thing that I might assume that Carnival game, they want to play it together.
Oh,
Wait,
my lord.
I'm going to go back to that afterwards because these nades from Global Esports, they're so precise. Gets the second one, third one is down. Insane. They're down and out. Global Esports, what an unstoppable run that they're having. And right now, onto the other side, X-Park versus Reckoning. Gets two of the down, and Reckoning is done and dusted. X-Park, they are feeling the spark within themselves.
Sarang, so precise. He strikes twice, takes that double knock for himself, and this area is secure. Even Slug is on fire. He just got a rampage, and that is absolutely phenomenal. But Beast is in trouble. He's been finished off by Manya. Meanwhile, Team X-Park just simply refusing to stop. They're shooting at every single person in this lobby. Ninja Boy also goes down, so Global Esports down by 2. But Venom, they are in so much trouble. VASISTA Esports is right next to them, and even Team TAMILAS is fighting them at the same time. There's just way too much to handle.
Oh, all three just missed by an inch, but Team X-Park, now they're aware of the position of where X-Park are holding. Now this is not a good news for them, but on the other end, Ronnie has been taken down. Raven Esports trying to make a fight back with themselves. iQOO Soul still kind of chiming into those compounded areas, but S-Power has to be very cautious. The nades, the Molotovs going to get the confirmation done. Even Manya has to play a very bigger game for themselves, but Ronnie, he will get the ravel done, has to back off from the situation. Manya goes down. S-Power, he's not that good in HP's form, and iQOO Soul, they just go down and out.
Plenty of nades soaring in from the other building as Raven Esports enable AimGod to push the front and storm that building. That's another team out of this game. Team iQOO Soul eliminated. X-Park, though, have to make their mark over here. They had a phenomenal start, but as Team TAMILAS starts shooting at X-Park, they're getting shot at in return by someone completely else. So they just need to make sure they do not overextend. There's a tiny garage under their control, and Shadow will be blown to smithereens. Another one sailing in from Fury, and that's another hot potato. It's all up to Sarang. He was the one who got this team to the finals, and he's the one who has to do it all over again. Kemin X Venom Fury looking for a chance to strike as Sarang is getting naded by Team TAMILAS as well. Everyone wants a piece of Team X-Park. Nobody wants them to stay on top.
That circle actually played the bigger game, and I don't think X-Park, they're going to survive for any more longer. The NATO explodes. X-Park, they are out, and right now, Team TAMILAS, they're on 5 finishes. Keminix Venom, they also need to enter the circle as well. This is an urban fight as we are witnessing. Carnival Gaming still reigning supreme out of all those teams around the corner. 7 finishes in the name, but they also need to enter the circle. But what a nade by Neo. Gets Fury down. Keminix Venom barely surviving, but Altus nade gets 2 of the players. Neo and Goblin, both are down.
My goodness, that's what happens when you stick too close together. One nade will definitely act as collateral damage, but I just feel so sorry for everybody who's in the position where Fury is. I felt sorry for Team TAMILAS and X-Park as they were caught in the crossfire, but Altu tries to recover, only to be shut down by Neo and Omega. That's Kemin X Venom out, and we are down to the last 6 teams, but look at that cluster! MJ finds the perfect opportunity, 2 knocks, all down!
Oh my god, I didn't see that coming,
Nobody did.
But right now, VASISTA Esports, they spoil the entire game for Carnival Gaming right now. But Raven Esports still on a roll, still on a hunt as we're down to the final 4 teams with 11 players remaining. 8-bit, this is their home terrain, but they still have got only 1 finish for themselves while they're still tucking themselves tied. And AARU Gaming, look at his position. Nobody anticipates it. He knows every nook and corner of this entire urban area, and look at the dumping of utils he's using to block the entry of 8-bit inside the circle.
Yeah, just carpet bombing that chokehold with utility, making sure the flames cover the floor so that nobody steps into this area. Of course, he will have to relinquish the high ground at some point. He's just hoping he can outlive Raven and 8-bit, or better yet, somehow get them to fight each other.
Yeah, PD manipulators, right?
Yeah.
I
called Team iQOO Soul as the master manipulators just a few minutes ago.
It didn't work for them right now. This match was not the way that they expected it to be, but Team TAMILAS, yeah. I mean, they're on a hunt. They have my support for now, I believe, because they kind of in a position where they can actually find a lot more value. But 8-bit, I'm a little disappointed as well, but Mr. Igel pops it off. Mighty gets taken down. Even after being their home terrain, 8-bit, they're not having a lot of finishes for themselves. They're tucking themselves aside and craving for the 10-pointer for themselves, but Reven Esports wants to be up close and personal. They want to go and chime into all those finishes that they can, and Manti gets Mac and Mighty down.
Tucked in tight, they can't take that fight, and Manti shines bright like a star. A diamond forged in the flames, the embers hardening his spirit, and his vision clear as day. Another nade being soared towards AARU Gaming. It connects, another one to follow up. Somehow he's still alive. Hey, I was even surprised that Foxy managed to live through that. He was at 1 HP. And now Raven being forced out into the open by the blue. But the flames on the ground might just stop their advance. Aditya, AARU, all of them focusing on Raven. And these guys are in trouble. Aim God begging for his life. His life not spared for today, as Fox will be the one to confirm him. And now it's a 4v2. My goodness, there's a single member of each team, and it seems to be Team TAMILAS who might be destined to win this game.
See, I told you they have my support for now, but it seems like AARU is cooking up a good nade. If it falls into the right place, Crepes, this can be very beneficial. But Reven Esports, Hanzo, he has decided his face with 21 first aids. My God, it's not that common we see. But right now, even 8-bit, they will have their final breath in this competition as they've dropped down in the 4th spot. But Team AARU, they're chiming in and capitalizing on those finishes. He might have got a knockout, but Team TAMILAS, now they're aware of his position.
This is such a difference in approach. There's one guy out healing in the blue, hoping for position number 2 with 21 first aid kits. Meanwhile, AARU, on the other hand, chooses the path of most resistance. He will go down fighting. He doesn't want to let Manti crawl back into cover, but that smoke screen might just get him in cover again. Will they be able to revive him though? Of course, AARU is in no position to start pushing them, even though he has a little bit of an advantage, but there's still 2 angry people on Team TAMILAS that can halt his advance.
Meanwhile, Hanzo, still 13 more first aids on him, playing for the 2nd spot, playing for the 6 placement points that he will be rewarded with. But when you ask me, at this point, Team TAMILAS still intact, waiting for AARU to actually make the move, because when the circle of death starts, he has to jump out, and that's where TT will strike.
TT are just looking for their opportunity. They know for a fact they've got this game in the bag, they just can't let it slip. AARU, on the other hand, he's waiting for Team TAMILAS to overextend. He knows for a fact that whatever knocks he acquired have been revived. Raven, on the other hand, just out in the blue. Only a few of their first aid kits still remaining. And Hanzo is choking away. He's down to his last 5 first aid kits after this one. I don't know if he can survive much longer. Definitely not longer than AARU.
Hanzo literally anticipated that, yeah, Team TAMILAS and the other team which is remaining might just collide against each other, and that's where he might just have the win. But it seems like even Team TAMILAS, they're prepping for a heal battle competition, because they know they're not quite aware how many first aids does AARU have, but he doesn't have a lot though. And even Hanzo, the battle is coming to an end and there's nothing more he can do. He has to be satisfied with the #3 position for himself. While Reven Esports, I mean, they had a good share of points for themselves, and they have to be very, very much like, okay, yeah, we're fine with it. How we have done enough.
Down with his last one, and AARU's done having his fun. He secured the 2nd place for himself, and I think he will be pretty pleased with it. But he still has the high ground. If he had any more throwables, he might just have been able to get an advantage, and he's just hoping that they don't double peek him, hoping to get a few more knocks before he bites the dust. Down to 1 single point of health. The magic pixel keeping him alive, but the zone might just knock him out. If that doesn't, the fall will. And if that doesn't, then Team TAMILAS will.
What a game it has turned out to be for the Tamil boys. And finally, Team TAMILAS, the chicken dinner that they were seeking for, they've got it with a very decent amount of finishes for themselves. As we see, as we speak, Team TAMILAS, the comeback, the performance that everybody desired, who was supporting them from the very beginning, has come into the limelight. And finally, they will have some good fair chunk of points for themselves in the overall standings.
So, none of our predictions came true. Not mine, not yours, not Johnny's.
Yeah, pretty much it seems. And Johnny's prediction just got MOGO Esports out at the very beginning. So, hey, Johnny, what do you have to say about it?
Nothing. I mean, I never claim to be a good luck charm in anyone's life, right? I usually show up to ruin it. So, yeah.
Unfortunately, MOGO going out that early kind of hinders their chances of a comeback as well.
True.
They were destined to be one of the best teams in this entire tournament. They are the defending champions as well. So,
not anymore. We got to take that title away from them. I mean, they have failed to prove that time and time again. But again, let's talk about that end game situation. Reven Esports, 200 IQ play. So, kind of a big deal, just making sure that you realize, like, all right, we can't do a lot in this game. Let's just gather first aids and goal for a heal battle on Miramar as well. Awkward, but it worked, right? They got a lot of placement points. But let's have a look at what was going on with the players, with the teams, as they were getting eliminated. And it seems like MOGO Esports, there was an argument.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, never expected them to go down. And you can even see the reactions of
Fixes, he's so upset.
Is that Fixes?
Yeah, he was just sitting out there, and it seems like even he had a kind of prediction that, MOGO might just win it. But deep down inside, the MOGO fans feel you, Fixes.
Yeah, he's like a disappointed dad right now, just like, not what I expect. I'm not upset, I'm disappointed. That's what he said.
I really wish we could have a 4-man desk and we can invite Fixes right beside us to have a little chit-chat, but we'll have time for that. But Crips, what do you have to say about the final fight? I mean, AARU, he had that upper ground advantage. He was sitting on the rooftop for a very long period of time, and that actually helped them.
Exactly, and AARU, I think this is what we expected from AARU, and in fact, all 4 of the players of AARU Gaming, but that wasn't the case. At least in the last few matches of day number 2, they are waking up. But let's have a look and in fact recap of the final few moments of the game. AARU trying his level best, but too many players to deal with. Of course, that one individual from the side of Reven Esports forcing him to a corner, and he ran out of utility as well. Although, I have to say, Hangzhou had 5 grenades on him. And from where he was putting those first aids towards the end, the last few first aids, he had a line of fire. He could have actually lobbed the nades towards the players of Team TAMILAS, forced them into a corner, and maybe, you just know, maybe if all the pieces fell in the right place, AARU Gaming could have won this game. Again, I'm a dreamer.
I have a different opinion, because if he would have gone for those nades, Johnny, then the chance of getting and completing the heal battle wouldn't have been there, because that was, if you pull a nade, you're cooking it right there, and you actually waste the time putting on the first aid.
He wasn't going to finish second anyway the moment AARU Gaming took that rooftop. But Crips, I want to know your thoughts. Necro has been talking for a long time.
I kind of love every urban fight situation. That's why I was hoping I get to cast a little bit of Vikendi as well.
Enjoy simple things.
No, you see, I come from a background where breaching and entering into urban compounds is like the meta, right?
Exactly.
And I love those kind of situations. But let's take a look at our boy Slug. He went on a rampage this time.
Well, he was on a rampage, and that is why he was the MVP of the game as well. But we have a look at the top 5 players now of match 11, day 2. MJ follows up. Brilliant play by MJ from VASISTA Esports, by the way, as he peeked in at the right time, took down a few individuals from the side of CARNIVAL Gaming and denied them an opportunity at the chicken dinner. Followed by AARU Gaming, we have Manti in this list as well from Team TAMILAS, the team with the chicken dinner. And on the 5th, it is Neo from CARNIVAL Gaming. But let's move forward, have a look at the rankings of this game.
Everything has been determined. 19 total points for the TAMILAS, and they will be happy with it. But talking about the main competition, even AARU, consistently they have got double-digit points in matches today. So they're looking forward to make a bounce back, at least finish in a good spot in the grand finals in the overall standings by the end of tomorrow. But for the teams like Global Esports or for iQOO Seoul, for Xpark it has been a tremendous game. Like, they got 9 finishes, total 10 points. Not a lot of placement for placement points for them to walk out with, though. But I guess this 10 point will help them to still be a little relevant in the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, these 10 points will keep them in the fight for the trophy, but CARNIVAL Gaming as well catching up slowly and steadily. Now, this is where things get interesting, because now we have iQOO Seoul, Global Esports dropping the pace, dropping the momentum that they've worked so hard for, and it will be extremely difficult for them to regain all of this lost control as well. But along with that, Team LIMRA, this time again, the fall was there, only 4 points secured from this match, not a single placement point in the back. Team Insane as well, FS Esports, things slowed down. And of course, MOGO Esports, absolutely nothing seems to be working for MOGO Esports, the first team to be eliminated in this game.
Yeah, and you don't usually see that from the likes of MOGO Esports.
Exactly.
These guys are the masters of rotations and their game sense is on point. But hey, if you get picked off very early on in the game, all the sense, all the positioning in the world cannot save you.
Exactly. It's all over. If you go down early, that is it. 0 points for placement, 0-4 finishes. But then again, I mean, I think we have had this discussion. The dreams of lifting the trophy might already be over. But let's just confirm that, because in a few moments, we are going to have the overall rankings. And in a few moments, I mean, right now, ladies and gentlemen, here we have it, overall rankings after match 11 on our screens. Global Esports, 98 points, 11 points ahead of the players of Team X-Spark. FS Esports on the third with 84. We have iQOO on the fourth with 82 points. On the fifth, we have Kemenex VENOM, 73 points. Reckoning on the sixth, 72. Team TAMILAS, they finally found a break inside of the top 8. They are on the 7th position. 2 chicken dinners in the bag, 66 points. And then on the 8th, we have Team Insane with 62. So somewhere, I think, would you guys agree that the fight for the trophy is still between the top 8? I mean, TAMILAS, Team Insane, including Team AARU, if they have another big game, another 20-pointer, that will propel them in the top 5 directly.
They need a top, like, 20 bomber, as you say, Johnny. Otherwise, I don't see any possibility for Team AARU to even come into the equation. But you know what? I feel like the competition is still there till maybe, I would say, top 5. The Kemenex VENOM, if they come up with a 20-pointer, then the tables might turn around. But otherwise, it's maybe it can be the top 4. But for iQOO, this is the moment that if they don't bounce back, it's done.
You know, just last night I was having a conversation with the members of iQOO, and they were trying to secure the win today itself, and they were calculating how many points do we need in order to safely say at the end of day 2 that we will continue leading at the end of day 3 as well. And the magic number that they arrived at was 125. So far, not a single team has crossed the 100-point mark. We expected teams to be above the 100-point mark by the end of day 2. And the fact that they are not kind of tells you that this entire lobby is just too damn competitive.
Exactly. I mean, it's very competitive because if you think about it this way, right, mathematically, just based purely on numbers in play, I think even 8-bit, Raven Esports, LIMRA and Carnival Gaming might just take the leap and find a way to break into the top 3 for the podium. Because think about this, ladies and gentlemen, 7 matches left. 1 last game for the day, and then 6 for tomorrow.
You know what, Johnny? I think there is one thought going on in my mind that tomorrow, Sanok, we might be seeing a temple contention. I mean, or a bootcamp rush. I'll go for the bootcamp rush.
I want the Temple Hill fight. Crips, what about you?
Why not both? You guys are dreaming too little, man.
I mean, yeah, that's the problem with this is if GE goes to Temple Hill to fight iQOO, then who goes to bootcamp to fight GE? That would have to be 2 teams who just end up playing themselves. Yeah, X-Spark can be that, but it is all about tomorrow. We still have 1 more game today remaining, so well, we did get distracted over there for a second, just thinking about the future a little bit too much. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a look at this promo right now that we have prepared for you guys. Here it is.
Veins, I feel the vibe, life is a game, I got the power. Click, clap, bring it back, the power. Click, clap, bring it back, the power. I'm born to win, the power. I'm born to win, the power. I'm born to win, the power. I'm born to win. Power in my veins, I feel the vibe, life is a game, I got the power. I'm born to win.
iQOO Neo 9 Pro with dual chip power.
Of course, that is our official partner for BGIS 2024, the iQOO Neo 9 Pro, ladies and gentlemen. The best smartphone you can buy for the price point, and of course 144 Hz of refresh rate. Crips, isn't that amazing?
That is amazing. I've never seen 144 on phones. I'm used to seeing that on real-life monitors, you know, the life-size monitors on computers, not on a mobile phone.
Not on a mobile phone.
That's just next-level tech.
Exactly. Makes things so easy. Makes so easy to play the game. But ladies and gentlemen, one more thing is extremely easy, and that is for us to move forward with our show. We're going to have a look at the schedule right about now. And of course, one last match for the day remaining. It is going to be the home ground battle, the map of Erangel in play one last time for day number 2. And of course, Crips, it seems like, has gotten quite frustrated with us. So, Necros, it's the man, the monster returning to the desk. How do you feel? Fixes is back on the panel. How are you feeling, Necros, about him?
Hey, do you think he is monster? Because it seems like he was pretty unhappy with the results, what we saw previously, and his face kind of justified his expressions.
Yeah, Fixer, so we saw you in the crowd when MOGO Esports got eliminated. You were heartbroken. Felt like someone just pulled your heart from your chest.
Yeah, look at how the mighty have fallen. You talk about monsters, they were the ones. And
It's okay, buddy.
we had high hopes. And yes, of course, hearts will be broken, but that is a bitter pill to swallow at this point, because right now we're heading towards the end game stages, right? We just have 7 matches remaining, and the final day of the evening, we've got a perfect storyline. Who ends the day on the top?
Oh, that is going to be very interesting, because now Global Esports, again, as we discussed, 12 points of advantage against the team on the second.
Yeah.
And then everyone else is just separated by single digits. Is it going to be enough for Global Esports to get another chicken dinner, get a little bit of a safety cushion going before they end the day?
You know, so I did go for a recon again, right? And
Alright.
I had a lot of chatter.
We've got some
so
more
the
teams.
idea is for Global Esports, if they really want to win this trophy, they have to end the evening by somewhere around 110 or 120 points. So a chicken dinner will give them a little bit of that cushion. for sure.
Give me a second. Sparrow is asking the crowd who they think is going to win. Let me find that out.
Hey, we're seeing so many audience. I mean, they're cheering already out there. We can see the banners out there, and everybody's like, yeah, this team is winning, and we are flying.
No, the arena says X-Pac.
Okay.
That is what the
after the
audience
performance
wants.
that they had,
Yeah.
definitely, yeah.
What about you, Fixes? Your prediction?
But I think the audience is a neutral crowd this time. Yeah, slightly favoring towards iQOO, Soul, X-Pac for sure, but they were all elated with how well AARU was playing, to be honest.
They said X-Pac again, Fixes.
They said, I mean, there are those favorites, but this is still a crowd that is quite neutral in the sense that if somebody makes a clutch, they're still excited about it. I mean, you talk about the previous game, AARU, he was fended off all by his lonesome, had nothing really to hold on to, just had those couple of first hits, and almost put his team into a position where he could have at least had a chance at getting the chicken.
Exactly. I mean, if everything just played out perfectly, we're talking about the nades that were there on the player from Reven Esports. Had everything just been perfect, AARU could have actually won the game.
Yeah.
But, you know, life, nothing is ever perfect. You just have to deal with what you get, just play with the cards that are dealt to you. And that is what AARU Gaming had to do, and did it quite well. But now, again, one more game remaining. You were talking about the overall leaderboard. Who do you think can catch up to Global Esports apart from X-Pac, and are you expecting anyone else to bounce back?
No, to be honest, in this particular game, anything is possible. Right now, iQOO Soul, 2 back-to-back games where they've really flustered up. So if they want to still be in a good position to contest for the trophy, they will have to strike gold in this one.
Right, gold or settle for silver, not just today, but tomorrow as well. But let's see how this game is going to turn out. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 12 of the Grand Finals of BGIS 2024, the map of Erangel. And I hope you guys are ready, because, well, here we go.
No Ripnoy towards Quarry. That is exactly where we are headed at. The greener pastures about to turn red in the blink of an eye, because this is one of the most treacherous flight path trajectory that we will ever get to witness. And Necros, my man, I mean, again, I have to talk about MOGO Esports and their fall.
Yeah. I mean, again, if MOGO was in a lead, they would have been so happy with this flight path, isn't it? So, entirety of military base would have been in their hands, but I really don't know what went wrong, and could you please break down?
So, yeah, of course, I just had a quick chat with Robin, and they've kind of lost confidence, and it's about them making those very rookie mistakes in those fights, and one thing leading to the other, the domino effect really taking place, and MOGO Esports, I don't think they can recover from here. But now, again, the message was out loud and clear. Robin did say them, at least play for your pride. You still are the defending champions. You do not want to end up maybe at around that 14th or 15th. Surely they have to push in through the top 8, which is still achievable.
Exactly, but if you guys are wondering what just happened, well, another rehost before we jump into the last game. And of course, we are going to be back into the action extremely quick, but looking at how that flight path was laid out, I think for the first time we might have seen MOGO Esports get a little bit excited, but now all of the excitement taken away again.
No, so, I'll be honest, if you look at the statistics, every single time MOGO Esports have had a certain circle towards the military base, they have never won a chicken dinner. I mean, there were few instances, but when you look at the entire numbers, I think it's like around 2 out of 10.
That is true, but what is also true is with a flight path away from the military base, MOGO Esports, whenever they go for those long vehicle rotations from the northern half of the map to the military base, quite a few times they lose up one player along the way.
Yeah, that is definitely the case. But you know what? Yeah. In this particular flight path, of course, we had a little bit of more permutation combinations. Yes. We noticed Team X-Pac drop down on Inferno squad.
Just let me, I mean, Sparrow has been riling up the crowd for a long time. I'm trying to see what he's trying to say.
Okay, so if I'm not wrong, they want to bring Sensei once again back on the desk. And I am really jealous about it. I'm really jealous about it. We need Sensei here as well, man.
We have you, Necros.
Well, I mean, yeah, you know, sometimes I also feel fun about it.
To be fair, we also have our very own former pro, not former pro, but yeah, former pro. Fixtures is there. He used to play back in the days. Were you a legend of your era, Fixtures?
I mean, a lot of people would know that I was a former player if I were a legend. But yeah, I think finally Sensei is back on the Hindi desk. But still, you know, you still have me. You got to make do with
what you get.
Downgraded version of Sensei, a little bit more fat version as well. But now, I gained 10 kilos. Let's not get there. All right, I'm feeling very conscious about it nowadays. But now, let's talk about what the final game brings in for us. This is the point where Global Esports, they've got a really nice lead to work around with. 10-12 points should do the job. X-Pac breathing right under their nose. But iQOO Soul, they've been slipping by. But let's not forget, we still have FS in the top 3.
Yes, FS Esports, and this is a surprise, right? Because FS Esports, when you look at the top 16, I would say I would have placed FS Esports somewhere in the middle pack at the end of the journey. Definitely, at no point I would have thought they would be so close to contesting the trophy. And at this point, the dreams of winning BGIS 2024 from the perspective of FS Esports, I think they can see it turning into reality if they keep playing like this. They just need one big push, one game where they get 25 or 20 points, and that should help them settle down on that first position. After that, it's just about being consistent, 6 to 7 points per match.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with this because FS Esports, the way they have stepped up, you see a lineup being entrusted, 2 of the players from back old days of FS roster, now 2 new players bringing up. They had this entire BGIS, they had a very good run so far. They had a very decent run, competitive. They managed to clinch through a lot of rounds and made it to the grand finals. As you mentioned, nobody anticipated that FS Esports would come this far, but right now, again, alongside Global Esports, even X-Pac will be fearing them if they want to go for a head-on competition.
You know, to be brutally honest, FS Esports hasn't really been completely consistent throughout the day.
Yeah.
It was that one big weekendy chicken dinner they got, and other than that, we've seen them struggling in those fights.
Yeah.
Even in the previous game of Miramar, they slipped out. However, those big games being converted have been quite big still to keep them in the race, right? And at this point, for FS Esports, it's so easier said than done because coming the final day, you have so many of those teams, at least around the 12 to the 16, they are going to go all out. And out of those 4 teams, we've got the likes of CARNIVAL, we've got the likes of MOGO, who might want to throw a spanner into your works.
Exactly, and I think everyone else as well is going to try and stop you. Especially, I mean, what we expect on the last day is teams at the bottom to get riled up a little bit, go for those revenge plays on the teams that have been causing trouble for them for the earlier days of the grand finale. But along with that, I think FS Esports, as we keep talking about, an incredible run during this grand finals. I think they have gained a lot of respect in the eyes of the entire competitive community of BGMI in this country. Because again, when their journey started, people expected them to get to the semi-finals, maybe the finals if they were lucky enough, but they've proven luck had nothing to do with them being here on the stage right now.
I think they have that Big Brother storyline going along with them.
Exactly,
did not see that coming, and here they are fighting for the trophy. And imagine an underdog team wins this one. FS as an organization, we've known them. They've been here. They've also graced the official land. But with this lineup, it's their first. And look at them being ahead of so many of the big guns.
Since we're talking about stories, Fixtures, if the lineup of Global Esports ends up winning this trophy, will that be the youngest lineup to lift the trophy?
Could potentially be. If you're looking at the numbers, I think the average is below 20.
Yeah.
Because Mavi isn't too old either. He's barely, I think, 22. The rest of the players are 17, 18.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Mavi is the oldest and he is 22.
Yes.
And again, I mean, him being 22 does not discount him from the fact that he lacks experience or lacks anywhere in the game. You can't really call him a young player. He is a legend when it comes to BGMI in this country. He's been part of the competitive circuits for a long time, and I don't think this man has plans of slowing down anytime soon.
I think, hold on, I think Destro's lineup is the youngest to win the trophy. All of them are below 20, with Destro just being 21 at the very max.
Yeah. I think that might be true. So yeah, Mavi needed to be younger to be able to pull this up. But this is just like extra benefits, right? We are trying to develop storylines or see what the journey of these teams have been in the past. We've talked about FS, we've talked about global esports. X-Pac, story of redemption. Last year, struggling in the journey throughout the tournament, showed up to the grand finals, did quite well for themselves, and then this year as well, the journey was extremely shaky, and yet, once again, X-Pac is there on that stage fighting for the trophy.
Exactly, and they don't want to let even an inch of a ground slip away from their hands, because X-Pac, they're in such a position that directly competing against global esports. Yes, FS esports, they might be tailing behind, but if you ask me why I'm not talking about iQOO Soul, is that they have dipped down in the past 2 matches. We have seen them dropping down, but hey, again, this final match, anything can just turn around.
That's fair. We'll give you that. Dewey, fixes.
Yeah, of course. Now, this is what I talked about, right? If you want to be in the race for iQOO Soul, our chicken dinner over here is absolutely necessary. And not a big one also. It's just 10-12 points. You need to be in contention. And sometimes, you know, it's kind of a curse if you're in the top when you head on to the final day. Because you kind of have that little feeling of complacency, and then you've got so many of them just trying to, you know, hunt you down. So, yeah,
unless, listen to me, right? This is another one of my dreams. Unless you're global esports right now, heading into this last game, and you have another one of those matches where we secure more than 25 points.
This has happened in the past, right? In the BMPS, I think iQOO Soul, the former lineup, Team Blind, they had such a lead and nobody could really catch them.
Exactly. So that big of a safety cushion, if you can bring that in heading into this last match, I think that will automatically drop the morale of the competitors for tomorrow. But then again, global esports, it needs to be a very big game from them. Kind of the one we witnessed from them on Sanhok. But is that actually going to happen? Because last games are usually where teams sort of relax a little bit, let loose, takes things a little bit lightly. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a look at something extremely funny that we have built for you guys. Here it is.
तो आज एक चैलेंज होने वाला है जो कि है व्हाट एम आई
गेम रिलेटेड ठीक है बीजीएस रिलेटेड है समझ गया
कोई टीम
समझ गया
विनर टीम कुछ बोलिए फिर
लूजिंग टीम बोलिए
मतलब फाइट
10
11 6 16 टीम
ठीक है मोगो
टॉप 8 16 के बाहर है
हाँ तो बोलना
नाम है किसी प्लेयर का टीम का BGIS 224 एयरलाइन यहीं पे है वेनम गेमिंग अरे उसकी बात तो नहीं कर रहे हो आईएएस तेरे के नाम ही नहीं पता यार
BGS रिलेटेड है गन रिलेटेड है गन है
हाँ
तो
फाइट प्लेयर है समझ गया
जोनिया भाई
हाँ जॉनथन
तो गोब्लिन तो
गोल्डन की टीम का है
अरे
चल ठीक है वो तो समझ आता है नहीं नॉट भी किया तो भी वन है क्या ये हैशटैग वन
टाइम अप
अबे यू कर देना इशारा ये 3 अलग एक अलग
एक वर्ड है स्काउटर पिस्टल P90 स्कॉर्पियन ठीक है भाई
चोकर चोक आगे दिया
आते जा रही है
मोटी आगे क्यों चल रहा है? आगे ही तो कर रहा है मोटी बाहर आ गई। मोटी आगे क्यों हो गया?
कैसे रे
टीवी
BGIS है
टीवी
BGIS के अंदर है BGIS है
दल्ले बोलने में उसको कुछ रुका
हैदराबाद हैदराबाद के अंदर का कोई एरिया
तो मैं भी कैसे बताऊं अब तेलंगाना। तो गाइस ये वाटर मैन वाला चैलेंज तो खत्म हो चुका है, जिसमें iQOO के भी 2 पॉइंट्स और जी के भी 2 पॉइंट्स थे। तो ये तो गेम के बाहर वाली एक चैलेंज थी जिसमें हम लोग का भाईचारा
नहीं होंगे गेम में, तुम्हें देख लेंगे।
तो ठीक है, मैचेस और भी बाकी रहेंगे, मिलते हैं उसमें, हम भी देख लेंगे। हम थोड़ी देखने देंगे, देखेंगे भी।
हां सारे मैचेस
मेहनत का भी भार है, मिलेंगे जरूर। चलो गाइस बाय बाय।
Do you think we can do well in dump charades fixes?
Yeah, for sure.
I can do it well. I have played a lot of times, so I hope I guess I'm good at it.
So people enjoy your silence.
No comeback
okay.
after this.
I'm thinking about a comeback right now.
Brutal.
Okay.
It's already too late, Necros, but you can give us your predictions.
Okay, so I'm gonna. Okay.
Alright, yeah. Let's see how good Necros is. It is iQOO. That was easy. Yeah.
You didn't tell me that it has
so
to be hard.
obvious. I mean,
What about you? I mean, yeah, bad on my part as well. I should not have guessed it straight away. I should have made him work for it.
no, I mean even the newest into the scene would have guessed iQOO from miles afar.
See, you guys didn't tell me that it has to be hard, right? You gave me the good option, and I just
nobody gave you. You just
I chose the easiest one.
Prediction.
I chose the easiest one.
Yeah.
All right. What is this? TX Scout Thunder breathing final form.
Oh,
of course.
All right. I need you to know. Tell me the backstory. Where did the thunder breathing come from?
I mean, I also have no idea, but I mean,
you haven't been watching animes, Johnny.
Which anime?
It's Demon Slayer, bruh.
Yeah, I haven't watched that one.
Oh, I mean, we love that. I mean, I of course love Zenitsu. We all do.
No, not really. Again, I haven't seen that one, so yeah. I'm an old man. I've moved from anime to different things in life.
Okay.
Not really. I mean, I do
You like
watch.
Dragon Ball though?
Yes.
Have a recent mode
I
where
watch-
you can unlock the prize pass.
I watch all the old ones like Neon Genesis, Dragon Ball, Hunter x Hunter. That's my jam.
You know what? I've been collecting the Dragon Ball Z sets that are inside the game, and I'm still completing the missions. But right now, Johnny.
Well, yes, right now it is time for everyone to take on their Super Saiyan forms because the final battle is about to take place. And again, ladies and gentlemen, the map of Erangel, game number 12 of the grand finals of BGIS 2024. Here we go.
All right, flight path trajectory this time around the shooting range towards the Snovka military base. And yes, Naya Poliana looks far-fetched for the likes of Team X Park. Where are they going to drop down? Is it going to be an early fight against the players of Venom Gaming? That is the big question. Global esports have nothing to worry about. Even same goes for the likes of Team iQOO. Is Novoripnoi where Team X Park is headed at? So many questions. The mystery gets unraveled this game.
Exactly. Anticipating a lot of fights at this moment. Global esports, they also go down to the areas of Severny. I mean, it was seeming like that Kevin X Venom, they were up for some drop clashes with Team X Park. They had it in the previous day as well in the final match of Erangel, where X Park got 3 of the finishes of the boys of Kevin X Venom, and they literally crumbled down. But the position that they're holding right now, the boys of Venom will be looking forward to kind of get as many points as possible from this last game to just stay alive in the competition so that they can bounce back tomorrow.
For real, I mean, X Park didn't have a good chance at that because they had to make a mad dash, and Venom Gaming really had them cornered. And yeah, but still, Team X Park did get a lot of those early finishes in the previous and like anticipated, like expected, this time they're heading towards Novoripnoi. I'm starting to wonder if Inferno squad is also headed that way, because now for X-Park, it is going to get really dirty because so many teams around them. And look at this, Team AARU also in the horizon, and all of them have to cross over the bridge. But Team Insane holding the other side of the bridge around Milta doesn't get easy from here.
X-Park choosing a different drop, it's fine, but even you see Team Aru taking drop. I mean, that is the individual plays, but talking about the circle, this is very interesting. Carnival Gaming, they have all the advantage with themselves. The entire Gatka is in their hands, and there is not even a single team around the Georgia Pool containers of the Georgia Northern City that we usually get to see sometimes having those collisions. Even iQOO Soul, they have got some real big trouble to deal with because the FSC Sports are around the corner.
Yeah, of course. I mean, at this point, even for iQOO Soul and FSC Sports, both these teams in contention, and imagine iQOO Soul wipes them out. But now we've got a little bit of a bitter rivalry building up. Owen out in the open. What is he even thinking? Wants to run for cover. Shadow still peppering him down with bullets. Still gets away. And this is some former rivalry also going on. Yesterday we saw the first game, Shadow having clutched out the entirety of Inferno squad. And for a lot of people that do not know, Owen is the former teammate of Ninja Jaw. They used to play with each other once upon a time, as Shadow this time does not miss his shots, gets one pick.
Inferno squad, every match, the same storyline is getting continued. Shadow might have whiffed the first few shots on Omen, but right now Omega is getting taken down. Inferno squad again, they don't want to lose any player on an early note. But this is not the right time, right? Inferno squad, they never anticipated that X-Park would come to their place and they will be facing a drop clash. But X-Park, they were pretty dominant in this case.
I mean, for Team X-Park, they kind of had them cornered, and Inferno squad, I really can't comprehend why they're going so out in the open. Really quite ununderstandable though. But Sarang, he wants suppression. Of course, the players of Inferno squad, they're quite injured, and now Manthan against the world. Sarang, he gets a couple of damage onto himself, but now Manthan just has that PP Bison to work around with. He's getting here and there, but look at this. Whilst all of that is happening, you have the players of Team X-Park kind of creating that flank. And this is as worse it can get for Team Inferno squad, because there you have it, Omega, the confirmation is there. The numbers definitely not helping IS.
Definitely not. Even Manthan, he has been kind of cornered, getting taken down a lot more time. But when it comes down to this phase, right now, this is a position. X-Park, Manthan, everybody, they're looking pretty dominant, and the nades are being exchanged.
I mean, at this point, I think you look at him, he's being surrounded. Team Insane. At this point, look at Spy. Atanki, it's going to be such a tough stretch for him. Insane Esports, they want to really capitalize on the situation. Evil cooking up a grenade already. And Atanki, oh my god, that was a needle really going in. Threaded perfectly fine. And now Team Insane really wants to capitalize on this. As Shadow, he gets a finish. And Team Aru, after having such a good start, look at them getting those early casualty done.
Yeah. Right now, even if you just talk about Manthan is also fighting all the way to survive, to get the finishes, because it seems like X-Park, they're around the corner, they're hungry for the finishes. They know exactly where the players are, because Manthan has given a lot of sound cue to them. And at this point, it seems like it's almost they're waiting for the right moment to strike in.
I mean, at this point, Inferno squad, they're getting surrounded. Team X-Park like vultures just around them. But this one, this little flank from Owen, big ask is, are they aware about it? Do they have any information, as Manthan has got that murky cover to play around? At this situation, Team X-Park, they're starting to look restless. They want to make the move because they also have to get inside the circle. They also need to get their loot started. It's a drop collision, and Team X-Park knew what they were signing up for. They didn't want to go up against Venom Gaming, so Inferno squad was the way to go.
It's a very big Cold War that is going on between a lot of teams. But right now, even MOGO Esports are inbound fixes. If they hear a lot of commotion happening around the areas of No Ripnoi, I don't think that Destro will even think twice to strike in if he gets that opportunity.
Yeah, that is there, of course. And what do MOGO Esports have to lose at this point? Ninja finally opens it up against Manthan. He gives up. Team X-Park also have snubbed out Jatin's position, and that is exactly where they're headed next. But MOGO Esports, look at them, already starting to surround them. And as long as they kind of keep building this one up, as Spray God gets it delivered, and Owen, his position also compromised. Team X-Park just pressing in through. Owen, look at him, out in the open. X-Park get those 4 finish points, but still, I must say, they're not out of the woods yet, because MOGO Esports, they're just around the hood.
I don't know whether they are all aware of it, but MOGO Esports definitely not interested in taking any more fights. They might have heard a lot of commotion. They might have heard a lot of noises coming on from those Novo containers. But MOGO Esports, they have decided not to engage, fall back, and continue their rotation because the circle is down southwest. Team TAMILAS, Team LIMRA, still in a very advantageous position. But for MOGO Esports, it can be a little problematic because if they try to cross from the Ferry Pair Bridge, 8-Bit might be looking forward to gatekeep them.
No, 8-Bit really felt like the previous Miramar game could have been theirs. They had a really huge split and could not do much, but this game, they have the circle to themselves. Really good position as of now. For 8-Bit, even if they want to make it inside of the top 3, they need to go big. And looking at this fight that just previously occurred, it was Team Insane taking on Veron, and how unlucky in fact Team AARU have been. Just losing out on players left, right and center. This is where you kind of tend to give up. And Insane, they're still somewhere fighting, latching on, clawing, scratching their way through. Got those 2 early finishes. How far can they go?
A head start is what every team wants for themselves in every map. You want those early finishes to be in a comfortable position. But how Team Insane's journey has been throughout in the grand finals, I mean, they are still looking forward to at least finish on a good note, and they have also made a comeback. They're in the top 8 right now, so they might be looking forward to even close it up to the top 6 or maybe the top 5 by the end of today's day, so that they might have a little bit of chance to contest for the championship.
Let's hope. Let's really hope. I mean, at this point, anything could be possible. But Global Esports, certainly one of those teams. They have a little bit of that lead, and they really need to hit hard. They need to hit another home run if they want to somehow consolidate that top spot to themselves. It's still up for grabs, and Team X-Park, considering they've wiped out INFERNO squad already, have started reducing in and still breathing heavily under their noses. MOGO Esports, however, they haven't really crossed up through the bridge, still waiting. Starting to wonder if this is going to be a setup for Team X-Park, and this is going to hurt real bad for them.
Talking about all these commotion, VASISTA Esports still seem to be there up north, and they haven't changed even a single bit of their gameplay or the style that they might have. I just thought that they would do to go all in and get those finishes for themselves, but they have to wait a while. Even the boys of Cheminix Venom, they cherished the entire drop of Yasunai because X-Park did not went there. But talking about this team on our screens, Raven Esports, I mean, I had a lot of expectations from these boys in today's games, and they were also looking forward to chime in as well. But still, they didn't had a very decent run though.
I mean, Raven, it was just that one game of Weekendy where I saw some promises. Yeah, Reaper was really good and all of that, it's fine. But still, an underdog lineup, and they wanted to get some experience. They have outperformed so many other best teams in the country. And here they are, living those moments. But now this is a fight that we're all waiting for. Team iQOO Soul just in close proximity to Global Esports. And look at this. How often do you see iQOO Soul focusing on their rotation instead of engaging in those fights? They also know this is going to be GE. And GE, they are looking hot. So iQOO Soul clearly cannot afford any more casualties.
Exactly. They don't want to have any early casualties at all. And that too when they know that iQOO Soul, the position that they are in right now in the overall standings, is still vulnerable. You're not in a good lead like what global esports are sitting at. So you need to even cover the gap and then also make a good lead before the final day if you want to win. And the mentality the players have and the entire team of iQOO has is just winning. There is nothing short of it.
At this point, I'm starting to wonder if they've taken too much on their heads though. Because iQOO clearly, that wrecking ball strategy isn't working out. And they decided to switch gears. They notched it down a little bit, tried to focus, try to play for the circle. That hasn't been working out well either. And their strength really lies in how they take those team fights. And they have been losing those. And they really need to have a plan C, plan D. They need to show the depths and layers inside of their lineup. At this point, the circle really shifting away. Looking at the circle going around Gatka and FS Esports again. Having such a promising spot inside the zone. And this is how things really begun. Team X Park against Inferno squad and Manthan, he held on for so long. And the moment Jatin got picked off, there was really nothing much to fight for.
Yeah. I mean, Jatin was doing a good job trying to hold off the players of Team X Park. But not everything lasts that long, right? With Team X Park, again, they are collecting the vehicles as much as they can from the extreme southern part of the map to go for a very quick rotation. And on the other hand, even we see the boys of Cheminix Venom. This team was doing very good in the previous day. We had a lot of expectations from these boys because out of even not being the fan favorites, all the teams in the lobby, if you ask them, as you mentioned earlier as well, Fix, is that everybody has admired this team's performance, admired all these players, and they have earned it. They have came down to the semifinals week 2 from week 1. They couldn't qualify, and from week 2, the performance that they had was tremendous. We also expected similar performance to come in the grand finals as well, and we almost saw it in the first day. The day 2 is like a big disaster for them.
Yeah, they really haven't found that one very big game. Because for Cheminix Venom, they had a really good start, and they were really hoping that they get a lot of those drop clashes. That's not happening, and they've pretty much been playing around the edges. This is one of those teams, like I said, right, does not get unfazed from a fight. But more often than not, they get third-partied also. That has been a huge cause of concern. This time, however, staying aloof from everybody. Carnival Gaming, though. This is also one of those teams we had a lot of expectations from. And they have failed to deliver. Not gonna lie, they made a lot of those changes. And look at this, Team TAMILAS all riled up. Everybody excited, but Goblin somehow finds an opener onto its Manti. And suddenly, the alarm bells stall.
Even Maxi, look at the damage, but oh, that buggy just went over and Neo gets taken down. This is bad for Carnival Gaming. They might have got a lot more openings, but oh, Akshat, he gets a second knock as well from both these sides. Team TAMILAS, they're being cornered. Right now, the knocks are coming onto that direction. Goblin needs to turn into a Godlin mode, and then only they can just clutch it out. But Neo, I don't think he's going to survive for that long. The nade is coming. Akshat goes down as well, but Goblin, even he falls down. It's VASISTA Esports from the backlines.
VASISTA Esports, the sly cunning fox coming out of nowhere. They've also started unleashing themselves. And now Carnival Gaming have already been the prey. Next could be Team TAMILAS on their hit list. As having nothing to lose, they go all out. Everybody look at Sue. Just decided, had his blinders on. And somehow Team TAMILAS still fighting it out. But Rage God, he comes in due time and saves the day as VASISTA Esports out of nowhere. They already have those 4 finishes secured.
Oh yeah. Already it seems like there is going to be a lot of trouble out there. VASISTA Esports having 4 finishes for themselves. This is a very, very big task that they need to accomplish. And even the circle going down south, it's going to be really important how it goes because 8-bit, they are in a very advantageous position.
Oh my god. At this point, Team Insane. One of the players. Let's see what's going to happen. Reckoning Esports. This is also one of those teams that I'm really eyeing out for. How are they going to play? But for Team LIMRA, this is one of those teams really under the radar. And there have been certain developments over here. And yeah, it's going to be quite a heartbreak.
Yeah. Overall, when you just talk about Reckoning again, looking forward to get a lot more finishes around the corners of Pochinki. Looking forward to get some more ample amount of points, but this time MOGO Esports exchanged flash with Team X-Park, but 2 knocks being taken down. MOGO Esports, they're gonna go up and maybe take a lot more fight.
Well, 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 guess what? Surprise! We are back, ladies and gentlemen, and kind of an unfortunate situation. There were a few issues here and there, because of which the match is getting rehosted. And again, I mean, I think good for the teams that got eliminated early. They get a second chance at this game.
For the first time in life, I have to say, I'm not happy that you're here. I really wanted the game to be going on, but sadly...
The circle was so fine, Fixers.
Yeah, I mean, Team X-Park had so many of those finishes. So much action was really brewing up. And...
Hey, Fixers, you gotta accept the fact that pain and misery are a part of life. You gotta
yes,
use
they are. But
imagine
imagine your Team X-Park right now. You had so many finishes going on. 4. They had gotten the better out of MOGO Esports as well.
They were just about to lose this fight, though.
Yeah, but still, 6 finish points isn't too shabby.
I mean, no, not really. It was a decent game.
Last they got 2 knockouts even against MOGO Esports. So like, I guess X-Park was even making a comeback in this fight as well. So yeah, if you're X-Park, you're like, why are we rehosting again?
I mean, if you are X-Park, that is. For everyone else, I think they would be kind of okay with it, because it was an awkward circle. For them, for us, it was an entertaining one. But again, for the 2 teams that were taken out exceptionally early in this game, they are going to be, well, yeah, they are celebrating right now, like, hey, we get another chance in Wrangle. But anyways, I mean, a few little misplays here and there. But again, considering now they might know what other mistakes they should not make again for the second time, what do you think? Are things going to change for sure in this game? X-Park especially, they are kind of warmed up.
So everybody is known the fact that Team X-Park is going to head towards Novoripnoy.
Yeah.
So Inferno squad, I think they will be better conditioned to deal against them. But at the same time, I think Team AARU, they need to understand for a fact they had those early losses, right? Yes. Losing out on 2 of the players, especially after having that momentum where AARU has been pushing his team all by himself. The previous game of Miramar, and then suddenly a start where you have 2 of your major players getting knocked out. I think a little bit of a lifeline for Team AARU.
Yeah, but I mean, it is going to be exciting, and especially as we were talking about X-Park, it's going to be interesting to see how they perform for the rest of this game. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the man, the myth, the legend, Scout, greeting his fans that he has earned over the years. A long professional career, decorated player, synonymous with the face of BGMI in this country. And you know what? There was this one famous quote of his that kind of motivated me to have that aggressive playstyle in every single game that I've played across in my entire life. And the quote goes, you have the same weapon the opponent does. It's all about who connects their shots first. And I mean, that is it. That pretty much simplifies everything there is to gaming.
That is why he is Scout, isn't it so?
Yeah.
He has, he has brought so many... ever wondered using an M762 with a 4X? I mean, sometimes it goes like, oh, how can somebody just use it? Like, mechanically, he's so gifted.
Of course he is, and we started playing together, and yeah, we were one of those people, like, really built up the community, and look at him. I'm feeling so proud that he's still here, still fighting, still as an athlete, and he's got a lot to prove to this world. And goes on to speak about volumes. He even did participate from Team 0, could not make it, but here he is to give his entire support to Team X-Park. And look at them, already favorites, and the horde, the love of the fans, and at any point, Scout, he's enjoying it, right?
Oh my
God,
Look at that. Oh my God.
It looks like a movie star is there in this arena, and might as well be. He's extremely good looking. Scout, ladies and gentlemen, getting hoarded by the crowds here in this High-Tech Convention Center. And of course, if you guys want to meet your favorite creators, your favorite athletes as well, you know where we are. High-Tech Convention Center, Hyderabad. If you are in Hyderabad, do drop by. There are going to be passes. Well, tomorrow you're going to have to try and get there early, but it is going to be exciting to see how things turn out. And of course, the fans, I'm pretty sure Scout also feels the same, that I mean, the community, it's quite lovely. The audience, the viewers, every single one of you has been watching us and showing us the love over the years. Thank you so much for all of the appreciation for BGMI.
Yeah, truly. Still now you can see all the fans are waiting that, Scout, we want to pick.
Just one picture.
Just take my phone and take the picture so that you don't have to go around and collect from... a random person that, hey bro, you know he has taken a click on your phone. Can you just
Look at that guy. He's at the back of the queue and he's trying to get a selfie from there.
Everybody wants a little option, right?
Something at least. I mean, I've seen people when they don't get their phones taken by a scout, people like Mortal, when they miss out on the opportunity, what they're going to do is they're going to hop in someone else's picture and just ask them later on, hey, here's my social handle. Tag me, please. Tag me, bro.
Yeah.
Or you could just get the iQOO Neo 9 Pro because it's got some amazing camera features.
Oh, yeah.
And even from the back lens, you're going to get so much nice quality pictures, high resolution. You know, we've got all those new tweaks being made, those new applications being added. Who knows? You could just place a scout right beside you.
I mean,
Spare the trouble of, you know, just going through the crowd.
Hey, I'm going to use this idea sometime.
Or just like have a picture like this and have a scout right next to you.
Yeah.
Not maybe scout, but maybe like my icon footballers or like cricket players or something like that.
I was about to think you were going to mention a few of his favorite ladies around. But so, yeah, I mean, I get it. So,
It's okay, buddy.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you're new and next to fixes.
Hey, again, I'm the smallest one. Have some consideration.
Alrighty, let's do this, guys. Let's have a look at some more amazing content. And here we go.
Hey guys, तो मेरा नाम है शैडो.
मेरा नाम है MJ. हमारे इधर चल रहे हैं लैंग्वेज लेसन्स,
जिसमें ये अपनी लैंग्वेज मेरे को सिखाएगा और मैं अपनी लैंग्वेज इसको सिखाने वाला हूँ. तो देखते हैं कि कौन कैसा खेलता है. तो मैं तेरे को बहुत इजी वर्ड देता हूँ, पहला है तो इसलिए. तो वो इजी वर्ड है जुले.
जुले.
हाँ.
जुले का मतलब क्या था? नमस्ते.
हाँ.
जुले. बावा.
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 हाँ.
इसका मतलब क्या है?
भाई.
भाई.
तो सबसे पहले बोलो तुम. सबसे पहले अपन नमस्कार ही करेंगे. तो सत श्री अकाल.
सत श्री अकाल.
हाँ, सत श्री अकाल.
सत श्री अकाल.
हाँ, सही है, परफेक्ट. आप बताओ.
मैं बोलता हूँ आसंतु बसंतु.
आसंतु बसंतु.
बसंतु बसंतु.
आसंतु बसंतु.
हाँ, सही
है. चलो.
काने इन रंग.
काने इन रंग.
नहीं, काने इन रंग.
ने काने इन रंग.
काने नहीं, काने इन रंग. हाँ, रंग.
रंग.
रंग नहीं. रंग का मतलब तो कलर हो गया.
हाँ.
रंग नहीं, रंग.
रंग.
हाँ.
काने इन रंग.
हाँ. मतलब नहीं जानना इसका. मतलब ये है कि कहाँ से हो तुम.
कुटुन आलाइस.
कुटुन नालाइस.
कुटुन आलाइस.
कुटुन आलाइस.
हाँ.
सही बोल.
आहेस.
आला आहेस.
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 हाँ, इसका मतलब कहाँ से आए हो.
अच्छा.
देखो मैं बोलता हूँ आपको. चलो चलो जी, वैसे घरटा खाली अच्छे शेटा नवा.
चलो चलो जी, घिरपा घोरटा खाली है जी.
चलो चलो जिबा.
चलो चलो जिबा.
से घरटा खाली अच्छी.
बस कर इतना ही भाई. चलो चलो जिबा, से घोरटा खाली है जी.
खाली अच्छी.
खाली अच्छी.
शेटा नहीं जिबा.
शेटा नहीं जिबा. चलो चलो जिबा, से घोरटा नहीं जिबा. से घोरटा नहीं जिबा. चलो चलो जिबा, से घोरटा नहीं जिबा.
इसका मतलब ये है कि
खाली है.
चलो वो कंपाउंड खाली. आप तो कैसी कर लिए.
वो तो दिख रहा था, समझ पा रहा था मैं थोड़ा थोड़ा.
राम खर्जी जूस पीना.
राम खर्जी जूस पीना.
जूस पीना नहीं भाई, जोस पीना.
जोस पीना.
हाँ बोल.
राम खर्गी जोस पीना.
खरगी नहीं, खर्जी.
खर्जी. ओके. राम खर्गी जोस पीना.
जोस पीना.
जोस पीना.
हाँ.
इसका मतलब
खाना खाया आपने.
बहुत टफ था ये तो.
तेनू क्या भी यार उधरों ही बढ़ना है, तू फिर इधरों ही पूछ कर गया. बताओ. तेनू क्या भी सी उधरों ही बढ़ना है, तू फिर इधरों ही बढ़ गया. एक साथ बोल दे एक बार.
मैं तो भूल ही जा रहा हूँ.
अबे इजी है भाई, पंजाबी तो बहुत इजी है सीखने में, कोई भी सीख लेता है. बता.
आप बोलते आ रहे हो.
चल मैं धीरे धीरे बोलता हूँ. तेनू क्या भी सी मैं कि इधरों बढ़ना है.
तेलू क्या विषय में कि इधरों बढ़ में.
तू फिर इधरों ही बढ़ गया. तुझे पता.
फिर इधर ने बढ़ दे.
बढ़ गया.
बढ़ गया.
हाँ चलो ठीक है, कोई नहीं. धीरे धीरे हो जाएगा. ठीक. सो गाइस, बहुत मज़ा आया ओवन भाई के साथ लैंग्वेज लेसन सीख के. एंड काफ़ी फन सेगमेंट था.
और इनका भी पंजाबी सीख के मेरे को बहुत मज़ा आया. आई होप आपको भी मज़ा आया होगा.
काफ़ी मज़ा आया शैडो भाई आपके साथ खेल.
बहुत मज़ा आया भाई खेल के.
काफ़ी नया कुछ सीखने मिला. आपने मेरे लैंग्वेज में कुछ चीज़ सीखी, मैंने आपके लैंग्वेज में सीखी. बहुत अच्छा लगा.
और आपको भी मज़ा आया तो थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग.
Seems like the players have been having a lot of fun amongst themselves before the matches began.
At least I could understand what Owen was saying, so I'm fine. He's my fellow ODI, my fellow junior who we share the same college also. So in fact, the same school.
How many players were you in school and
I mean,
college
it's a
with?
small world, so it's fine. I mean, I feel happy about it.
Were you the one training them when they were young?
No. I mean, I was in standard 10th and he was in standard 1.
Oh, so that doesn't count, Fixes.
Yes, of course not.
Alums from the same institution, we'll give you that.
Yeah.
Necros used to share an old connection with anyone?
So Manya is an old friend of mine. We are from the same city, just 15 minutes apart from our home distance.
Yeah.
So, but we haven't met in the city. So that's a little. I'm heartbroken by that. I have told him. But about this, there are a lot of still players, and even sometimes you see we also getting to see Model around there. Just we saw Scout few moments ago, and now it's time for Model, and everybody will be enjoying out there.
Of course, a decorated player, decorated creator, the face of not just BGMI in this country, but the face of gaming in India at this point.
Yeah.
And this is why exactly we urged you, we requested you to get those elite passes, because that is how you're going to meet your favorite content creators. You know, they met Scout, they met Mortal, and tomorrow we might have few more big names as well with us. But getting back to business, Johnny, the final game of the evening. Yes, it was a rehost, but we know what is coming ahead, and this is the craze of Hyderabad. You know, players go, in fact, people go bonkers when they get to meet their favorite players.
I mean, it is an insane crowd right behind us, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to get much more hyped because once again we are about to jump into game number 12 for the third time, and we all know third time's the charm. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, game number 12 of the grand finals of BGIS 2024 Erangel. Here we come.
All right, a map, flight path trajectory where it gets dissected into two halves. For global esports, it's going to be quite an important game. Flight path trajectory all the way from Severny, heading towards the Snovka military base. Like we said, right, circle is going to be so important. The previous one was much breathable one, and this one is even better.
Yeah. All the teams will be getting an advantage for themselves. They can reach their ideal drop locations. I mean, they will have the privilege to go down there. But if you just say about it, that the teams, the clashes, I mean, this time we are about to see Fixes. X-Park, they're going for the Yasunaya, not no Ripnoi anymore. But are Cheminix Venom also going for it? That's the question in my mind. Because if they are going for it, we might be looking forward for a second Yasunaya contest among them. But I don't see them coming.
Such a stir-up in the drama going on. Team X-Park going up against Cheminix Venom. Formidable foes. It's going to be so difficult because Cheminix Venom, they're still in the race. And who knows if they wipe out Team X-Park over here right now. Things could go really awry for them. As Inferno squad, they have no more monkey business around Nova Ripnoi. They choose the safer path, but look at this. This is what we wanted. Yesterday, X-Park did annihilate Venom Gaming, but now here they are to settle the score once more.
Phantom seems to be in a different location, wants to play the unorthodox angle for his team side, and he has always been the one getting the flanks right at the same moment and instantly finding some picks, which will definitely benefit the boys of Cheminix Venom. But yes, damages are about to come and the shots have been fired. One of the players of Team X-Park, they have dropped down to a very, very low HP, but have to see how are they going to make a fight back.
Look at Shadow. Has nothing really to work with. Look at the damage being done, and finally Sarang gives him a first aid. Does not have armor either. Level 1 West almost depleted. And this is all about trying to get some control. Especially when you're hunkered down to around the corners. Spray God needs to provide some assistance. And he's got his own fight to deal with. So for Team X-Park, they're trying to back off. And Phantom thankfully does not have that angle, but Spray God certainly does. If he can provide cover fire, maybe get a player down from Team Venom Gaming, this could be a huge turner in the storyline.
They're not aware that X-Park they are crossing. Nobody has their eyes on them. I'm quite sure about it. Though Venom was looking towards a different direction, anticipating that they would be going, but iQOO Soul's Knuckle, no, you don't want to go there. He just breached through 2 compounds, in which Reckoning they had a good split. And my main question is, what is iQOO Soul doing there?
I mean, I have no clue. At this point, what are teams up to? I think it's all about trying to gauge the situation. They're kind of hoping that this is going to be a military-based bridge, but now Reckoning Esports, they have wiped out iQOO Soul just a couple of games earlier. And who knows, they might want to get the deed done, might want to wipe them off, but at this point, even iQOO Soul decide to retaliate back. So the idea pretty much over here is the fact that both these teams need to cross the bridge ASAP, as they think the circle will go south.
Yeah. And we've seen these kind of circles happen so many times that confuses the IGL, that tests the IGL's prediction game so much that if he leads his team to the southern island and if the circle goes above him, if it goes on the northern side, he faces the consequences. But if he also waits on the northern side and the circle again tends to shift towards the south, then also he faces some backlashes, because the 2 bridges are the only ways you can safely and soundly reach to one another point with your vehicles and have those primary covers in the end circle. If you don't cross it with the vehicles, you don't know, you might be caught off guard in the shorelines.
And not having those information there, iQOO Soul do understand Reckoning was right beside them, Necros, and this is what I was talking about, right? And if they can set up a bridge camp over there, iQOO Soul, this might really cost them a lot. And I think Manya realizes the intensity of the situation, but are Reckoning aware that Insane, they've moved up to Novo Repnoi. And if Reckoning get one of their players knocked out and iQOO Soul, they will be pressing on the damages. So at this point, again, teams really do not have all the information to themselves. And all thanks to the circle, the way it has really built up. But for Team X-Pac and Venom Gaming, they've decided to go aloof from each other. Venom Gaming still playing around the edges, still not trying to force those fights. But for Team X-Pac, how do they enter inside the circle? Same question goes for the players of Global Esports as well.
You know, one thing I noticed of iQOO Soul while they were rotating, so 2 of the players came down to the southern island, and Manya, even when he almost crossed the bridge, he came back and went on to hold those compounds just around the areas of Novo Repnoi. I mean, Novo Repnoi bridge as we speak, but I really like this kind of spread as what iQOO Soul is playing. Maybe they are taking a chance, completely having the control over the areas of bridge, because they also know they are not the single team rotating from that place. There will be a lot more, and they can just literally prey on them.
I think also could be one of those situations where they're preparing for the worst, right?
Yeah.
Imagine if the circle kind of shifts up north. That also could be one of the ideas for them in doing so. Or maybe they could have just sent power for reconnaissance, or maybe even Ronnie there. Because Reckoning Esports have no monkey business around the bridges anymore. So if iQOO Soul wants to cross over, if they send one man, he's going to clear it all off. He's going to give all that information. And then iQOO Soul could maybe play things around. They also have gotten quite conscious. At this point, they also have realized that, yeah, backing off is the right idea. But for Raven Esports, now this is a good spot that they're holding on to, the 12 packs. And everybody is just lying in wait for the second circle to form so that they can make their guesses of where the circle will be headed towards next.
Hey, Fixes, I've got a big climax for you. We see Global Esports going on to the direction of VASISTA Esports. I don't know, this is a different approach, because usually you see Global Esports completing their loot completely around the areas of 70, then they try to rotate down in the areas of Georgopol, Bridge, and they can literally have a very clean rotation. I really don't know where they're going towards the areas of Zaki, because even if they knew that VASISTA Esports is the only single team that takes their drop in that place.
I think the idea is they want to pick a fight. They want to pick a clean 4v4 because VASISTA Esports, they're really low on morale right now. And they've always been pesky, right? They've always hurt Global Esports when they were not looking. And even GE understands that they cannot be ignored anymore. So better just deal with them because they pretty much play outside the circle. So VASISTA Esports, they've been read like an open book. And if Global Esports get things started, I think Inferno Squad could also join in on the fray. But again, for Carnival Gaming, Necros, they tried to make a couple of changes, did get in Hector for a couple of games, but still in the grand scheme of things, that has really not changed anything.
Yeah. hectic game for 2 matches. And instantly, the kind of impact we wanted. It came and won. The Miramar went well for Carnival Gaming in terms of placement points, but the Sanhok literally thrashed them. But again, Neo backing up, back to the playing 4. Carnival Gaming wants to stick with the same basics that they have for now. But for the team like Inferno squad, they had a very bad start, if you ask me, just what happened before the rehost. So they will be like, yeah, we have finally got the breather, and now we will be trying to get as many points as possible. But talking about points, even Reckoning, they're hungry for it.
For Reckoning Esports, and this is where they need to display their hunger. Spotting out the players of Team Insane. They tap a couple of bullets at their direction. The spy too much out in the open, and Shikari Jod strikes. Gets his spray over there as Reckoning Esports very well spread across the map. And now Team Insane, the onus is on them. Do they fight back, or do they make a run for their lives? Because right now both these teams still around the mid boards, and anybody could really bounce up. And Team Insane, they've been pushed back a little bit. And that is not where the trouble ends, because iQOO Soul, in fact Manya, he's crossed over the bridge.
They're all still playing with the 2v2 split. 2 on the areas of Farm, 2 around the areas of No Repno, and the Circle is still playing with the minds of the IGLs. All the players still tailing behind, waiting for the final circle to shift, because you don't see Global Esports or Carnival Gaming rotating so late, and even Carnival Gaming, they have gone up north to take a fight, maybe anticipating that there might be a lot of teams. Inferno squad, they take a drop location, they know about it. Even it can be a revenge against VASISTA Esports for what they did before the rehost.
No, now this looks interesting, because Venom Gaming, literally at the northeastern shores, they're spread all across. I feel like they're going to go for a heal battle. I think this is coming. Maybe for Global Esports, that could also be the case. For the first time, we're witnessing so many teams so scared to death to really cross over the bridge. And who knows, there's still a 50-50 chance that this circle could take that hard shift up north. So Raven Esports has a good position. MOGO Esports, yeah, they also have a good position if the circle shifts down south. 8-Bit made a quick rotate, and might be on the lookout for a couple of fights, and especially the one against MOGO Esports. That could also happen, but for FS, I mean, considering how the day has gone, still in the race, still inside the top 3, they also need to have a good conversion in this one.
Talking about all these situations, you can finally understand the intensity. I mean, every match, it's really nail-biting, but teams so much scared to even make a single move, because the circle is literally 50-50, as you mentioned earlier. You never know. It's going to get a hard shift towards north, or maybe will prevail in the southern side. So nobody wants to take a single risk, even not for iQOO Soul. That's why they're playing with a 2-2 split.
The intensity, right? The pressure really starting to speak now. Everybody is anticipating the bridge is hotly guarded. The moment they go back home, take a look at the map stream, and suddenly they realize, oh, this could have been the queue. And this is what I was talking about, right? You come up with a certain prep, and in the grand finals, everything gets tossed out of the window. And at this point, we're seeing so much of that cluster being built up around that southern side. But for Team LIMRA, I mean, Necros, I'm really kind of disheartened with how they really played, because I felt like they could have been those underdogs and also the dark horses in the tournament. Because if you talk about the semi-finals week 2, this is a team that did manage to end up third and had such high expectations. And watching them fall like this, yeah, it hurts.
Definitely. But even Team LIMRA will be looking forward, but Carnival, they were up for vengeance, and they have finally started it. Rage God is the first one to fall down as they went up north to take a revenge against VASISTA Esports. They didn't find them there, but caught one player off guard. That's going to be the first finish for the side of Carnival Gaming, and by taking that, they will be looking forward to complete their rotation down south, because VASISTA Esports, they've already started and they're way too ahead, maybe taking the entire control of the Query region, but X-Park completely rotating in a single muscle truck. I mean, monster truck, to be honest. That do you think that they're not feeling the pressure that they have rotated so late that they don't anticipate any enemy around the corner?
No, for Team X-Park, it's all about taking those fights. And that is how they've been playing, and that is how they've been finding those success. Even if they're not getting those chicken dinners, does not really matter, right? Because for X-Pac, every single game, the idea is to get around 9 to 10 finishes. And this is like a free buffet for them. So as long as they can engage in those fights, really use the confidence to their advantage, get those points rolling in, because even the crowd is cheering for X-Pac. I mean, how often does that happen, right? When you've got the likes of iQOO Soul, Global Esports, people starting to root in for X-Pac. And to be honest, they've earned it.
Yeah. With the performance that they have been showcasing us every match, almost every match, I would say, it has been phenomenal. And they have given all their fans the reasons that why you should support them, why you should actually chant their name inside the arena. Right now, Fixes, I'm really, really looking forward to where the circle is going to shift, because this is the moment. It can go up north, it can go down south, or it can just be a central shift, keeping the bridge in the dead center point.
I mean, at this point, a bridge circle, bring it on. I
don't
am
mind.
ready. But just a couple of moments earlier, we had the players of team LIMRA in quite some trouble. That was a situation brewing up, and look at Manya. How often do you see that happen? He just lets a player pass by, and the only reason is, of course, that he does not have his teammates around him. So he's not even moving a muscle, not even a hair strand, as a matter of that. For Team iQOO Soul, what is the idea? I think they still have an inkling. A seed of doubt is that maybe the circle kind of shifts up north, and that is where that could really favor them.
Yeah. That's why they're even waiting for the right moment. The circle shift, just about time, 12 more seconds. Even Cheminix, Venom, they have made the move up north. They have got the entry from the areas of Gatka. In front of them, there will be Carnival Gaming, Global Esports. From the western side, you see Team LIMRA going in, but iQOO Soul, now they also have to rotate down, and every team up north has to come down to the southern island, but they still have a little, I would say 10% of land surface to play along with in the northern side.
At this point, iQOO Soul really need to pinch down the players of Team AARU. Team X-Pac also realized they need to take those fights. 8-bit in a really good position, have the high ground advantage as the cat and mouse chase run goes on. Esports going up against Team X-Pac. This is exactly what we wanted to see, but Sarang, his vehicle just gets hit over, but Spray God responds in kind, takes down one of the players of Team FS. As you could see, the deadly man, Wizard, is already down, and look at this, Team X-Pac already on the hunt.
The Thunder Gods are prevailing and helping the parts of players of X-Pac to rise up and shine. And it seems like FS Esports, they don't want to engage. There is no room for them, but there's one player still left behind. It can be the bait and switch game for them. But on the other hand, X-Pac, they have their complete focus on the players, but Spray God gets taken down. That's a big move by Hitman.
Yeah, attracts a lot of attention towards him, but this is where Shadow goes in, gets the trade. Team X-Pac still keeping their dreams alive as Hitman trying to get that confirmation. And there you have it, Spray God done and dusted. But X-Pac, they will have a good laugh over this, but still not out of the woods yet. Still inside the circle, Team X-Pac, but now FS, they've done quite some damage. Both these teams suffering casualties is not a good news for either of them.
Yeah, for sure, but the nade's coming onto that direction. Clutch, is he prepared for it? He has got the smokes up, he needs to make a fallback. His teammate is still tailing behind. Hitman also needs to get out of that situation. There is no more that he can do, and the buggy's tire has been exploded. Is it so? Oh no, he still survived and he wants to take an exit. Both the players of FS will be retreating back as X-Pac. They might have got only one finish and maybe the second one as well, but they've also conceded one collateral damage.
Yeah, they really need to lower down on their adrenaline. Wizard is pretty much a dead man walking. He's been knocked out for quite some time. Hasn't really gotten that revive. And for Team AARU, dish out some hefty amount of damage. In fact, we did see Atanki get one of the players of iQOO Soul. I think it was S-Power, if we've read it right, but seems like he's been brought back to life. And now, look at this. Manya ensuring all his boys safely get through from the waters, and now they've got their backlines also cleared. And this is where Team Insane really needs to work, just understand that iQOO Soul can strike from the backlines. But for Reckoning, they also have a good position.
I really like the kind of strategy that iQOO did with the 2-2 split, and that's why they also have a vehicle on the southern island to play along with. Might just be only one, but still they have. On the other end, Global Esports on our screen. What are they going to do? They're around the corners of 12 packs, but even Cheminix VENOM, the mighty play that they have pulled off, got a lot of damage being done on the players of Carnival Gaming, as Omega is the only one who is still remaining, and Altu is also confirmed a lot of finishes. Boys of Cheminix VENOM, they're still surviving out there, but the damage that they have done to the team of Carnival Gaming is so high.
At this point, I mean, Carnival Gaming, their dreams are pretty much shattered, but look at this. Omega pretty much down on his knees, and Global Esports might just want to get that finish, get that knocked instantly done. But right now, as things are, Global Esports, just one finish secured, eyeing out for a little more, but what is the idea? What is the next set of play Global Esports are going to be making? Because the circle pretty much goes down south. Moment of truth, MOGO Esports has the center of the circle. But we know what the history has been speaking. We know the form that they've been going along. Looks really shaky for MOGO Esports. I'm pretty sure a push is coming right their way.
Fixes, this is stage 4. The circle is this small. It's not even enough to accommodate 16 teams inside that circle. And now it's the time the fights are going to get started. 8-Bit Mighty becomes the first one to go down out there. VASISTA Esports trying to strike back from the backyards and definitely seeking for a lot more finishes because they are inside the circle. The only thing that they have to do is play around those hard compounds and get as many finishes as you want.
There you have it. Pandemonium just about to break through. The floodgates just about to open up. This is what we wanted, right? Shadow getting a pick over towards Mavi. Two big titans going up against each other as iQOO saw. They've also got a dance with Destiny. Already you could see Reckoning. Their numbers are starting to dwindle, but out of nowhere, Team Insane, they also come in. They also get crash the party as it is absolute madness going on.
You get a single chance, Fixes, and you don't want to let it slip away, and that's what Insane wanted to do. But iQOO, this is the concern. This is where the concerns are being raised. A one single vehicle, 4 players in it, is never a viable option, if you ask me. But Team LIMRA in despair right now. They are downside of the bridge. They're trying to swim it out and reach inside the circle, and they're almost inside the circle as well. But the nade being cooked up by Hull should be enough to get one of the players taken down. But no, he still survives.
I don't know, maybe it just went into the depths of hell. Just got sucked by the black hole. We do not know how deep this ocean is. But for now, Raven Esports, Hulk, he needs to get into his smashing mode. But for now, Inferno squad, they're somehow still alive. And look at this, everybody just swatting around like flies, somehow trying to squeeze in a corner. As Global Esports, they decide to make their move. They've got Raven Esports keeping a close eye on them. And now maybe Beast could suffer some heavy blows. And Slug is being sprayed at by Reaper. Still hasn't found anything. And suddenly they decide to go in on Hulk. And from the backlines, this is how you need to provide cover fire as Raven Esports injure Global Esports. And this is as worse as it gets.
Oh my god, they never expected this to happen, but still, some of the players have passed it out, but Inferno squad are the next prey, falling into the hands of Raven Esports, and they are flying up high in the sky. And it seems like Reaper will be coming for a rescue. Never anticipated somebody to come up from the backlines. Raven Esports, they might have got 4 finishes, but there's still a lot more players to clear off. And Inferno squad, slowly and gradually, they're making the move inside the circle. But is it going to be enough? Hanzo has dropped down to a very low HP. Reaper is still keeping an eye on the players down there under the bridge. But 8-Bit, Juicy, also falls prey in the hands of Reaper.
F is already eliminated, Team X Park already eliminated, iQOO Soul also sent home packing. So Global Esports, despite all odds, they still will be ending the day on the top of the standings unless and until there is a miracle. However, looking at the situation right now, Raven Esports, Reaper, he's got his eyes fixated at Owen. The big question over here is how long is Owen going to survive? As now the circle again really favoring the players of MOGO Esports. Owen camping a lot of that damage, and he did come out with his pan. Maybe he wanted to hit that grenade and just throw it off. I mean, we have seen those moments, a little lighter laughter moments over here in the grand finals, but for now, 8-Bit, they have also been snuffed out.
They are completely doomed. I just want to say that because they're outside of the circle. Raven Esports, they are inside the circle, almost inside. They have to clear Global Esports in order to get the entire control. But Hanzo has been taken down. Even Team TAMILAS are facing the consequences against VASISTA Esports. E47 looking up that nade, should be viable. But right now, he just slips away in the right moment, the right time. But this nade should do the honors as VASISTA Esports also ends their run in the 11th spot.
What a recovery it has been from Team TAMILAS. They did manage to get the chicken dinner in the previous game, and this time also quite a solid position. At this point, still have all of their players alive. And now they have to somehow figure their way, get inside the circle. But look at this. Veyron just scouring through the lands, and Shikari Jod, he's got all the information relayed. Gravity and Shikari need to play in tandem, need to somehow piece this one together. Need to get Veyron out of this picture. Starting to speculate where the other players will be, but Team Insane have that smoke laden down, and from here onwards, what could be their next course of action?
Not quite sure about it, but as the circle speaks, MOGO Esports, they have all their eyes set. They stopped Team LIMRA getting to their compounds, and right now there's so many teams looking forward to chime in. Team TAMILAS, Team AARU, Team Reckoning, so many coming down from the southeastern side, but Global Esports goes on a head-on competition with Raven Esports. Ninja Boy gets taken down by Hulk, and that's the done business by the side of Raven Esports. Aim God, he's still surviving. The revivals will be done. There is no problem in it, as the Raven Esports, they've already got 6 finishes in their board and still popping off.
Nobody really saw this coming. Did they? Raven Esports out of nowhere, waking up from their deep slumber. As Global Esports, they have been eliminated, but still a good news for them that all their nearby competitors were also already eliminated earlier. But at this point, MOGO Esports trying to dish out some hefty amount of damage onto the players of Reckoning, as Shikari Jod is going to be taking his final moment inside of this game, as Hunters still hiding inside of the smoke. For Reckoning, they haven't got enough finishes to their name, just that one, in fact. But MOGO Esports seems like they at least want to end this day on a good note.
Did you just see that he got hit by the nade, and that's how he got taken down? I mean, that's a different story, but overall the circle has shifted a little bit outside of the compound areas of MOGO Esports, and now they have to look forward to get the backlines completely flushed out. Then only they will be able to get the entire circle control for themselves, not having attention that there's still a team just knocking at our doors. But Hanzo gets 8-bit Aditya taking down, and 8-bit down to the final man. If I'm not wrong, that's going to be Mac.
At this point, got Mac still inside the waters. Intensity just hitting 10 folds at this point. Insane Esports, a very important game for them as well. But Raven Esports really wrecking everybody's game, everybody's dream, as now even MOGO Esports, they start looking deadly. They've been silent throughout the tournament, but once they've been given the circle, and now it has kind of shifted away from them. iQOO, just the last player surviving, as the entirety of MOGO Esports decides to push in on them. And there you have it. Delta Peach's grenade will secure that knock, but Team TAMILAS come striking in, come in for the breach, but Destro is well prepared. Manti also goes falling down as Maxi decides to step in. Yes, he gets the trade, but Justin again flips the table. Maxi OP, the final player surviving for Team TAMILAS, as it is a very important game. Needs to take that 1v1 fight, and there you have it. Justin, just when he was cooking up that grenade, Maxi shows those bold moves, and Team TAMILAS, here they are, still living to fight another day.
Experienced players are stepping up, and that's what Team TAMILAS wanted for themselves. But again, once again, fixes Raven Esports. The play that they have made so far, having the entire control, the entire bridge control all to themselves, is paying them right now. All the 4 players are inside the circle, and the players that they have to take down to get this winner with a chicken dinner is very minimal. Just 4 more players that you need to take down. 3 of Team TAMILAS, 1 of Reckoning.
Hunters, it's going to be such an important game for him. If he can maybe get a couple of finishes, but no, his position has been spotted out, but still, he survives with a sliver of HP. But how long can he delay the inevitable? That is the big ask for this young lad. Maxi strikes once more, and 2 teams down south, here they are in the Southern Bridge. A round of it Team Tamilas en route, they're back-to-back chicken dinner. This could be the case, but Raven Esports, they've got the circle covered.
They are making the comeback once again of what they did previously in the rounds, as we have witnessed in the semis. Raven Esports, their wings are just all brought out as they want to go all up high in the sky. It's a proper 3v3 fight between both the teams. The circle advantage is still there in the favor of Raven, and Hulk is cooking up a nade. If it falls in the right direction, you can find them the value. Just fell short of the timing, but Maxi wants to go up front and personal, and the nade makes the connection. Kaboom!
The call out is there, smash, Hulk smash, and there he has it. And Manti, he's taking quite some severe blows, as there you have it, hands off from the sidelines, gets that flank, and now this could be all she wrote, as Raven Esports, they are changing the script, turning the tables, and look at them, gleaming with joy. When nobody really anticipated, when nobody really saw them coming, they won the hunt and ended this game with a chicken dinner.
What a play by these lads, and what a performance that they have already done. Raven Esports, 6 finishes for the name of Hulk. He has literally smashed each and everybody that came in their way. Total of 13 finishes is what Raven Esports they have took. But right now, Johnny, this is the reaction, but my man, the entire middle order of the overall standings will be completely turned around.
Perfect way to end the second day of the grand finals, right? As Pixar said towards the end, the script being torn to pieces and flipped on its head. An amazing, amazing game of Erangel to bring the middle pack into fighting position for the trophy again.
I am running short of words at this point, because nobody saw this drama kind of stirring up, right? Out of everyone, Raven Esports, they decide to go big. And who knows, they also might get themselves into the race, maybe for the top 3 at least.
And it's not just them. Team Tamilas also had an amazing performance just now, and was something incredible. A back-to-back opportunity for a chicken dinner. Yes, they might have missed out, but the top 2 finish, it is nothing to scoff about.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? I predicted that if one team in the bottom, you asked me, right? From which team do you anticipate to bounce back from the bottom 8? And I asked that it's going to be Raven Esports, and they have finally done it. What a performance by these lads. But for now, I am really looking forward. A lot of things have gone down south, because even the circle has gone down south this time. So that had kind of tested all the ideals and all the players.
I mean, look at that. I think Hulk, he started feeling himself. This is the moment he was waiting for. Look at his journey, look at his storyline.
Exactly.
He was an underdog. And I mean, going on a rampage in the grand finals, that has to feel special.
Yeah.
Before we talked about like the amazing performance, all of these amazing things, did you notice we saw one of the members, one of the viewers, with the amazing iQOO Neo 9 Pro already with them? I mean, what are you waiting for? Do go ahead and check out the iQOO Neo 9 Pro, and of course, bring our conversation back to the amazing performance by Raven Esports. As you said, not expected at all, but an amazing delivery coming in from Raven, Team Tamilas. But although when we saw that circle move towards that military bridge, you know what my first thought was? MOGO Esports. This could not have been better set up for them. Their zone, their circle, and yet they miss out on the win.
Told you. It's 2 out of 11 times now.
Alrighty.
We did talk about it.
Alright. Well, let's talk about the winning moment first. I mean, because first of all, how many nades were all of these teams carrying? Did not feel for a moment that the artillery strike was halted upon any one of them.
Sometimes I feel like they have around 20-25 nades being carried with the vehicle included, vehicle storage included. But overall, I would say the clutch that changed the entire tide, the entire game for MOGO Esports that came from Team Tamilas Maxi. I mean, way too... I didn't see that coming, even after getting those first 2 knockouts. Really, everybody, I even thought that, MOGO Esports, they have the control, and Team Tamilas, they might fell prey to those guys. But right now, they proved me wrong, man.
Yeah, I mean, for MOGO Esports, it was Team Insane just knocking on their doors. They dealt with them, and right after Team Tamilas, this was a death push and they wanted to execute that. They were so desperate and they had lost out on those numbers, but Maxi, being the hero, did not have any cape on him, but still did manage to prove quite fruitful, quite impactful over there. You know, just going after the final player, he knew he'd heard that grenade clipping sound. Just went on him. But then after that, Raven Esports had the complete control of the circle, and Team Tamilas were pretty much helpless. But still, before even going out, they got the better out of Hunters.
Exactly. I mean, it was an incredible story, but let's talk about the numbers. Let's have a look at the MVP of the match, and of course, it is Hulk. Hulking out and smashing the competition out of existence. 6 finishes secured, damage dished out 689, 1 headshot connected, 2 assists. Raven Esports definitely quite grateful to have a player like him within their lineup. And of course, the pop-off that happened after the game came to an end. But looking at the top 5 players, we have Hulk followed by Reaper, also from Raven, and Maxi OP from Team Tamilas, the superhero without a cape, as Pixis has just called him.
Yeah. Followed by that, we also get Afu from Insane Esports. He was trying to, sustain his team for a longer period of time. But Ninja Boy, you cannot just count this man out of the equation. Global Esports, they might haven't gone a very good match in this one, but still, he is in the top 5 players list. We're talking about the point standings as well, Johnny. We see 23 on the board for Raven Esports, and slowly and gradually they're turning the tides.
Exactly. I mean, Raven Esports, amazing performance, 23 points secure. Team Tamilas as well, 15. MOGO Esports, a small bounce back on the overall leaderboard, 13 points. Doesn't get them extremely far deep into the top 8, but at least gets them close enough. They can hope for a respectable finish tomorrow. Team Insane, 7 points. I don't think this is going to help them move up the rankings as well. Reckoning Esports with 6, Kemin X Venom with 6, Team 8-Bit with 5, and Global Esports with 5 points. I think Global Esports is that one team that will just take a small step forward in our podium.
It's better because iQOO got dealt with pretty early on. Even Team X-Park, they were also hunted down. But Global Esports, I think they will be still leading. But for Team Tamilas, I'm really curious to see where they are going to be ending the day at. Because X-Park, look at this, just two finishes, even for FS Esports also. So the top order did not really play that well. And this was a circle which was quite complex to handle. And I really felt like the players were overthinking.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of decisions being second-guessed by a lot of these teams. And of course, it is going to be interesting to see how things turn out tomorrow as well. These were the point standings for match number 12 of the Grand Finals, Day 2, BGIS 2024, ladies and gentlemen. But now, in a few short moments, we will have the overall rankings on our screens. And that is the storyboard that we are all waiting for right now.
3 bad matches for iQOO in today's 6 games. 2 matches, 0 points. This one won. So this has raised a lot of concerns for the Seoul fans, those who are in the arena as well, that whether or not they are in the contendership for the championship. I still believe, yes, they are, as when the overall standings will be coming on our screens, it will be crystal clear. But the way Global Esports, they have already crossed the 100 points marker, and they have made the century possible in the day number 2.
First team to do that. And as of now, the only team to cross that 100-point barrier. And of course, I think we're going to have to wait till the first game of tomorrow comes to an end, or maybe a few extra if things just keep on going the same way, if the middle pack keeps fighting like this. But Fixes, are you ready for the ultimate story to unfold?
Hell yes.
All right, what about you, Necros?
Oh, I'm born ready.
Let's not waste any time then. Let's have the overall rankings on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. After 12 games are done and dusted of the grand finale of BGIS 2024, let's see what the storyboard looks like. And as we were talking about it, Global Esports sitting on that first position with 103 points to their name. We have X-Park on the second with 89, FS Esports on the third with 86 points. iQOO, they start the day off on the first position, but they end the day on the fourth with 83 points. Team Tamilas, a brilliant comeback today from Team Tamilas, have climbed all the way to the fifth spot with 81 points. Kemin Venom on the sixth with 79. We have Reckoning on the seventh with 78, tied up with Raven Esports, who are on the eighth with 78. But now it is clear the top 8, they are built different, because then we have Team Insane on the 9th, 11 points behind Raven Esports with 69 points only to their name.
Yeah, even not a big comeback coming up from Carnival Gaming either. Yeah,
yes.
MOGO Esports, they might have tried to climb up like 1 or 2 positions up, but Carnival Gaming, they are still intact in the very same position that where they started off the day.
You know why I was so happy after the game ended? Because this is now out in the open. It's all up for a toss. Just barring global esports till the top 8, I think it is a race till the finish. Because right now, Raven Esports, I mean, what a change in the script, right? 78 points. And considering how the entire day had been, they were struggling, they had their journeys. Team TAMILAS, what a bounce back from their side. X-Park, FS, iQOO Soul getting a little complacent has hurt them so much.
Exactly, and again, we did expect that. We had a discussion at the start of the day, Fixes, you and I, that the teams at the top, usually day number 2, they get a little slacking off. Is done inside of the matches. And of course, the complacency, as you mentioned, has resulted in the teams at the top taking a tumble. Not a drastic tumble, just a small one on the overall leaderboard. They're still in the top 5, so still in the fight.
I mean, with just 6 more matches to go, this kind of has me excited already. If we could, just have all the other 6 matches played today itself, but that's not going to happen. But we're going to wait. It's a cliffhanger.
Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, that's it from our side for today. Super Johnny here, joined by Fixes and Crores. But now we'll head on to the stage.
Podcasters, and इसी के साथ Day 2 हुआ खत्म, लेकिन BGIS 2024 नहीं हुआ है खत्म. अभी तो बस 2 दिन हुए हैं खत्म, एंड इसके बाद यानी कि Day 3 में हमें पता चलेगा कि which is the best BGMI team of 2024. बस एक और दिन, लेकिन 2 दिन लगातार डोमिनेट किया. अगर टेबल टॉपर्स की बात करें तो they have been consistently on the top, एंड इस समय बैक टू बैक अगर एक इंसान MVP बने हैं तो वो हैं Ninja Boy from Global Esports. So let's welcome the MVP of Day 2. That's Ninja Boy from Global Esports. एक बहुत ही शानदार परफॉर्मेंस के साथ इन्होंने डोमिनेट किया. एक ऐसा 18 फिनिशेस वाला चिकन डिनर निकाला. अपने IGL को रिवाइव करते हुए इन्होंने पूरा सपोर्ट दिखाते हुए शेर की तरह खेले हैं द वन एंड ओनली निंजा बॉय. 100 पॉइंट्स के साथ आप इस समय 100 हो गए. सेंचुरी के लिए फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मुबारक. सो इट वाज न्यूज फॉर निंजा बॉय कि आप लोग 100 पार कर चुके हैं. इतना फोकस के साथ आप लोग खेलते हैं कि आपको पता ही नहीं चला कि आपने क्या
पॉइंट्स पे ध्यान नहीं देते.
किस चीज पे ध्यान देते हैं?
गन पावर पे, किल्स उठाने पे.
लेकिन निंजा बॉय बैक टू बैक 2 दिन ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स टॉप पे रही है. एट द एंड ऑफ द डे बैक टू बैक आप बने हैं MVP. सच सच बताओ, इस समय दुनिया देख रही है, सीक्रेट सॉस क्या है?
सीक्रेट सॉस ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, बस गन पावर है, मारते हैं जीतते हैं.
यार कुछ तो बता दो, इस समय कुछ तो सीक्रेट होगा ना?
कुछ भी सीक्रेट नहीं है. सुबह उठते हैं, खाते हैं, आते हैं, मारते हैं, सो जाते हैं.
So इस समय क्लियर कट स्ट्रैटेजीज के साथ निंजा बॉय एंड ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स जारी है. लेकिन इस समय ऑफ कोर्स वी हैव टू टॉक अबाउट द 18 फिनिश चिकन डिनर. एक तरह से जब इतना डोमिनेशन के साथ आप चिकन डिनर निकालते हैं तो ऑफ कोर्स एक टीम का मोराल ऑल ऑफ अ सडन बढ़ जाता है. तो उस गेम से पहले एंड उस गेम के बाद क्या हुआ चेंज? टीम के बीचों बीच क्या बातें चल रही थी?
मेन था कि हमने जो सेकंड मैच था उससे पहले वाला मेरा मार, वो हमने बहुत ब्लंडर चोक किया था, क्योंकि मैं पूरा सेंटर जोन था और हम पे 2 टीम एक साथ आगे स्लैम करने, उसमें हमने चोक कर दिया. सो हमें यही था कि कमबैक करना है, चिकन देना है, चिकन के साथ ही कमबैक करेंगे. सो बस वो इतना ही था.
और जब आप MVP बनते हैं और वापस अपने होटल जाते हैं तो नींद कितनी अच्छी आती है?
आज से इतनी अच्छी नहीं आएगी क्योंकि आज परफॉर्मेंस चोक हुई है थोड़ी. कल बेटर करेंगे. कल तक रहा अगर MVP तो फिर शेर वाली परफॉर्मेंस एंड शेर वाला सेलिब्रेशन.
तो शेर वाला सेलिब्रेशन अब देखना बाकी है कि एग्जैक्टली निंजा बॉय किस चीज को हिंट कर रहे हैं. वी आर वेटिंग फॉर दैट, वी होप फॉर दैट. विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर Day 3, एंड दैट्स ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स से निंजा बॉय द MVP ऑफ Day 2. कांग्रेचुलेशंस. ऑलराइट, तो Day 2 हुआ समाप्त, लेकिन इस समय 2 बड़े सवाल हैं. कौन ले जाएगा ये चमचमाती ट्रॉफी और कौन कहलाएगा द बेस्ट BGMI टीम ऑफ 2024? इस सवाल का जवाब आपको कल मिलेगा. लेकिन कल से पहले मैं आपको ये बता दूं कि एलीट पास अगर आप लेते हैं तो एलीट पास लेने का ये आखिरी मौका है, क्योंकि कल के बाद आप परसों के लिए तो एलीट पास नहीं ले पाएंगे. तो एलीट पास लीजिए, अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन दीजिए, एंड ऑफ कोर्स जिन लोगों ने ऑलरेडी एलीट पास ले लिया है आपके लिए एक्सक्लूसिव मर्चेंडाइज एंड स्पेशल मीट एंड ग्रीट जो हमने प्रॉमिस किया था वो तो होगा ही. एंड जो भी मनी यहाँ से कलेक्ट हुआ है वो डोनेट किया जाएगा अभिनव बिंद्रा फाउंडेशन के लिए. And that's it from day 2 of BGIS 2024. And the official partner is iQOO, the most powerful smartphone in its price segment with 144 FPS so that you can also play like a pro. My name is Rohit Varghese and we will see you very soon. And jaane se pehle, like this stream because we know that you like this game. So that's it from day 2 of BGIS 2024 and we will see you very, very soon. Bye-bye and you please take care.